Often. I cannot speak to politics from here. I have given up that life for the moment. I'm gonna go back and I'll come back up. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so on the OPEC announcement, given what the president has invested, does he feel like the increase was an insult?
Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Thursday, August 4th. We are starting off your morning and our coverage with a live look over I-4 in Orlando, Florida, officially after 5 a.m. here on the East Coast. But regardless of where you are watching from, thanks so much for starting off your morning with us. We're going to stay in Orlando, Florida, because that is where I'm joining you from. Good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I'll be with you for about the next hour and a half, bringing you all up to speed on the major headlines that we are following here, both in the United States and internationally as well. So as always, we want to give you a look at some of the major stories that we are going to be covering for you throughout the day. A very tragic one coming out of Indiana. This is actually the scene where U.S. Congresswoman Jackie Walorski was killed yesterday. Walorski, who represented Indiana's 2nd congressional district, was killed in a car accident yesterday in her home state, along with 2 other of her aides. Police say a driver coming in the other direction went over the median and crashed head-on into their SUV. The driver of the other vehicle was also killed. A member of the Republican Party, Walorski was first elected to Congress back in 2012. Her district contains the cities of South Bend and Elkhart. She was also the ranking member of the House Ethics Committee, and she was 58 years old. So she leaves behind a family, a legacy out in our nation's capital. This was first confirmed by Congressman McCarthy, and we are going to be taking a closer look at her life and legacy, as well as what happened yesterday. The House was actually in recess this week, which is why she was back in her home state. So we'll have more details on this in just a bit. Meanwhile, continuing to follow House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's tour of Asia and the repercussions that have come with her visit to Taiwan on Tuesday. the Chinese army actually launching missiles into the Taiwan Strait today as China's largest ever military drills encircling the island have began. Taiwan said 2 missiles were launched near the Matsu Islands off the coast of China earlier today. China's military has officially kicked off unprecedented war games. That's what it is being dubbed as, that are set to last until noon on Saturday as Beijing ramps up its intimidation campaign against the self-ruled island following House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit. Taiwan's defense ministry said it was watching very closely, and while this is all happening, Speaker Pelosi is continuing on with her tour of Asia, and she is expected to land in Japan within the next hour. So when we get feeds of that, we'll certainly bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, when it comes to more international news and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that news takes us back to the United States right now. The U.S. Senate yesterday overwhelmingly passing a resolution approving Finland and Sweden's request to join NATO, which is a pivotal step towards expanding the 30-member transatlantic military alliance. We've been following this for quite some time now. The bipartisan show of support for Finland and Sweden's accession to NATO is a direct response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, an act of aggression that has really put the U.S. and European officials on high alert. This vote yesterday was 95-1. Finland and Sweden's bid to join NATO will need to win approval from all other NATO countries, which is a process that could take months, and that, when completed, would grant Article 5 protection to the 2 historically neutral countries. Meanwhile, some more news related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Russia overall. Closing arguments in WNBA star Brittney Griner's cannabis possession case in Russia are set for today, nearly 6 months after she was arrested at a Moscow airport in a case that has reached the highest levels of U.S.-Russia diplomacy. Griner faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted, although a conviction appears almost certain, given that Russian courts rarely acquit defendants, and Griner has acknowledged that there were vape canisters with cannabis oil in her luggage. Judges have considerable latitude on sentencing, and Griner has pleaded guilty. There have also been negotiation talks between the United States and Russia, potentially a prisoner swap that they had done in months before. So sometimes when she has made court appearances, we have at least gotten exteriors of where it is happening in Moscow. So we will certainly bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox if we get them into our desk. Meanwhile, heading back out here to the United States, another story we're going to bring you a surprise yesterday in court for InfoWars host Alex Jones. We've been airing this trial live, raw, and in its entirety each and every day. During a contentious cross-examination at this defamation trial in Austin, Texas, the attorney for the Sandy Hook family is revealing to Jones that he had inadvertently received a digital copy of Jones's phone records for the past 2 years. Now, Jones, who has called the 2012 Sandy Hook elementary school shooting a hoax for nearly 10 years, had previously claimed in a pretrial deposition that he had sent no text messages pertaining to Sandy Hook or the court case. The plaintiff's lawyer saying the text proved that wasn't true and accusing Jones point blank of perjury. That moment coming after Jones conceded that he believed the Sandy Hook massacre was, quote, 100% real. He is being sued for defamation by the parents of a 6-year-old boy killed in the Sandy Hook attack. The family is seeking at least $150 million. So later on, we're going to bring you the nuts and bolts and then some full moments, that actual high stakes moment from yesterday when that cross-examination was happening. And then we are also going to be monitoring 3 rocket launches today on Live Now from Fox. It's a pretty rare occurrence for space travel. 3 launches throughout the day, 2 of them taking place right here where I'm located along Florida's Space Coast. What industry experts have to say about the uptick in space travel is also coming up. And then we are also going to be heading out to the White House and in Washington, D.C. as President Biden signed another executive order protecting abortion rights for women here in the United States when it comes to traveling outside of their state lines. We'll have that full update for you here in just a little bit. So as you can see, a busy morning as usual, but I do want to start off with some coverage of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's trip to Asia. So like I said, she is going to be heading out to Japan today. And this is actually video that we have coming in from Hong Kong yesterday of protests. And that is because they were rallying outside the U.S. consulate in Hong Kong, carrying signs saying "shameless politician, get out of Taiwan." Protesters also throwing eggs at House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's picture, as you can see here, tearing an American flag, shouting anti-U.S. and anti-Pelosi slogans. And this is all because of that controversial trip that she made in their eyes. She says the U.S. will not abandon its commitment to Taiwan after meeting with leaders there just the other day. And Beijing is rebuttaling. It's causing a lot of concern. China is now launching the large-scale show of force in the Taiwan Strait, making it clear its claims are non-negotiable over the island that they regard as a renegade province and one of their own. They are launching military drills expected to be the most provocative action towards Taiwan in a quarter century. So House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is going to be touching down in Japan just within the hour. But in the meantime, White House correspondent Peter Doocy joins us from the North Lawn with the latest on her trip to Asia.
Taiwan for being one of the freest societies in the world.
That's not how China sees things, though. Neither is this.
Today, the world faces a choice between democracy and autocracy.
The Communist Party of China is readying a response, effectively encircling Taiwan and warning ships and airplanes to steer clear as they prepare for large-scale military exercises. Foreign ministers of the G7 write, "We are concerned by recent and announced threatening actions by the People's Republic of China, PRC, particularly live-fire exercises and economic coercion, which risk unnecessary escalation." President Biden didn't directly mention any of this, but he did talk to his national security advisors about a, quote, free and open Indo-Pacific.
I was ambassador to Japan. We used the term kabuki theater. I think that's what's going on here. You're going to see a lot of theater, but I don't expect this to turn into anything that's kinetic.
So Republicans aren't sure the Chinese will back up this kind of tough talk from a Chinese ambassador. Quote, "The U.S. must pay the price for its own mistake, and we mean what we say." White House officials won't say if they consider that a serious threat.
The United States will not seek and does not want a crisis. We are prepared to manage what Beijing chooses to do.
White House officials also won't weigh in on whether or not Speaker Pelosi's trip was worth it, something they haven't done before, during, or after her visit.
We've got a real weakness in this White House, where the White House wouldn't even back up the Speaker for going to Taiwan.
When they go, he doesn't dictate it, they go. Now he can say if he thinks it was good or not.
I mean, that's not how it works. That is not how it works here.
We're going to learn a lot more about how it works here as we wait to see if U.S. military assets in the region move as requested by the Chinese. It hasn't even been a week yet since President Biden told Xi that he opposes Chinese efforts to undermine peace and stability in the Straits of Taiwan. And yet, here we are at the White House. Peter Doocy, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Peter Doocy for that report. Yesterday, around this time, we did get feeds, live images and videos coming in from Taiwan of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her delegation heading out of the island nation and headed towards South Korea. Like I mentioned, she's going to be headed to Japan today, so we are hopefully going to get some more video for you just within the next hour, and we will stream it for you on LiveNOW from Fox. Now to the latest in the war in Ukraine. Russia accusing the United States of having a direct role in the war after Kyiv carries out successful strikes using U.S.-supplied rockets. Meanwhile, the United Nations warning Ukraine's largest nuclear plant is spiraling out of control and getting more dangerous each day. Alex Hogan, our Fox News international correspondent, I should say, is in Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, with the latest this morning.
The word HIMARS has become almost synonymous with the word justice for our country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky praising President Joe Biden's administration for supplying rocket launchers and committing to an additional $550 million in defense aid. Today, Ukrainian forces cut off one of Russia's vital supply routes by striking a Russian ammunition train and severing the railway between Kherson and Crimea. Despite that, Russian forces made marginal gains in the east.
Especially in the Donbas region. It's just hell there.
A hell that's moving south in the new offensive. Russia unleashed on the southern city of Mykolaiv this week, sending 38 rockets across the city, including on Mykolaiv's major hospital.
So they destroyed it totally.
We talked to Mayor Alexander Senkovich inside that hospital.
I expect every day for rocket to come for me, and I sleep in different places.
City water is no longer drinkable, so residents collect clean water in plastic bags. Half of the city's population has fled. Senkovich can't convince the other half to leave. For those who do stay, it is a race against time to repair the damage before summer comes to an end.
We have about 40,000 broken windows. We are working every day with them, using different types of materials to close those windows, just to be able to heat those buildings using central heating.
The mayor tells me the elderly in his city tell him they would rather die in their home than flee to a foreign place and start life all over at their age. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Alex Hogan for that report. 5:16 a.m. here now on the East Coast. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue on with some more international headlines as promised. We're going to bring you the latest on WNBA star Brittney Griner's drug trial happening in Russia. Closing arguments expected today. She could face up to 10 years in prison. Plus, we are going to have the latest on the U.S. Senate voting to support Sweden and Finland joining NATO. They basically need the approval from all of the NATO nations in order to move forward in this accession process that has been going on for months now. So we'll have a more in-depth conversation with national security expert Hal Kempfer on that when we come back as well. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 5:19 a.m. here on the East Coast. Just wanted to show you a shot we have of the beautiful New York City on this Thursday morning. You could see the sun starting to rise out there. Anytime I start with you guys, Regina Gonzalez, that's whose voice you're hearing, I like to take you on a little sunrise tour when I can. So as we see more pinks and oranges and purples, who knows, I will certainly keep an eye and bring you to these locations throughout the morning here on Live Now from Fox. But as promised, I do want to continue on with the top stories that we are focusing on here in the U.S. and then internationally as well. So we are actually going to stay international. This next story taking us out to Russia. That is because closing arguments in Brittney Griner's cannabis possession case in Russia are set for today. This all happening nearly 6 months after the American basketball star was arrested at a Moscow airport in a case that has reached the highest level of U.S.-Russia diplomacy. You've had talks between the United States and Russia for a potential prisoner swap. You've had Brittney Griner's family as well as another American prisoner out there pleading to President Biden. Brittney Griner writing a letter herself to the president asking him not to forget about her and the other American prisoners that are being held in Russia. Griner faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted, and although a conviction appears pretty certain given the fact that Russian courts actually rarely acquit defendants, and then Griner has acknowledged that there were vape canisters with cannabis oil in her luggage, judges have considerable latitude on sentencing. The lawyers that she has, Brittney Griner, out there have said and had brought in testimony from doctors saying that she was prescribed this, that they were in her suitcase as an accident that she was rushing to pack that day. So really just an unfortunate turn of events that ended her with this situation. So we're going to keep a close eye on any exteriors or shots that we have from inside or outside of the courtroom. So be sure to stick around for more of that coverage. Also, some news related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, bringing us back here to the United States. The U.S. Senate overwhelmingly passing a resolution yesterday that approved Finland and Sweden's request to join NATO, which is going to be a pivotal step towards expanding the 30-member transatlantic military alliance. Now, the bipartisan show of support for Finland and Sweden's accession to NATO is a direct response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It is a complete act of aggression that has put the entire globe on high alert. This vote was pretty unanimous. It was 95-1. Finland and Sweden's bid to join NATO will need to win approval from all other NATO countries, which is a process that has been said to take months, and that, when completed, would grant Article 5 protection to the two historically neutral countries. So I do want to have a more in-depth conversation about this. National security expert Hal Kempfer joining Live Now from Fox almost on a daily basis to talk all about each international headline, but he has really provided some stellar insight on Russia's war in Ukraine. So he and our very own Andrew Kraft did have a conversation about this Senate approval for Sweden and Finland to join NATO. Here's that interview segment this morning.
Let's discuss this even further with national security expert Hal Kempfer joining us live on Live Now. Hal, thanks so much for being with us. Let's talk about what Alex's report was also talking about. Where do things stand, especially as Ukrainian forces try to retake that very key city of Kherson?
Well, the Ukrainian forces are actually making some gains. They've taken about 53 settlements, for lack of a better term, in the Kherson area. These are areas that the Russians had previously controlled, and now the Ukrainians control. Now, what the Russians have been doing is they've been pulling forces from the east, that Donbass region, and rushing in forces. It's not clear how many, but forces that were quickly mobilized, and reports are about 1 week of training and forcing them in there to try and bolster up that Kherson region. However, as was mentioned, they took out that major rail link, and that's a big thing. Is the Russian military is very dependent on rail because, frankly, the road network in Russia and the road network and the whole part of the world is not that great. So they've been very dependent on rail. And so they took out that rail link. They had taken out that major river crossing which kind of cut off logistics from Kherson, the city itself, for the Russian forces. And the Russian forces have been reported over the weekend to, in some cases, it looked like they were just retrograding or retreating because they're in fear of being encircled. So the Ukrainians are making strides. It's not like there's a breakthrough yet, but there's a lot of analysts who have looked at this, and it looks like the Ukrainians are poised to make a big push into Kherson. And of course, the big thing is if they can take Kherson Oblast, the province itself, which is huge, by the way, it's almost the size of Belgium. But if they can take that, they control the water supply to the Crimean Peninsula, which is a big thing. They also control really the access to the Crimean Peninsula from the land, and that kind of changes the whole strategic look of the Russian occupation or Russian force projection across the Ukraine, and it gives them a chance to move up rather than attacking directly in the east. They kind of move up from the south and start flanking the Russian forces in the east. It would be a complete change of the strategic picture.
Okay, so we know from Ukrainian President Zelensky there, he was thanking the Biden administration for providing those HIMARS. I believe there's about 16 there in Ukraine. When are we going to start sending more, and why haven't we done so? What's the holdup?
Yeah, Andrew, that's a good question. I've been kind of wondering that myself. There seems to be a number I've heard, and I heard it about a month or so ago. They said if the Ukrainians get about 20 operational HIMARS, that seems to be a pretty pivotal number in terms of the amount of firepower that they can put to push for an offensive. So I'm expecting any day to hear 4 more HIMARS going out. But not beyond the HIMARS are all these M270s, and of course the German variant of the M270. Those are tracked vehicles. They have the same basically multiple launch rocket system as the HIMARS. They're not quite as fast. They can't reload them quite as fast, but they have 2 pods versus 1, which means they actually carry double the ammo load when they're firing. And they've been pushing those in there. It's not clear how many there are. Could be a dozen, could be more than a dozen. I don't know. But they give that, in terms of firepower, they give a force, well, actually per vehicle, they give a greater than force equivalency. And excuse me, as long as you don't want to move them as fast, with all that standoff that they have, they could do they can kind of do a Comstoffel, sort of put them together sort of thing to create this multiple launch rocket system fire base sort of concept that really is much bigger than just the HIMARS themselves. The HIMARS are the thing that everybody looks at, but it's the capability is what you're focused on.
Yeah, and we've heard from the Ukrainian side too. They want more, of course, but they say they are being very effective, and the time with which it takes Ukrainian fighters to train on them, to use them properly, they say they have that down as well. So that's very interesting. Hal, let's move on to what happened on Capitol Hill earlier tonight. The Senate approved the NATO expansion to include Sweden and Finland by a vote of 95-1, Hal. Senator Josh Hawley, the Republican from Missouri, was the lone no vote, and Senator Rand Paul, Republican from Kentucky, voted present. So Senator Josh Hawley was just on Fox's Tucker Carlson just moments ago saying this does not make America or Europe safer. What say you?
I say he kind of harkens back to the 1930s isolationist part of the GOP, and I've heard him talk, and he brings that up. And there's other isolationist rhetoric that floats out there in the body politic. But I have to tell you, I kind of ignore that one vote, and I ignore the present vote as well. I look at the fact that we got 95 senators to vote for this.
Yeah,
that's phenomenal. With all the partisan bickering and everything that's going on, if you look at every other part of what's going on in Congress right now, everything that's before the Senate right now, and to see that kind of unity, that's very impressive. And I would point out, we after 9/11, we still had naysayers in Congress that would, those 1 or 2 votes that would say no, and they would give some sort of, very, I would say, non-practical reason, more philosophical reason as to why they did it. Those things will happen. The fact that we got 95, I think that every legislative body throughout NATO looks at that unity, if you will, and also recognizes we have a very bipartisan system with a lot of rancor. But when they see that kind of unity with the U.S., that really makes us look stronger. And it makes us look stronger because it's a democratic nation coming together and voting in unison, saying this is something we have to do. So those countries where there might be a little bit of a challenge getting the legislature, if you will, the parliament, to vote for it, look at that and say, you know, the U.S., despite all their differences, came together on this. I think there's really a sort of moral authority that's projected across with that. So I was very pleased to see that. I was extremely pleased to see that it happened before they went on the August recess.
Yes, that was one of the other things, whether or not it would be on the agenda before they left town. And so you're saying essentially this is much more than just a symbolic legislative victory. This is going to mean something. So what happens next? You alluded to the fact that every NATO member, every NATO country in their respective parliaments, their respective legislatures, they have to do something similar, and it has to be essentially unanimous amongst all NATO member nations. So when can we see that wrap up, do you think?
I'm hoping this month. I'm hoping August we'll see this wrapped up. You got to remember, every nation is on its own schedule. In Europe, August is the traditional vacation month as well. That's been changing throughout the years, but that's the normal month where, you know, a lot of, at least Western Europe, goes on vacation, and they go on vacation for about a month. So it's not uncommon to see some of these legislatures, some of these parliaments, if you will, are running into the same recess issue that the Senate was running into here. But I'm hoping, because of the importance of this and the criticality of getting this done, with the war raging as it is, and of course tensions being raised elsewhere around the world by China, actions in Iran and elsewhere, that there's a feeling of that they need to get this done, make a unified NATO effort to get these two critical, you know, incoming partners as part of the alliance. And I think that'll carry a lot of weight. And so I'm expecting to see this done. I may be wrong. I'll be the first to say, if this thing rolls into September,
yeah, I
could see a few members where that's possible.
Okay.
I just hope it will get done this month.
Okay, Hal, last point I want to make, and I don't know if you saw this in the New York Times. You probably did. This op-ed by Thomas Friedman titled "Why Pelosi's Visit to Taiwan is Utterly Reckless." I don't want to talk about Pelosi's trip to Taiwan, because within the op-ed itself, Friedman goes, "Dear reader, the Ukraine war is not over, and privately, U.S. officials are a lot more concerned about Ukraine's leadership than they are letting on." He goes on to say, "There is deep mistrust between the White House and President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, considerably more than has been reported." This was from Monday. The op-ed was published. What do you make of that? That's stunning. That's really the first reporting I've seen to suggest that.
Well, the first reporting at that level that's been out there. I've seen other things. Look, the Ukrainian government had a lot of problems before the war, all right? President Zelensky, you know, whose approval ratings just jumped up to like almost close to 90% after the war started. He was in the mid-teens before the war as far as approval ratings. So there's a lot of dissension, and there is some historic tension between the federal government in Ukraine and some of these big city mayors. You know, these mayors are political forces in and of themselves, and many of them feel that eventually they would like to go on and go higher within Ukrainian politics as well. So whereas the war has kind of tamped down that normal dissension that you'll see in any democracy in any country, it does exist. Also, Ukraine has a history, and this has been a problem. This is what stood in the way of it becoming an EU and NATO member before. They have corruption. You know, a lot of countries have corruption, but they too have historic corruption. There's been a lot of safeguards that have been put in place with the transfer of weapons to make sure they don't get in the wrong hands. And I think that's rather an exceptional work that's been done across the board. But I'm not surprised to see this. I'm rather disappointed to see Tom Friedman put this out there in that way, because it almost reads, look, there's so much Russian disinformation and propaganda put out there. It almost reads like a Russian propaganda piece, and I hate to see us out there, but it's real.
I just want to read one more part in it and get you to respond here. He goes on to say, it's as if we don't want to look too closely under the hood in Kyiv for fear of what corruption or antics we might see when we have invested so much there. He says, meanwhile, in short, this Ukraine war is so not over, so not stable, so not without dangerous surprises that can pop out on any given day. So in all caps for emphasis.
Well, and I think he also goes on to talk about, you know, the equivalency of firing his head of the Ukrainian, you know, security service and his chief prosecutor and comparing that to what would happen if that was here in the U.S. That is not insignificant, but it also does go, you know, it's not saying that they were corrupt, but it was saying that some of the problems within their services were not being adequately handled by them. It also says there's problems with those services very pervasive. One of the things about the post-Soviet Union, all right, when these countries broke up, the KGB did not just disappear. They actually kept a strong influence, if you will, presence within a lot of these countries, these former Soviet states, specifically in the security services. And a lot of the people who rose to the top of these national security services were former KGB, and there was just a lot of connectivity between
and Russian sympathies.
And Russian sympathies. And it's not like you can just snap your finger and make that disappear. You know, permeated within these organizations, permeated within the corporate culture within these organizations, those sympathies were there. And now that this war has put this into a very overt, you know, problem, obviously, they're trying to root it out. And that puts a lot of challenges on Zelensky, but it also exposes some of these endemic issues within their government complex and elsewhere, but particularly within government and their security services, that they don't have a choice. They have got to root this out, and they've got to take strong, decisive action. And frankly, that causes some tension, you know, within the government. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted you to respond to that. I thought that was pretty startling, pretty interesting from, you know, two people who have covered this very, very closely to see that there is maybe some dissension, some disagreement, high-ranking Biden administration officials about, you know, how to proceed in Ukraine. So we shall see. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into all of this, and we will talk to you again.
All right. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, a big thank you to our very own Andrew Kraft, joined by national security expert Hal Kempfer, not only talking about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but also House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's a very high-stakes visit to Asia. She is on day 4 of her trip and is expected to land in Japan within the next hour. So we will certainly monitor any feeds coming from overseas here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will bring you the latest details on a devastating story that is impacting those in our nation's capital and all who knew Republican Representative Jackie Walorski after she was killed yesterday after being involved in a car accident in her own northern Indiana district. We are also told 2 of her aides were also killed in this crash. So we will have congressional correspondent Chad Pergram from Capitol Hill with all the details surrounding this devastating incident. Plus, we are also going to stay in Washington, D.C. To talk about President Biden signing more executive orders just yesterday related to abortion rights in America. This specifically having to do with women who are looking to travel out of states where abortions have been banned by their government. This is all following that landmark decision by the Supreme Court earlier this summer to overturn Roe v. Wade and hand down abortion decisions for women to individual states. So stay with us. All that coming up out of Washington, D.C. here after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 5:40 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are currently taking a live look over the sun beginning to rise in our nation's capital. It was certainly a very somber day out there yesterday and will continue to be after House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy officially announced that a Republican representative, Jackie Walorski, was killed after being involved in a car accident in her northern Indiana district. We're told 2 of her aides were also killed in that accident. So here is congressional correspondent Chad Pergram with a report from Capitol Hill talking all about her life and legacy and what happened yesterday in Indiana.
The House is out this week. That's why Walorski was back in her district. The Elkhart, Indiana Sheriff's Office says Walorski was traveling in an SUV going southbound. A northbound car went left of center and crashed head-on into an SUV. 4 people killed in all, Walorski and 2 aides. Her district director, Zach Potts, and Emma Thompson, her communications director. The driver of the other car, Edith Schmucker, also died. The news rocked Capitol Hill.
It's one of those things that just takes the absolute air out of you, because I was on the phone and text came through, and spent a lot of time with Jackie. I got to know her early when I stuck my neck into the political realm. That's just something, when it occurs, it's when it's close to home and when you know the people, it's tough to get through. So it's, like I say, it makes you have almost a loss of words.
GOP Indiana Senator Todd Young says he's trying to process Walorski's death. He just talked to her on the phone a few days ago.
This is going to be a really big gap to fill in her public life. But more personally, Jackie was a person of deep faith and strong conviction and just incredibly smart person. But what I really remember about her, she had an amazing sense of humor, high energy. She knew how to light up a room. She'd go into a room and immediately people would be happier.
House GOP Whip Steve Scalise says Jackie and her staffers died serving her constituents. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi ordered flags at the Capitol lowered to half-staff in honor of Walorski. Pelosi says Walorski was admired by colleagues on both sides for her personal kindness. Walorski was a native of South Bend. Former Mayor and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg tweeted he was shocked and saddened at the news. Walorski was first elected in 2012. She was involved with tax policy and veterans issues. Jackie Walorski was 58 years old. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Chad Pergram for that report. A devastating story out of Indiana, and as we get more details on a funeral for Representative Walorski and her aides, as well as any new information or reaction surrounding that crash, we will certainly bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to continue on with some more news coming out of our nation's capital this morning. Here's a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. Yesterday, President Biden signed a second executive order on abortion access in the U.S. The measure seeks to help women travel to get access to services in other states where it is legal. His action came following a vote in Kansas on Tuesday, where voters rejected a measure that would allow state lawmakers to ban abortion in their state. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington, D.C. this morning.
Through an executive order, President Biden wants to make it easier for women to get an abortion or other reproductive services if they need to cross state lines.
We're doing everything in our power to safeguard access to health care, including the right to choose.
Appearing virtually because of his rebound case of COVID, the president kicked off the first meeting of his task force on reproductive health care access. It was formed after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in June.
We trust the judgment of the women of America to make decisions based on what they know is in their best interest.
The meeting comes just a day after Kansas voters rejected a measure to remove abortion protections from their state's constitution.
I feel like my state just showed up and boldly told me that they are going to take care of me.
We're going to get through this difficult period, and women and children will be protected in the state of Kansas.
In Idaho, the Justice Department may face an uphill legal battle over that state's nearly total abortion ban set to go into effect later this month. The DOJ is suing to protect emergency medical procedures for women, which may require an abortion. Democrats believe reproductive rights will be a major ballot issue in November.
The American people are fed up with politicians trying to tell them what to do with their lives and their bodies.
This week, a small bipartisan group of senators introduced legislation to make the freedom of reproductive rights federal law. Some Democrats don't believe it goes far enough, and it's unlikely to pass. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. I do want to continue this conversation, specifically when it comes to that vote in Kansas. And that is going to take us out right now to Tampa, Florida. The sun has not yet risen out there, 5:47 a.m. here on the East Coast. It was a very big surprise, honestly, a pro-choice victory in the conservative state of Kansas Tuesday night as part of their primary elections. And as our Fox 13 Tampa team is going to tell us, voters there chose to support abortion rights in their state. So Lauren Blanchard touching on it a bit in her report, but here is that more in-depth conversation from our Fox 13 Tampa's political editor, Craig Patrick.
In the heavenly conservative state of Kansas justified conventional wisdom, though, on abortion. They overwhelmingly voted to keep the right to abortion in their state constitution. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now to show us how this could affect the races in Florida, Craig.
Well, the politicians and the strategists can and likely will change their strategies in both parties and how they work this issue of abortion into the campaigns based on what happened last night, because voters in Kansas just revealed something very interesting and also reinforced something that we already well know. The question at hand here was, should Kansas remove the right to abortion that's currently in its constitution, yes or no? Well, the first takeaway here, once again, you cannot always trust the polls. We know that. We've seen that time and time again. And Kansas showed once again how the polls were off on this issue as well. The polling indicated this would be very close. And in fact, it was not close at all. Abortion rights prevailed in this, again, deeply conservative state by a margin of around 59-41. So not only were the polls off and off significantly in the wrong direction, the results also defied conventional wisdom, and that's what's revealing here and will likely have a bearing on campaign strategies in Florida and other states, because this was the first direct vote on the issue of abortion since the Dobbs ruling came down in June. Again, Dobbs removed the federal legal protection or right to abortion and then leaves it to the states to decide how much to restrict or whether to ban it. Well, evangelical Christians and conservative Catholics are the driving political force in the state of Kansas, and yet an overwhelming majority voted in favor of abortion rights. How can it be? Well, you just saw Democratic candidate for Governor Nikki Fried. She just gave her interpretation today in Tampa, and her interpretation is right in line with a lot of other Democrats are thinking.
What Kansas did yesterday should be a wake-up call to Americans all across the country. You're going to see that this is not a partisan issue. I talk to Republican women all the time, and they say, well, maybe I am pro-life, but I respect somebody else's choices.
Based on that interpretation of the results in Kansas and how she expects it to sync with voting behavior in Florida, Fried is now calling for a constitutional amendment in Florida, not for this year, but for 2024, specifically adding the right to abortion in the state constitution, so it wouldn't be left to the court to interpret whether existing protections cover abortion. It would be explicit. Her logic there, if conservative Kansas rejects efforts to remove the right to abortion from its constitution, then voters in Florida may be inclined to support adding such a right into its constitution. And that's where we could see a broader impact of what happened in Kansas, with more Republicans being less inclined to push for abortion bans in Florida, at least during the campaign, and perhaps more Democrats emphasizing their support for abortion rights and hoping that it energizes Democrats, as we saw in Kansas. And it certainly did just that, both in terms of turnout and also some surprising numbers in the polling among Republicans as well.
So how does the law on abortion in Kansas compare to the existing law here in Florida?
Well, keep in mind that abortion is currently and will stay legal as a result of this in Kansas up to 22 weeks. Florida just passed new restrictions, banning it beyond 15 weeks, but that's ultimately a dispute. In fact, now multiple disputes that will have to be settled in court.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you for updating us.
All right, a big thank you to our Fox Tampa political editor, Craig Patrick. Remember, our Live Now from Fox show would not be possible without these segments and the support and reports from our owned and operated stations across the nation. So we actually can take you out back to a look we have right now of Tampa, Florida. The sun not yet rising here in the Sunshine State. We are also going to be in the Sunshine State multiple times today, not only because that's where our Live Now East Coast team joins you from, but also because we are going to have 2 rocket launches coming out of Florida today and then another one elsewhere. So be sure to stick with us. 3 launches in full here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day. But as we continue this conversation, we pride ourselves here on Live Now from Fox showing you full news events, raw and in their entirety. So yesterday, President Biden signing that second executive order on abortion access in the United States. He is still working remotely as a precaution after testing positive for COVID-19 a second time this past weekend in what is being called a rebound case due to a treatment that he was getting after testing positive the first time. Vice President Kamala Harris also in attendance of this panel where this executive order was signed by the president. So it's about 12 minutes long. I do want to play for it for you in full here on Live Now from Fox.
Healthcare does not mean your privacy can be tossed to the wind or you can be discriminated against. We have issued guidance on the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act, EMTALA, which I know that the Attorney General will speak more to affirm that that law protects emergency department providers when offering legally mandated life or health-saving abortion services in emergency situations. EMTALA requires that providers exercise their clinical judgment about the right course of treatment to stabilize the patient, including abortion care if that's the treatment that the provider prescribes. And the law requires providers to offer stabilizing treatment to prevent a patient's condition from placing that patient in jeopardy, serious jeopardy, or at risk of serious impairment or dysfunction of bodily functions or any bodily organ. Providers may not delay care until a woman is in a life-threatening condition. We all know that. And we know that delayed care can threaten lives, impair essential bodily functions, and even compromise a woman's ability in the future to carry a healthy pregnancy to term. I want to thank Attorney General Garland for this week taking action to enforce EMTALA in our courts to protect women's access to care by taking on anyone who would try to violate this law. We still have much to do, and we're going to continue forward, including, for example, in making sure medication abortion is available to women throughout this country. And we won't stop. We were given direction early on by the President and the Vice President. We will continue to move forward. Turn it back to you, Jen.
Thank you, Secretary Becerra. And now I'd like to turn to the Attorney General.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris, for bringing us together today. Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Secretary Becerra, for highlighting the urgency of this crisis and for your partnership. In the 5 weeks since the Supreme Court overturned Roe and Casey, legislatures across the country have taken steps to impose bans and other restrictions on access to abortion with devastating consequences for women's health, their safety, and their civil rights. And we know that the harms caused by these laws have been and will continue to be especially severe for people of color and for those of limited means. Since the day that Dobbs was decided, the Justice Department has made clear that we will be relentless in our efforts to protect and advance reproductive freedom. As we have said repeatedly, women who reside in states that have banned access to abortion must remain free to seek that care in states where it is legal. Under fundamental First Amendment principles, people must also remain free to inform and counsel each other about the reproductive care that is available in other states. States may not ban the abortion medication mifepristone on disagreement with the FDA's expert judgment about its efficacy and safety. And federal agencies may continue to provide reproductive health services to the extent authorized by federal law. Last week, I also said that the Department is vigilantly monitoring state laws and enforcement actions to ensure that states do not infringe on federal protections of reproductive rights. And I said that when they do, we will consider every tool at our disposal, including filing affirmative cases, statements of interest, and intervening in private litigation. Yesterday, the Justice Department filed a lawsuit against the state of Idaho to hold invalid that state's criminal prohibition on providing abortions, as applied to women who are suffering medical emergencies. As we explained in our complaint, Idaho's near-total ban on abortion directly conflicts with the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, or EMTALA. That federal law requires hospitals receiving Medicare funds to provide necessary stabilizing treatment to people suffering from an emergency medical condition. As I said when we announced this suit, it does not matter what state a hospital subject to EMTALA is located in. If a patient comes into an emergency room with a medical emergency jeopardizing the patient's life or health, the hospital must provide the treatment necessary to stabilize that condition. And this includes abortion when that is the necessary treatment. Any state law that prevents a hospital from fulfilling its obligations under EMTALA violates federal law. The Justice Department will also be filing a motion to dismiss the Texas lawsuit challenging HHS's guidance under EMTALA. The law could not be clearer, and we are going to vigorously litigate this suit to ensure women get the emergency care to which they are entitled under federal law. Led by Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta, the Department's Reproductive Rights Task Force will continue to build on these efforts to protect reproductive freedom. Its work includes monitoring state laws that infringe on federal constitutional protections, evaluating appropriate actions in response to those laws, including filing lawsuits and statements of interest, and coordinating technical assistance to both Congress and the states on federal constitutional and statutory considerations. 5 weeks ago, I promised that the Justice Department would work tirelessly to protect reproductive freedom and that we would not waver from our founding responsibility to protect the civil rights of all Americans. That is what we have done, and that is what we will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney General Garland. Now, there's supposed to be, through the miracles of technology, we're supposed to be joined by Secretary McDonough. So Secretary McDonough, if you are with us, look at that. Over to you, sir.
Senate last night. This would not have happened without your having called for it in the State of the Union. And the fact is that it's a very important day for veterans, survivors, their family members. As you know, among the conditions presumptively covered by the PACT Act are cancers that our troops, men and women, including women veterans, the fastest growing cohort of our veterans, 300,000 of them of childbearing age, among the conditions covered for them in this new law will be cancers. And last month, our excellent lead researcher and our excellent lead oncologist briefed our press corps on the progress we're making on treating cancer because of your cancer moonshot, Mr. President. A reasonable question is, and frankly a question our press corps asked, is whether a pregnant veteran whose cancer is connected to her service in Iraq or Afghanistan can have access to that cutting-edge, life-saving treatment that we provide at VA, or will rather, because of Dobbs and associated state law requirements, will she have to wait 9 months to get access to life-saving treatment and life-saving care? Now, these are the patient safety issues that we deal with in VA every day, of the type that you've each discussed. And it's very helpful for us at VA to have the opportunity to get together with this team in the cabinet and your experts to help us resolve those questions. So Madam Vice President, Mr. President, thank you very much for getting us together today to resolve these questions and to ensure that we can provide that life-saving care, that life-saving treatment to our veterans, including our fastest growing cohort of veterans, women veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary McDonough. And now we're going to transition to the closed portion of our meeting. So we'll just take a brief break.
Yeah, we can come back. Okay. We'll get our camera. Sure.
All right, everybody, good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox on this Thursday, August 4th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll only be with you for about another half hour, but don't worry, my lovely co-host will be getting you all up to speed as well on the major headlines and top stories that we're following internationally and stateside to kick off your Thursday. So that is exactly what I want to do right now for you. And if you've been joining us for the last hour, we've pretty much gotten to all of the big ones, but if you are just waking up with us, here is a look at what we are following today. Unfortunately, and I do want to make sure we have the right video for you here, U.S. Congresswoman Jackie Walorski has died. She represented Indiana's 2nd Congressional District and was killed in a car accident yesterday in her home state along with 2 of her aides. This is a look at some of the footage that we've got from the site of the accident right now. Police say a driver coming in the other direction went over the median and crashed head-on into their SUV. The driver of the other vehicle was also killed. A member of the Republican Party, Walorski was first elected to Congress in 2012. Her district contains the cities of South Bend and Elkhart. She was 58 years old, so we will certainly be touching on her life and legacy throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. We are also going to be touching base on some international news related to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's tour of Asia. She is expected to stop in Japan today following that controversial visit to the island nation of Taiwan. You've got the Chinese army responding with the launch of missiles in the Taiwan Strait that began today. So far, we've learned that Taiwan said 2 missiles were launched near the Matsu Islands of the coast of China earlier this morning. China's military kicking off these unprecedented war games, really, that are set to last until noon on Saturday as Beijing ramps up its intimidation campaign against the self-ruled island following Nancy Pelosi's visit. So this is actually something that Secretary of State Antony Blinken has referenced while he is also overseas. He is actually in Cambodia right now, and we pride ourselves here on Live Now from Fox for showing you the live, the raw, and unfiltered. Well, he is taking part in a conference right now. Here you can see him speaking, so I do want to listen in to Secretary of State Blinken in Cambodia here on Live Now from Fox.
And as we look to the future, the United States is determined to deepen and strengthen our partnership with ASEAN to meet the challenges that are affecting citizens in all of our countries. We are committed to ASEAN's success. We strongly support the ASEAN outlook on the Pacific, and we wholeheartedly endorse the values upon which the outlook is based: openness, inclusivity, commitment to the rule of law, good governance, and, Brittney, as you said, respect for international law. These values are also at the heart of our own Indo-Pacific strategy. Our strategy, the ASEAN outlook, are very holistic in their approach. As President Biden said at the ASEAN-U.S. Special Summit in May, we're launching a new era in ASEAN-U.S. relations. And to name just a few examples of our cooperation, last September, U.S. Secretary of Energy Brianna participated in the ASEAN-U.S. Energy Ministerial to deepen cooperation on shared goals like promoting renewable and emerging energy technologies.
All right, everybody. So as you can see, it is a bit difficult to hear him. This is what we like to call a nat mic. Basically, the person filming him doesn't have direct access to the microphone that Secretary of State Blinken is speaking into. So that explains why his audio is a little muffled. But basically, to kind of give you some insight into his trip, he is speaking in Cambodia right now. He is attending something called the U.S. Asia Ministers meeting, and he is expected to address the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, the war in Ukraine, and he has also made some comments regarding House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. So Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia and Pacific Affairs briefing reporters on the trip said that Blinken is basically urging other nations at this regional forum to step up pressure on Myanmar's ruling junta after it executed 4 activists this week. That is also on his agenda. There were no plans for Blinken to sit down with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who is also in attendance at this meeting. But he has been meeting with several officials during his visit to Cambodia. I actually do have about 3 minutes of remarks that he just made earlier this morning, so I do want to listen in here on Live Now from Fox. This happened just a couple of hours ago.
In crisis, there's also opportunity, and I hope, and we hope, and will certainly support Sri Lanka in these efforts. There's an opportunity in this moment to create a more inclusive, representative, democratic, responsive government, and to use this crisis to seize that opportunity to make something very positive out of a very difficult situation would stand Sri Lanka in very, very good stead. We're also very supportive of Sri Lanka and the IMF working out an arrangement that also requires appropriate debt restructuring that has to be done on an equitable basis with all of the creditors doing what's necessary to support Sri Lanka at this time. But I appreciate taking the time to meet today and look forward to a good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Blinken, for your warm congratulatory messages when I took over, and I have worked very closely with your government in my previous capacity, both as the Finance Minister and the Justice Minister, and
to sit with them, to hear from them.
All right, everybody, it does look like we've gotten better audio as the Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaks live right now at a forum happening between the U.S. And other world leaders in Cambodia. He is addressing right now the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, Myanmar, and the war in Ukraine. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Thank you very much, Secretary Blinken. Thank you, Tony. May I now kindly request the media to leave the room as we will start the closed session.
I truly love raw television because as soon as I took you right there when we got better audio, she said, thank you so much, Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Thank you for the remarks that we clearly missed. Okay, so we are going to work to get you those and bring you back out to some of what Secretary Blinken had to say a little bit later in our show, but he is going to be in Cambodia and overseas for the next couple of days. But speaking of another high-stakes visit overseas, we have been continuing to follow So House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Asia. This is day 4 of her tour, and she is expected to head to Japan. We should be getting feeds of her arriving any moment now. And this is all following her very high-stakes visit to Taiwan. So actually here is some video that we have right now of pro-Beijing groups protesting House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The demonstrators rallied outside the U.S. consulate in Hong Kong yesterday, carrying signs saying, "Shameless politician, get out of Taiwan." Protesters also throwing eggs at Pelosi's picture and tearing up an American flag, shouting anti-U.S. and anti-Pelosi slogans. And this is all happening as we have learned that China is retaliating in response to her visit. They have launched missiles into the Taiwan Strait earlier today. It is China's largest ever military drills encircling the island. They said as of this morning, 2 missiles were launched near the Matsu Islands off the coast of China. And China's military basically kicking off these unprecedented war games that are set to last until noon on Saturday. Following Nancy Pelosi's visit, Taiwan's defense ministry saying that they are going to watch these drills very closely. And this is all while House Speaker Pelosi continues with her delegation through Asia. Yesterday she was in South Korea, and today she is heading to Japan. So here is a Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy with everything you need to know about House Speaker Pelosi's visit to Asia.
Commend Taiwan for being one of the freest societies in the world.
That's not how China sees things, though. Neither is this.
Today, the world faces a choice between democracy and autocracy.
The Communist Party of China is readying a response, effectively encircling Taiwan and warning ships and airplanes to steer clear as they prepare for large-scale military exercises. Foreign ministers of the G7 write, "We are concerned by recent and announced threatening actions by the People's Republic of China, PRC, particularly live-fire exercises and economic coercion, which risk unnecessary escalation." President Biden didn't directly mention any of this, but he did talk to his national security advisors about a, quote, free and open Indo-Pacific.
I was ambassador to Japan. We used the term kabuki theater. I think that's what's going on here. You're going to see a lot of theater, but I don't expect this to turn into anything that's kinetic.
So Republicans aren't sure the Chinese will back up this kind of tough talk from a Chinese ambassador. Quote, "The U.S. must pay the price for its own mistake, and we mean what we say." White House officials won't say if they consider that a serious threat.
The United States will not seek and does not want a crisis. We are prepared to manage what Beijing chooses to do.
White House officials also won't weigh in on whether or not Speaker Pelosi's trip was worth it, something they haven't done before, during, or after her visit.
We've got a real weakness in this White House, where the White House wouldn't even back up the Speaker for going to Taiwan.
When they go, he doesn't dictate it, they go. Now he can say if he thinks it was good or not.
I mean, that's not how it works. That is not how it works here.
We're going to learn a lot more about how it works here as we wait to see if U.S. military assets in the region move as requested by the Chinese. It hasn't even been a week yet since President Biden told Xi that he opposes Chinese efforts to undermine peace and stability in the Straits of Taiwan. And yet, here we are at the White House. Peter Doocy, Fox News.
We commend
All right, everybody, we've got a little bit of breaking news here as far as a video goes. This news just coming into our desk, obviously talking about the missile strikes and the military exercises that China has launched as of this morning in response to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit. So this video is coming into us courtesy of the People's Liberation Army via Storyful. So Storyful is basically a platform that allows us to bring in this footage bring it to you here on our show and show you exactly what is going on when it comes to international and world events. So this is video of the Navy and Air Force of the Eastern Theater Command of the People's Liberation Army carrying out a joint military exercise near Taiwan following Nancy Pelosi's visit as she was in Taiwan just a little less than 2 days ago. This footage was published by the media division of the PLA alongside a statement about the exercises where you could see fighter planes and Navy ships. The PLA saying that the aim of the exercise had been to organize multi-directional, high-intensity sea and air approaches to Taiwan. The Army had previously announced 3 days of exercises in the water and airspace around Taiwan starting today. Taiwan's Ministry of Defense condemning the plan, saying that it was clear that China was seeking a cross-strait resolution by force instead of peaceful means. So this is basically almost a little bit of a war game when it comes to China trying to antagonize Taiwan, showing Taiwan that they are not happy with the visit from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her delegation. It was officially a week ago today where the president of China spoke to President Biden on the phone, warning him not to play with fire when it comes to U.S.-Taiwanese relations. So we'll continue to follow this story for you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. 6:18 a.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Regina Gonzalez, continuing to bring you all of the top stories that you want and need to know about as you kick off your Thursday morning. I do want to first do that by starting you off with some positive vibes. This gorgeous sunrise over the city of Tampa, Florida this morning. We are actually getting 2 different vantage points of beautiful sunrises in Florida, and this one is particularly important. This is actually live from Port Canaveral, Florida, and that is because any moment now we are expecting a rocket launch from the Kennedy Space Center. This is actually going to be one of 3 launches that we air for you here on Live Now from Fox. We did just get this feed into our desk. Basically, it is some pre-coverage of the launch that is going to be happening here any moment now. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this feed for you here. But when it comes to 3 launches across the U.S. This is a pretty rare occurrence for space travel. 2 of them taking place right here along Florida's Space Coast, which is that look we have for you right here. Port Canaveral, Cape Canaveral, all the same area. So here's our Fox 35 Orlando team with a look at some of the launches that we will be streaming for you here on Live Now from Fox today.
The beating heart of Florida's space program is right here at the Cape, and they're gearing up for not 1 but 2 launches about 12 hours apart. At a crewed Blue Origin launch, taking up 6 passengers in West Texas. 3 launches happening on the same day. That has never happened.
It's the first time that it's happening, that it is different programs and different vehicles. They're all launching from the Space Force side. So the Cape's busy, and it's the first time it's happened this way. The neat thing is we know it won't be the last.
The first launch happening is the SBIRS GEO-6. These satellites will help defend the country from missile attacks. Space Command tells us it will support missile warnings and provide real-time information for the government to use. The second is a SpaceX launch. South Korea's lunar orbiter will make its way to space, and if successful, they could be one of the few countries to put a science payload into orbit around the moon. Space Up Close journalist Ken Kramer says the mission will help gather useful data in preparation for future missions to the lunar surface.
Both these missions, the military mission and the science mission, is very important for the United States.
And in West Texas, we have Blue Origin's latest commercial mission, where a local restaurant owner is hitching a ride on a new Shepard rocket.
Clearly right now, Florida is getting, is the hot spot. And, you know, Space Florida's job is to make sure Florida gets more than its fair share of the global marketplace. So right now we're doing pretty well at that.
Alina Shirazi, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Alina Shirazi for that report.
L
She's
minus
got a
7
really
minutes.
cool job. She is basically
Status
Fox
check to proceed with
35
terminal count.
Orlando's
Atlas system,
space
propulsion.
reporter. So you
Go.
could actually
Hydraulic.
hear right now some checks going on. So this is basically some pre-coverage that we have gone into our desk. NASA TV. This is specifically the ULA launch. So right now I do want to bring you back out to this look we have of Port Canaveral, Florida, Cape Canaveral, Florida, right down the road there, the Kennedy Space Center. So basically, Florida Space Coast is going to be busy, as you just heard Alina say. 2 planned rocket launches just hours apart. This first one that we are going to get in just minutes is the United Launch Alliance. They're sending up an Atlas V rocket on a mission for the U.S. Space Force. Space Command says the satellite is going to support missile warnings and provide real-time information for the government. It will reportedly be able to detect and report missile launches around the world, as you just heard Alina mention. Officials say this is the last spacecraft to find its home among 5 other satellites that are already in space. This is the 95th Atlas V rocket, so liftoff is scheduled for 6:29 a.m., so just 6 minutes away. And we do have those feeds coming into our desk right now. They are doing some final checks before launch. So you know what? We've got it live. We've got it raw and unfiltered. And we always like to joke, we could take you around the United States. We could take you worldwide. And sometimes we can even take you to space. So you can see that rocket getting ready for launch here just moments away on Florida Space Coast. So let's listen in to NASA's coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everybody.
You'll hear Go Atlas, Go Centaur, Go SBIRS. This is the final status check of Atlas, Centaur, and SBIRS GEO-6 readiness. At T-minus 3 seconds, the main engine ignites, followed by ignition of the solid rocket boosters. Then, after seeing Atlas V lift off the launch pad, you'll begin hearing flight commentator Jesse Gonzalez providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Roger. All steps complete prior to terminal count.
This is Atlas Mission Control at T-minus 4 minutes and holding. We anticipate releasing the hold in just a few moments.
4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. 355.
Ground pyros enabled.
The countdown clock has resumed and we are go for launch at 6:29 a.m. Eastern. With liftoff approaching, we're going to raise the volume on our launch team so you can hear the final preps taking place.
Minutes.
Securing LO2 topping.
Atlas tanks the flight pressure.
250. FPS internal. $159, 157, vehicle internal, 155.
On sequencer start.
150. Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
All right, everybody, we are about 2 minutes away from the United Launch Alliance sending up an Atlas V rocket on a mission for the U.S. Space Force from the Kennedy Space Center. This is a stark reminder, if you are watching this on your TVs right now and joining us from the Space Coast, go outside. You'll be able to see this rocket launch into the sky. I'm only doing that because I have lived in Florida on the Space Coast for about 2 years now, and every time I realize that I'm watching this on TV, I realize that I'm not outside actually seeing it in real life. I've only seen one out of the dozens that I've covered at this point. So I do suggest leaving this on, of course. Keep us live now from Fox on your TVs. But go outside and get the full immersive experience. Launch is set for just about a minute away.
$40 seconds.
Stable at step 3.
$28, 25.
Status check. Go Atlas. Go Centaur. Go Sabres.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition and liftoff of the Atlas V rocket for United Launch Alliance carrying Sivers GO6 for the United States Space Force.
Passing 30 seconds of flight. Vehicle is now 2 miles in altitude. And the RD-180 is now throttling down as expected. Engine response looks good. And the vehicle vehicle has completed its roll maneuver. Passing 50 seconds in flight, Mach 1, Atlas 5 is now supersonic. Vehicle is now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. And the RD-180 is now throttling back up as expected. Engine response looks good. Standing by for SRB burnout.
You are hearing the voice of Jesse Gonzalez providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Coming up on 90 seconds into flight. And we have burnout on both SRBs. And the RD-180 is now throttling back up as expected. Vehicle is now 20 miles in altitude, traveling at 3,000 miles per hour. And we have indication of jettison of both SRBs. And the vehicle has gone to closed loop guidance. And the RCS system is now pressurizing to flight levels. And the reaction control system pressures have reached operational levels. The vehicle is now 45 miles in altitude, about 100 miles downrange, traveling at 6,500 miles per hour. And the RD-180 is now throttling to maintain a constant 5G acceleration limit. Engine response looks good. And the Centaur has begun the boost phase chill down sequence to thermally condition the RL-10 for operation. And the RD-180 is now throttling to maintain a 4.6G acceleration limit until BECO. And we have BECO, booster engine cutoff. And we have stage separation. Seeing good pre-start on the RL-10. Standing by for MES-1. And we have MES-1. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison. This first burn will
This
be
is
about
Atlas
8.5
Mission
minutes.
Control at T+5 minutes. We just heard flight commentator Jesse Gonzalez confirm the successful completion of the early phase of today's flight, and all systems continue to operate nominally. Our next event, Centaur main engine cutoff, will occur in about 8 minutes. SBIRS provides in-space missile warning. Let's learn more about the importance of this capability from the Space Systems Command.
Our adversaries across the globe.
All right,
our
everybody,
near-peer
that was
consider
some live coverage from NASA TV on what is called now a successful launch from the United Launch Alliance, sending a rocket to space on a mission for the U.S. Space Force. It looks like our team in Cape Canaveral is getting some reaction from people who headed out early to get a sight from the ground. Let's listen in to some of what they had to say.
James Finesse.
Spell your last name so I get it right.
F-U-R-N-E-S-S.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks
That was
very much.
it. See, it was painless. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
All right, looks like we missed that reaction there, but a successful mission from Cape Canaveral, Florida this morning. This is actually a different vantage point we have right now because you have Cape Canaveral, you've got the Space Coast, but then it's also a huge port. This is a look at a cruise ship there in the area. So a successful mission this morning. This is one of 3 launches that you could watch here on Live Now from Fox. Another one will be happening from Cape Canaveral in just a couple of hours. And then you're also going to have a Blue Origin launch from Texas. So we do have a look once again at some of the coverage there from NASA TV. It's really cool. We actually work with NASA a lot. When there's major space news, we can have some of their guests on to talk more in depth about some of these missions. And then they bring us full pre-produced coverage. Obviously, they are the experts here. So we like to bring it to you when we show you launches on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, I will be leaving you. My lovely co-host Gabrielle Amato will be joining you shortly with all the latest top stories from across the globe. When we come back, we are going to listen in to the latest White House press briefing from yesterday as we continue to get reaction across the board to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. She is expected to land in Japan here within the next couple of hours as she continues that tour in Asia. And then we've also got President Biden signing a second executive order to protect abortion access in the U.S. So we'll have all that here in the latest press briefing from the White House after this quick break.
So we're going to go until 1:45. The in-town pool has to gather at that time, and then I'll go for another 15 minutes until 2, and then we're going to hear the president speak at 2 o'clock. So hopefully that's a good amount of time, and then we'll be back tomorrow and the next day. Okay, so we have seen a lot of momentum in the last 24 hours in our fight to restore Roe. Americans in Kansas turned out to challenge views that would move the country backwards, with fewer rights and politicians invading our most personal decisions, and they won. In the wake of Dobbs, the president predicted people would turn out in record numbers to reclaim rights stolen from them, and they did. The ballot measure proposed by extreme, out-of-step Republican officials would have eviscerated fundamental rights and access to health care. Republican officials have been very clear. They are pushing extreme laws banning a woman's right to choose, many of which don't allow exceptions even for rape or incest. And they are calling on a national ban on abortion. As I mentioned yesterday, the DOJ also brought a suit against Idaho, where a near total abortion ban is threatening women's lives. Federal law makes clear doctors must provide emergency care, including abortion services, to women facing health and life-threatening conditions. But under Idaho's law, women with medical conditions like ectopic pregnancies or hemorrhages can be denied the emergency care they need. And today, President Biden will sign an executive order at the first meeting of the Interagency Task Force that builds on the actions we've already taken to protect access to safe abortions, contraception, and the ability to travel. Today, the President is directing the Secretary of Health and Human Services to work with states, including through Medicaid, to help women who need to travel out of state for reproductive health care, ensuring there's no discrimination when obtaining medical care, and promoting research and data collection on maternal health outcomes. There have been big steps forward in the fight to protect our rights, but it's not the end of the fight. What's at stake here is a choice between a national abortion ban, as Republicans have already called for, and more radical attacks on fundamental rights versus standing up for the rights Americans have been entitled to for almost 50 years. We're now seeing 50 days into what remains the fastest decline in gas prices in over a decade. Gas prices are now down 86 cents a gallon from their June peak, saving American families with 2 cars on average over $90 a month on gas. And drivers can now find gas for less than $3.99 a gallon at more than half of all gas stations across the country. Prices are coming down even as Putin's war continues to put pressure on global energy supplies. President Biden promised he would address Putin's price hike at the pump, and he is. He is releasing 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. He is rallying international partners to release an unprecedented amount of oil. More work remains, but prices are going down, and the president will continue to call on domestic and international oil producers to increase output so they can continue to come down. Finally, lastly, today, former Treasury secretaries from both the Democratic and Republican administrations just became the latest in a wide range of economic experts to endorse the Inflation Reduction Act. These high-level officials from both parties reaffirmed that this package will cut many of families' biggest costs and act against inflation. They also became the latest in a long list of experts, as I shared with you recently, who have debunked congressional Republicans' lies meant to protect tax welfare for wealthy special interests at any cost, even prolong inflation. Larry Summers, Tim Geithner, Jack Lew, Hank Paulson, and Bob Rubin join over 120 leading economists, including Nobel Prize winners, CBO directors, who have analyzed the Inflation Reduction Act and agree it will lower costs, reduce inflation, address a range of critical and long-standing economic challenges. There are also 3 new polls out today from Morning Consult Politico, Yahoo News, YouGov, and Navigator Research that underscore the American public's overwhelming support for the major components of the bill, including lowering costs of prescription drugs, requiring large corporations and the wealthiest Americans to pay their fair share, and lowering health insurance premiums. Americans are weighing in with resounding support for the Inflation Reduction Act, and that's in contrast to Republican members of Congress who want to block this legislation to protect tax welfare for the wealthy and corporations. Not only that, but while congressional Democrats want to lower your prescription drug and health care costs, Republicans want to put Medicare and Social Security on the chopping block every year, like Ron Johnson repeated yesterday. The choice is clear, and we urge Congress to move forward with this package as soon as possible. Josh, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thanks, Karine. Two questions on two subjects. First, OPEC today. OPEC Plus is boosting oil production by a much slower pace in September than in previous months, at about 100,000 barrels a day. After President Biden's visit to Saudi Arabia, was this the potentially substantial increase that the administration was looking for?
So I'll say this, the president has been very clear, Josh, that oil supply must meet oil demand. And the fact of the matter is, and I just laid this out in the top, which is 7 weeks ago, the price of barrel of oil was about $120, and now it's at around $95. Gas prices went from more than $5 to under $4 for a majority of the country. We've seen the fastest decline, as I just laid out, in gas prices in over a decade, and that's 50 days straight of decline. So what we're focused on is keeping those prices down. We wanted to see some increases in the production before we announced the trip, and we actually saw that in that first week of June when OPEC Plus announced that it was going to increase their production by 50% in July and August, so we saw that happen. But what we're focused on is the bottom line for us is that reducing the price of oil in the market is the most important thing, and that's what we're seeing, and that's what we're going to continue to work on.
Secondly, a bipartisan group of senators, including Kaine, Sinema, Collins, and Murkowski, introduced a bill this week that would bar states from enacting pre-viability abortion bans. But they would allow some restrictions on abortions for pregnancies after viability. Does President Biden consider that a satisfactory standard?
So we'll say this. I know that was introduced. The president has been very clear on this, is that the only way to secure a woman's right to choose is for Congress to take action, is to restore protections of Roe as federal law. That is how we're going to do this in a blanket way so that women's rights for reproductive health is really protected. He stands ready to work with Congress to pass a bill that does exactly that. And it's not just him. It's majority of the American people believe this. They believe that a woman's right to choose should be their right. So again, we're going to continue to work with Congress. I don't have anything specific to say about that particular legislation, but we have been very clear Congress needs to act in order to codify Roe.
Thanks, Karine. A couple questions about Taiwan. First off, has the president spoken to Speaker Pelosi since she left Taiwan?
So as you know, she's traveling, I believe, to Japan and South Korea. I can't remember which one is first. So she's on her travels. I don't have a call to read out to you at this time, but they have a relationship. They talk pretty regularly. Don't have anything, again, specifically to read out at this time.
The G7 just expressed concerns about China's threatening behavior in the Taiwan Strait. Those are their words. Does this letter come with any consequences if China continues that behavior?
So let me just reiterate what we have been saying from the podium for many days now. You also heard this directly from our National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, who was on many of your networks yesterday, saying that the Speaker has the right to make a decision on where she chooses to travel. We provide the assistance and the kind of the geopolitical briefing and kind of what we believe the national security reasons are for, or lay that out for her as she makes a decision. She is, we do not decide where she goes. She makes that decision. As you know, the president was a senator for 36 years. He understands that particular fact. So that's number one. It does not change at all our long-standing policy, U.S. policy, that we have had. We have made that very clear. The trip does not change that. There is a precedent for a speaker, we've talked about this in here, to travel to Taiwan, and so none of that changes. And so, there's no reason for Beijing to turn this visit, which is consistent with our policy, into some sort of crisis, or to use it as a pretext to increase aggressive military activity in or around the Taiwan Strait, as you just asked, Nancy. But again, it doesn't change anything. The president spoke to President Xi just last week. That was their fifth conversation. They continued to have an open dialogue. That's what we have been wanting with China. Again, there is no reason to see any change. It continues to be consistent.
But the G7, of which the U.S. is a member, is warning China not to continue this behavior. What is the consequence for China if it does continue this behavior?
So again, we said many days ago, we said that we knew this was going to happen. We knew China was going to behave in this way. Again, it doesn't change our policy. We are going to monitor, and we will manage what Beijing chooses to do.
On the EO that the president is going to sign. So we're now some 6 weeks out from the Supreme Court ruling on abortion, and this EO seems to be directing Health and Human Services Department to consider a number of actions. So where is the urgency right now for women who need help, and when will the help actually kick in? What is the timeline?
So when the president normally does an executive order, it's always to consider. That's always the wording and the language that's in an EO. So that is nothing new. You'll see that in any executive order that he signs. So it is in line with that. Look, I mean, just to, it's really important what this is going to do. It's going to help, in particular, low-income women, right? If you think about it, it paves the way for Medicaid to pay for abortions for women having to travel out of state. Secretary Becerra will invite states to apply for Medicaid waivers to allow them to provide reproductive health care to women who live in states where abortions are banned. Those he judged to be the strongest and most effective on both legal and policy grounds. That's what the president is doing. He's reviewing the options that he has. And also the thing to note here, and we have said this is in consultation with groups, this is in consultation with legal experts when we make these announcements, and the president has been very clear. He is going to continue to do whatever he can to make sure that a woman's rights to choose continues to be protected the best way that he can from the federal government. But again, the way we do this, the way to make sure that it is federal law is Congress needs to act, and Americans need to make sure that their voices are heard.
What is the timeline, specific timeline on this EO for women who want to have an abortion soon? Will this help them get one? Are we talking about days? Are we talking about weeks? Are we talking about 6 months?
So that's a great question. We don't have the details to share today, but HHS will soon have more on what a waiver could look like in the timeline, as you're asking me, and which would generally target, again, low-income women served by Medicaid and help cover certain costs. So HHS, as you know, the president's going to sign the executive order. It says to consider. Secretary Becerra will then work with his team to figure out the details and the timeline.
And one more question on this. How will you be able to help women pay to cross a state line to get somewhere else where they need to go, given the restrictions of the Hyde Amendment?
So that is something that HHS will come up with the details on that.
But you're about to sign an EO. Have they not figured that out?
Well, we're going to leave it to HHS to come up with the details on the specifics on how they're going to work with states if a state asks for a waiver and what that's going to look like. So this is going to be in their purview. They're going to come up with the specifics, again, with the details on how this is going to work. But again, this is what the president is doing. He's looking at everything that's available to him on the table, whatever is legally possible, what he can use his executive authority to move forward on, and that's what he's doing.
A quick question again on oil. 100,000 barrels a day, it's enough to basically cover, I think, 86 seconds of global oil demand in a day. And it's essentially a rounding error when analysts say that the kingdom could increase production by at least 5 times as much. Is the White House happy with that amount? And again, does Biden feel like he got what he wanted out of the visit to Saudi Arabia?
So, again, the way we look at this is that I laid out the gas prices and how that's gone down. We went from 120. It's gone now. All right, 120. There we go.
You just missed it.
So this is the prices at the pump, 86 cents. But if you look at the barrels the barrels, it went from 120 to $95. That's a significant I think, movement that we have seen. And again, you know, we're not members of the OPEC Plus. We have said that we do not belong to OPEC Plus. But they made an announcement the first week of June, and they said they would increase 50% in July and August, and they did that. This is 1 month, if you think about it. This is a 1 month increase, but the president's going to continue to do the work. Look, if you think about his trip, to your second question, to the Middle East, it was important to go. I mean, think about the announcement that we made about the Yemen truce. That's a war that started 8 years ago. 8 years ago. And by having that truce, which is going on 6 months, we're saving thousands of lives. And so that matters as well. So we think that the trip was certainly worth it. It also allowed Israel to come back, to be included, to be more so included in the Middle East region, which is also very important. And so, look, when it comes to gas prices and oil production and meeting supply, we're going to continue to work on that. But you've seen the president take those steps. When you think about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, when you think about how he was able to rally our allies to do 240 million. So that is, we see that as incredibly important as we're doing the work on for the president.
And just quickly, Saudi Aramco also signed MOUs today with China Petroleum and Chemical Corporation to collaborate more, and with Sinopec to create a new manufacturing hub in Saudi Arabia. Is there concern in the administration that Saudi Arabia is sort of loosening its energy ties with the U.S. and getting closer to China?
So that particular report, I would have to go back to the team and get back to you. I've not seen that reporting.
Just had a follow-up on the executive order. Since the president is directing the Secretary of HHS to consider actions on helping patients who need to travel out of state to get certain health care services, what are some examples of potential actions, and were there specific examples that the White House presented to HHS to consider? The fact sheet didn't list any examples.
No, that's a good question. I can give you a little bit of the waiver details. I don't have examples. Hopefully this helps. And you tell me, MJ, and we're always happy to talk to you afterwards. So as you know, Medicaid provides comprehensive health care to women with low incomes. This care includes family planning services such as contraception, non-emergency medical transportation, and support services like targeted case management, which allows health care providers to help patients coordinate their care. And it also includes abortion care in certain circumstances as accepted by the Hyde Amendment, which is rape and incest and life of the mother. Today's announcements and the President's directive to Secretary Becerra is to leverage Medicaid to support patient care for those living in states with abortion bans. This process will be driven again by HHS, so they will have more to share on what the Medicaid opportunity is, including through Medicaid waivers are available to states interested in supporting patient care for those who live out of state. But generally speaking, though, these opportunities will target low-income women served by Medicaid, because we were asked that question, how we were going to help women who couldn't afford abortion. So this answers this question, having the waivers, and it will cover care that is otherwise part of Medicaid's comprehensive benefit program, which include travel under Medicaid's non-emergency medical transportation benefit. They will have more of the details, but that's kind of the laydown that I can give you at this time.
And just in terms of the timing of this executive order, obviously the idea of helping patients who need to travel out of out of whatever state they're living in now to get abortion services, other health care services.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are listening back into the latest update from the White House Press Secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, as she touches on a slew of topics, including but not limited to, of course, the situation in Taiwan, as we do know that China continues military drills, unprecedented military drills surrounding the island. Also, the latest on President Joe Biden as he signs a second executive order protecting travel for abortions. It's been a very busy day here on Live Now from Fox. We just showed you a live rocket launch from Cape Canaveral, Florida. We are expecting another one later on today at 9:30. We're actually going to be live in Texas for another launch, and then later on this evening there will be another launch from Cape Canaveral. So exciting times here on the eastern portion of the country. And of course, we are also sending our condolences to the family of Jackie Walorski of Indiana after she and 2 aides were killed in a car crash. She lost her life, unfortunately, at the age of just 58, and tributes are pouring in from the nation's capital. It is just before the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is officially past the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your morning here with us on the show. As you do head out the door this morning to work or wherever it is that you are going, we want to make sure that you're up to speed on all of the top stories on this Thursday morning, and we do want to take you out to our triple box view of all of the top stories that we are monitoring, not only here in the United States, but abroad as well. Just moments ago, we did have a launch from the Florida Space Coast. This is actually a double launch day here in the state of Florida. Later on tonight, we'll have another launch from Cape Canaveral, Florida. And a little bit later on this morning at the 9:30 mark, we're actually going to head out to Texas for another launch. So it's a very exciting day. We're not only here in the United States, we're not only covering the latest international news, but we're quite literally in space as well. It's a very somber day in the nation's capital as respects are being paid to the family of Congresswoman Jackie Walorski after she and 2 aides were killed in a car accident. Walorski, who represented Indiana's 2nd congressional district, was killed in a car crash yesterday in her home state, once again along with 2 of her aides. We'll get you up to speed on everything that we know in this top story as tributes are pouring in. A member of the Republican Party, of course, President Joe Biden, also paying his respects. So we'll get you up to speed on all of the details that we do know surrounding that tragic accident. We do also know that President Joe Biden signed an executive order intended to make it easier for women to travel to other states to get an abortion. The order allows states where abortions are still legal to apply for Medicare waivers that would help them treat patients from out of state. So that's just the latest measure that the President of the United States is taking as a result of the Supreme Court overturning that historic 1973 landmark Roe v. Wade decision. But we're actually going to begin our show internationally with the latest news coming in from overseas as we have been monitoring House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's trip to Asia. These are actually images that came into our newsroom earlier today of protests, pro-Beijing groups protesting House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The demonstrators rallied outside of the U.S. consulate in Hong Kong yesterday, carrying signs saying, "Shameless politician, get out of Taiwan." Protesters also threw eggs at Pelosi's picture and tore an American flag, shouting anti-U.S. and anti-Pelosi slogans. This is just the latest news coming into our newsroom, of course, on a day where we also have been monitoring all of the reaction pouring out of China. We actually have pretty remarkable images of some of the drills that China and military excursions that China are now performing around the island of Taiwan. Of course, this is all as a result of that visit by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to the self-ruled island of Taiwan that Beijing regards as its sovereign territory. So for those of you that tune in and perhaps are a bit confused as to why this conflict even exists, China sees Taiwan as a portion of the Chinese territory. But Taiwan, of course, sees itself as being self-ruled. China does not like when Taiwan welcomes world leaders. Nevertheless, someone in a country who obviously has conflict with China, which is, of course, the United States. So soon after the scheduled visit by Nancy Pelosi, China's state broadcaster said the drills had begun and would end on Sunday. So we're going to see these drills occurring over the course of the next couple of days. They are going to include live firing on the waters and in the airspace surrounding Taiwan. 2 missiles were launched by China near Taiwan's Matsu Islands, which lie off the coast of China at around 2 p.m. local time, in the direction of drill zones announced by China, according to an internal security report by Taiwan, as seen by Reuters. So this is the latest news that is coming into our newsroom. Taiwan officials have said the drills violate United Nations rules, invade Taiwan's territorial space, and are a direct challenge to free air and sea navigation. So this is just the latest escalation as a result of Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island. Our White House correspondent, Peter Ducey, he actually joins us from the North Lawn on the latest when it comes to Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. So let's listen into all these details.
Taiwan for being one of the freest societies in the world.
That's not how China sees things, though. Neither is this.
Today, the world faces a choice between democracy and autocracy.
The Communist Party of China is readying a response, effectively encircling Taiwan and warning ships and airplanes to steer clear as they prepare for large-scale military exercises. Foreign ministers of the G7 write, "We are concerned by recent and announced threatening actions by the People's Republic of China, PRC, particularly live-fire exercises and economic coercion, which risk unnecessary escalation." President Biden didn't directly mention any of this, but he did talk to his national security advisors about a, quote, free and open Indo-Pacific.
I was ambassador to Japan. We used the term kabuki theater. I think that's what's going on here. You're going to see a lot of theater, but I don't expect this to turn into anything that's kinetic.
So Republicans aren't sure the Chinese will back up this kind of tough talk from a Chinese ambassador. Quote, "The U.S. must pay the price for its own mistake, and we mean what we say." White House officials won't say if they consider that a serious threat.
The United States will not seek and does not want a crisis. We are prepared to manage what Beijing chooses to do.
White House officials also won't weigh in on whether or not Speaker Pelosi's trip was worth it, something they haven't done before, during, or after her visit.
We've got a real weakness in this White House, where the White House wouldn't even back up the Speaker for going to Taiwan.
When they go, he doesn't dictate it, they go. Now he can say if he thinks it was good or not.
I mean, that's not how it works. That is not how it works here.
We're going to learn a lot more about how it works here as we wait to see if U.S. military assets in the region move as requested by the Chinese. It hasn't even been a week yet since President Biden told Xi that he opposes Chinese efforts to undermine peace and stability in the Straits of Taiwan. And yet, here we are at the White House. Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And thank you to Peter for that report. Once again, this is the latest video coming into our newsroom of some of those drills that are occurring as we speak surrounding Taiwan. China says it's conducted precision missile strikes in the Taiwan Strait on Thursday as part of military exercises that have raised tensions in the region to their highest level in decades. China earlier announced that military exercises by its Navy, Air Force, and other departments were underway in 6 zones surrounding Taiwan, which Peter Ducey just outlined there with an excellent map. So you have a visual of how these drills are quite literally surrounding the island of Taiwan. The drills, of course, were prompted by a visit to the island by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi just days ago and are intended to advertise China's threat to attack the self-governing island republic. Along with its moves to isolate Taiwan diplomatically, China has long threatened military retaliation over moves by the island to solidify their independence with support of key allies such as the United States, which obviously Nancy Pelosi's visit and the words that she chose to use during her speech did emphasize. So this is obviously a situation we are going to keep a very close eye on here on Live Now from Fox. And I am being told that we actually have new video that has just come into our newsroom that I can pull up for you as well. We did just refer to those precision missile strikes, and that is the video that you are seeing here on your screen. So once again, this is the latest video coming into our newsroom out of Taiwan as China continues to conduct precision missile strikes surrounding the island of Taiwan. And here's another great visual there. And I actually want to pull that back for you, and we can pause it so you can just really see where it is that some of these missile strikes are occurring and how close it is to the island of Taiwan. So that green portion there on your screens in the middle of the ocean is obviously Taiwan, and that is where these precision missile strikes are taking place. So very clearly a message by the Chinese government and a demonstration of the military power that could be inflicted as a result of the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's trip to Taiwan just days ago. This is an international situation that we will continue to monitor here on Live Now from Fox. When we speak about the latest, when it comes to the latest international news, of course, we do want to get you up to speed on all of the details surrounding Brittney Griner and her trial in Russia for possession of cannabis. We do know that today we are expecting closing arguments in Brittney Griner's trial, and we'll work to get you a live feed inside of that courtroom and, of course, keep you up to date on any details that do emerge from those closing arguments. We're also monitoring the very latest when it comes to the situation in Europe when it comes to the war in Ukraine. The Russian invasion has officially hit day 163, and U.S. senators delivered overwhelming bipartisan approval to NATO membership for both Finland and Sweden just yesterday. Our Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with national security expert Hal Kempfer right after that vote. We will play that for you. But before we get to that, I do want to walk you through the latest news coming into our newsroom from Kyiv, Ukraine, on the situation on the ground in Ukraine. So let's listen in.
The word HIMARS has become almost synonymous with the word justice for our country.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky praising President Joe Biden's administration for supplying rocket launchers and committing to an additional $550 million in defense aid. Today, Ukrainian forces cut off one of Russia's vital supply routes by striking a Russian ammunition train and severing the railway between Kherson and Crimea. Despite that, Russian forces made marginal gains in the east.
Especially in the Donbas region. It's just hell there.
A hell that's moving south in the new offensive. Russia unleashed on the southern city of Mykolaiv this week, sending 38 rockets across the city, including on Mykolaiev's major hospital.
So they destroyed it totally.
We talked to Mayor Alexander Senkovich inside that hospital.
I expect every day for rocket to come for me, and I sleep in different places.
City water is no longer drinkable, so residents collect clean water in plastic bags. Half of the city's population has fled. Senkovich can't convince the other half to leave. For those who do stay, it is a race against time to repair the damage before summer comes to an end.
We have about 40,000 broken windows. We are working every day with them, using different types of materials to close those windows, just to be able to heat those buildings using central heating.
The mayor tells me the elderly in his city tell him they would rather die in their home than flee to a foreign place and start life all over at their age. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And thank you to Alex for that update. A little bit later on, we will play for you that interview with our national security expert, Hal Kempfer, and our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft on U.S. senators delivering overwhelming bipartisan approval for NATO membership for both Finland and Sweden as a result of the war in Ukraine. So stick around for that. We are live back in the nation's capital as Republican Representative Jackie Walorski was killed just yesterday after being involved in a car accident in her northern Indiana district. We're told 2 of her aides were unfortunately also killed. A congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram, joins us with the latest from Capitol Hill.
The House is out this week. That's why Walorski was back in her district. The Elkhart, Indiana Sheriff's Office says Walorski was traveling in an SUV going southbound. A northbound car went left of center and crashed head-on into an SUV. 4 people killed in all, Walorski and 2 aides. Her district director, Zach Potts, and Emma Thompson, her communications director. The driver of the other car, Edith Schmucker, also died. The news rocked Capitol Hill.
It's one of those things that just takes the absolute air out of you, because I was on the phone and text came through, and spent a lot of time with Jackie. I got to know her early when I stuck my neck into the political realm. That's just something, when it occurs, it's when it's close to home, and when you know the people, it's tough to get through. So it's, like I say, it makes you have almost a loss of words.
GOP Indiana Senator Todd Young says he's trying to process Walorski's death. He just talked to her on the phone a few days ago.
This is going to be a really big gap to fill in her public life. But more personally, Jackie was a person of deep faith and strong conviction, and just incredibly smart person. But what I really remember about her, she had an amazing sense of humor, high energy. She knew how to light up a room. She'd go into a room and immediately people would be happier.
House GOP Whip Steve Scalise says Jackie and her staffers died serving her constituents. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi ordered flags at the Capitol lowered to half-staff in honor of Walorski. Pelosi says Walorski was admired by colleagues on both sides for her personal kindness. Walorski was a native of South Bend. Former Mayor and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg tweeted he was shocked and saddened at the news. Walorski was first elected in 2012. She was involved with tax policy and veterans issues. Jackie Walorski was 58 years old. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Our thoughts and prayers are with not only Jackie Walorski's family, but the family and friends of the other 3 individuals killed, her 3 other aides, here on Live Now from Fox. President Joe Biden signed an executive order on abortion access in the United States yesterday. We do want to walk you through the details of the latest actions that the Biden administration is taking as a result of the Supreme Court overturning that historic Roe v. Wade decision. The measure actually seeks to help women travel to get access to the services in other states where it's legal. Our Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more more details from Washington.
Through an executive order, President Biden wants to make it easier for women to get an abortion or other reproductive services if they need to cross state lines.
We're doing everything in our power to safeguard access to health care, including the right to choose.
Appearing virtually because of his rebound case of COVID, the president kicked off the first meeting of his task force on reproductive health care access. It was formed after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in June.
We trust the judgment of the women of America to make decisions based on what they know is in their best interest.
The meeting comes just a day after Kansas voters rejected a measure to remove abortion protections from their state's constitution.
I feel like my state just showed up and boldly told me that they are going to take care of me.
We're going to get through this difficult period, and women and children will be protected in the state of Kansas.
In Idaho, the Justice Department may face an uphill legal battle over that state's nearly total abortion ban set to go into effect later this month. The DOJ is suing to protect emergency medical procedures for women, which may require an abortion. Democrats believe reproductive rights will be a major ballot issue in November.
The American people are fed up with politicians trying to tell them what to do with their lives and their bodies.
This week, a small bipartisan group of senators introduced legislation to make the freedom of reproductive rights federal law. Some Democrats don't believe it goes far enough, and it's unlikely to pass. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. We are now live, raw, and unfiltered in Russia as we are getting in this feed live into our newsroom of the closing arguments that are set to be heard in Brittney Griner's case in Russia. This, of course, is one of the first times that we're actually getting video of inside of the courtroom. Jailed American basketball star Brittney Griner showing up at yet another hearing in a Russian court. This time, the closing arguments are anticipated. Griner was detained in February at a Moscow airport after vape canisters with cannabis oil allegedly were found in her luggage. She faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted of large-scale transportation of drugs. This has been a highly visualized and highly followed case internationally and here in the United States. And today we are set for those closing arguments. Nearly 6 months after the American basketball star was arrested at a Moscow airport. As you can see, they have now exited that courtroom and the closing arguments will continue there. But Griner, once again, faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted, although a conviction appears almost certain given that Russian courts rarely acquit defendants, and Griner has acknowledged that there were vape canisters with cannabis oil inside of her luggage. Lawyers for the basketball star have pursued strategies to bolster Griner's contention that there was no real criminal intent in her having these vape canisters, but nevertheless, we will continue to monitor this situation here on Live Now from Fox. And once again, it does appear that these individuals have exited the courtroom, so we'll continue to monitor this live feed here on Live Now from Fox. It's 7:23 on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we do want to continue to get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring here on the show. Here is our triple box view of all of the top stories that we have been getting you up to date on, including, of course, President Joe Biden signing a second executive order on abortion access in this country. We're also following the devastating news out of Indiana that Congresswoman Jackie Walorski, along with a couple of her aides, have unfortunately lost their lives as a result of a car crash. Jackie Walorski killed at the age of just 58, and tributes are pouring in from the nation's capital. It's also launch day, not only here in Cape Canaveral, Florida, where there's that live look inside of that box, but also we're going to be heading out to Texas in just a couple of hours for another launch, so you'll want to stay tuned for all of that. But we're actually going to head out to Kentucky, where we have been monitoring what has been a devastating situation when it comes to weather. Of course, we do know that there have been historic floods over in that portion of the country, and we do have our reporters covering this story for us for the past couple of days. So our Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul updates us on the latest out of Kentucky.
People across eastern Kentucky face another challenge as they try to clean up after catastrophic flooding. Extreme heat and humidity will impact the region through Thursday night. Forecasters say at times temperatures could feel like they are in the triple digits. Multiple cooling centers have opened up across the region for those living without power or clean water.
I'm completely homeless now. Hopefully we're going to try to rebuild, try to figure out, some place to go to.
The warm weather comes as search and rescue teams continue to look for anyone still missing. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says restored cell service has helped many people reconnect with loved ones. But crews are still trying to reach residents living in hard-hit areas. Some have been cut off after flooding and mudslides damaged roads and bridges.
And most of these areas that are flooded do set down in valleys, and houses were built, a matter of feet from small creeks, which turned into be raging rivers after the flooding.
Communities are now trying to salvage what's left of their homes and businesses. State officials estimate the rebuild could take years and cost millions of dollars. Earl Moore says neighbors will be here for one another no matter how long it takes.
Eastern Kentuckians always stick together. We always have. It's like one family in this area.
Several school districts have delayed the start of the school year as officials assess damage to buildings. In Lost Creek, Kentucky, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And thank you to Jeff for that update. We have been talking about these launches that we are going to be monitoring throughout the day. Here's a look at some of the images that you will see as the day progresses. But we do have a report from our team breaking down all three of the launches that we are going to see today, one of which already took place probably before many of you were even awake. So let's listen into this report.
The beating heart of Florida's space program is right here at the Cape, and they're gearing up for not one but two launches about 12 hours apart. At a crewed Blue Origin launch, taking up 6 passengers in West Texas. 3 launches happening on the same day. That has never happened.
It's the first time that it's happening, that it is different programs and different vehicles. They're all launching from the Space Force side, so the Cape's busy, and it's the first time it's happened this way. The neat thing is we know it won't be the last.
The first launch happening is the SBIRS GEO-6. These satellites will help defend the country from missile attacks. Space Command tells us it will support missile warnings and provide real-time information for the government to use. The second is a SpaceX launch. South Korea's lunar orbiter will make its way to space, and if successful, they could be one of the few countries to put a science payload into orbit around the moon. Space Up Close journalist Ken Kramer says the mission will help gather useful data in preparation for future missions to the lunar surface.
Both these missions, the military mission and the science mission, is very important for the United States.
And in West Texas, we have Blue Origin's latest commercial mission, where a local restaurant owner is hitching a ride on a new Shepard rocket.
Clearly right now, Florida is getting, is the hot spot. And, Space Florida's job is to make sure Florida gets more than its fair share of the global marketplace. So right now we're doing pretty well at that.
Alina Shirazi, Fox News.
And thank you to Alina for that report. We will continue to monitor all of the launches across the country, not only here in Florida, but also in Texas, where we will be live, raw, and unfiltered in just a couple of hours at the 9:30 mark. So open up your apps, set your alarms. You won't want to miss that one. If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. It is officially 7:30 here on the East Coast, and we do want to make sure that you are up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring, not only here in the United States, but internationally as well. We are actually keeping a very close eye on what is a pretty crazy situation currently occurring in Taiwan. More on that in just a moment. But here's a triple box view of some of the top stories that we are monitoring here on the show. President Joe Biden signing a second executive order protecting travel for abortion. This is once again the second executive order that the President of the United States has signed when it comes to abortion rights in this country as a result of the landmark overturning of Roe versus Wade. So we'll get you up to speed on all of those details. It's also a somber day in the nation's capital as Congresswoman Walorski unfortunately lost her life at the age of 58 years old, along with 2 aides after a car crash in her home state and home district in Indiana. So we will be taking you through the details that we know about that devastating crash and some of the tributes that are pouring into our newsroom this morning. And once again, we did just get you up to speed on those rocket launches. We will be covering those live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. But one of the top stories that we are monitoring internationally this morning actually takes us out to Asia, where we are keeping a very close eye on the military drills that China is currently launching as a result of U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. This is a situation that we are not only monitoring here on Live Now from Fox, but the nation's top diplomats are also keeping a very close eye on. This is live video that came into our newsroom earlier this morning, showing some of the military drills that China has launched, unprecedented. In fact, these live fire military drills in 6 areas that surround the island of Taiwan today. Obviously, just hours, 24 hours or so after a visit by U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi to the island of Taiwan that Beijing regards as its sovereign territory. Soon after the scheduled start of these fire drills, China's state broadcaster CCTV said the drills had begun and will only end on Sunday. They would include live firing on the waters and in the airspace surrounding Taiwan. So this is some of the video that has come into our newsroom. And just moments ago, we did get fresh video of these precision missile drills. And there you hear that sound. This is the current situation on the ground surrounding Taiwan. Those big booms as China is conducting precision missile strikes in the Taiwan Strait on Thursday, today, as part of military exercises that have obviously raised tensions in the region to their highest level in decades. China earlier announcing that these military exercises would be done by its Navy, Air Force, and other departments were underway in 6 areas surrounding Taiwan, which of course Beijing claims as its own territory to be annexed by force if necessary. I actually want to pause this video here for you because you are seeing just how close to the island of Taiwan these missile strikes are currently occurring. And if we do pause the video once again, when they show that these missiles are actually being launched into waters very, very close to the island of Taiwan. Long-ranged armed live-fire precision missiles were carried out on selected targets in the eastern area of the Taiwan Strait. This was a direct quote by the Eastern Theater commander of the People's Liberation Army, the ruling Communist Party's military wing, and this was said in a statement on its social media platforms. And there you are seeing this paused video just to show how close China's military drills are coming to Taiwanese territory. All of this as a result and as a direct response to the visit by U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, a visit that was highly criticized by the Chinese government, and she went anyway, and these are now the repercussions. The expected outcome was achieved. It added this statement by the Communist Party's military wing. Now Taiwan's defense ministry said it tracked the firing of Chinese series missiles beginning at around 1:50 local time on Thursday. So once again, this is what is currently occurring in Asia as the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi does continue her trip, no longer in Taiwan. She didn't make her way to South Korea yesterday, and will continue to monitor her trip as the day progresses. Before a recap on what exactly happened when House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was on the ground in Taiwan, I do want to send you out to a report by our White House correspondent Peter Ducey, who joins us from the North Lawn with the details.
Being one of the freest societies in the world.
That's not how China sees things, though. Neither is this.
Today, the world faces a choice between democracy and autocracy.
The Communist Party of China is readying a response, effectively encircling Taiwan and warning ships and airplanes to steer clear as they prepare for large-scale military exercises. Foreign ministers of the G7 write, "We are concerned by recent and announced threatening actions by the People's Republic of China, PRC, particularly live-fire exercises and economic coercion, which risk unnecessary escalation." President Biden didn't directly mention any of this, but he did talk to his national security advisors about a, quote, free and open Indo-Pacific.
I was ambassador to Japan. We used the term kabuki theater. I think that's what's going on here. You're going to see a lot of theater. But I don't expect this to turn into anything that's kinetic.
So Republicans aren't sure the Chinese will back up this kind of tough talk from a Chinese ambassador. Quote, "The U.S. must pay the price for its own mistake, and we mean what we say." White House officials won't say if they consider that a serious threat.
The United States will not seek and does not want a crisis. We are prepared to manage what Beijing chooses to do.
White House officials also won't weigh in on whether or not Speaker Pelosi's trip was worth it, something they haven't done before, during, or after her visit.
We've got a real weakness in this White House, where the White House wouldn't even back up the Speaker for going to Taiwan.
When they go, he doesn't dictate it, they go. Now he can say if he thinks it was good or not.
I mean, that's not how it works. That is not how it works here.
We're going to learn a lot more about how it works here as we wait to see if U.S. military assets in the region move as requested by the Chinese. It hasn't even been a week yet since President Biden told Xi that he opposes Chinese efforts to undermine peace and stability in the Straits of Taiwan. And yet, here we are at the White House. Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And thank you to Peter for that update. We are not only going to be awaiting the latest information from Taiwan and China, but also the latest out of Russia, as we are keeping a very close eye on the latest when it comes to Brittney Griner's trial in Russia. We do know that closing arguments are set for today, and this is actually a viewing room where members of the media are housed while these closing arguments are occurring. And so as soon as we have an update out of Russia, we will be sure to bring you there live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. Speaking of Russia, we do want to walk you through a big decision by U.S. senators yesterday, delivering overwhelming bipartisan approval to NATO membership for both Finland and Sweden. Our Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft actually broke down what this means with national security expert Hal Kempfer. So I do want to play back this interview for you here on the show.
Discuss this even further with national security expert Hal Kempfer joining us live on Live Now. Hal, thanks so much for being with us. Let's talk about what Alex's report was also talking about. Where do things stand, especially as Ukrainian forces try to retake that very key city of Kherson?
Well, the Ukrainian forces are actually making some gains. They've taken about 53 settlements, for lack of a better term, in the Kherson area. These are areas that the Russians had previously controlled, and now the Ukrainians control. Now, what the Russians have been doing is they've been pulling forces from the east, that Donbass region, and rushing in forces. It's not clear how many, but forces that were quickly mobilized, and reports are about 1 week of training and forcing them in there to try and bolster up that Kherson region. However, as was mentioned, they took out that major rail link, and that's a big thing. Is the Russian military is very dependent on rail because, frankly, the road network in Russia and the road network and the whole part of the world is not that great. So they've been very dependent on rail. And so they took out that rail link. They had taken out that major river crossing, which kind of cut off logistics from Kherson, the city itself, for the Russian forces. And the Russian forces have been reported over the weekend to, in some cases, it looked like they were just retrograding or retreating because they're in fear of being encircled. So the Ukrainians are making strides. It's not like there's a breakthrough yet. But there's a lot of analysts who have looked at this, and it looks like the Ukrainians are poised to make a big push into Kherson. And of course, the big thing is if they can take Kherson Oblast, the province itself, which is huge, by the way, it's almost the size of Belgium. But if they can take that, they control the water supply to the Crimean Peninsula, which is a big thing. They also control really the access to the Crimean Peninsula from the land, and that kind of changes the whole strategic look of the Russian occupation or Russian force projection across the Ukraine, and it gives them a chance to move up rather than attacking directly in the east. They kind of move up from the south and start flanking the Russian forces in the east. It would be a complete change of the strategic picture.
Okay, so we know from Ukrainian President Zelensky there, he was thanking the Biden administration for providing those HIMARS. I believe there's about 16 there in Ukraine. When are we going to start sending more, and why haven't we done so? What's the holdup?
Yeah, Andrew, that's a good question. I've been kind of wondering that myself. There seems to be a number I've heard, and I heard it about a month or so ago. They said if the Ukrainians get about 20 operational HIMARS, that seems to be a pretty pivotal number in terms of the amount of firepower that they can put to push for an offensive. So I'm expecting any day to hear 4 more HIMARS going out. But not beyond the HIMARS are all these M270s, and of course the German variant of the M270. Those are tracked vehicles. They have the same, basically, multiple launch rocket system as the HIMARS. They're not quite as fast. They can't reload them quite as fast, but they have 2 pods versus 1, which means they actually carry double the ammo load when they're firing. And they've been pushing those in there. It's not clear how many there are. Could be a dozen, could be more than a dozen. I don't know. But they give that, in terms of firepower, they give a force. Well, actually, per vehicle, they give a greater than force equivalency. And, excuse me, as long as you don't want to move them as fast, with all that standoff that they have, they could do some, they can kind of do a Comstoffel, sort of put them together sort of thing to create this multiple launch rocket system fire base sort of concept that really is much bigger than just the HIMARS themselves. The HIMARS are the thing that everybody looks at, but it's the capability is what you're focused on.
Yeah, and we've heard from the Ukrainian side too. They want more, of course, but they say they are being very effective, and the time with which it takes Ukrainian fighters to train on them, to use them properly, they say they have that down as well. So that's very interesting. Hal, let's move on to what happened on Capitol Hill earlier tonight. The Senate approved the NATO expansion to include Sweden and Finland by a vote of 95-1, Hal. Senator Josh Hawley, the Republican from Missouri, was the lone no vote, and Senator Rand Paul, Republican from Kentucky, voted present. So Senator Josh Hawley was just on Fox's Tucker Carlson just moments ago saying this does not make America or Europe safer. What say you?
I say he kind of harkens back to the 1930s isolationist part of the GOP, and I've heard him talk, and he brings that up. And you know, there's other isolationist rhetoric that floats out there in the body politic. But I have to tell you, I kind of ignore that one vote, and I ignore the present vote as well. I look at the fact that we got 95 senators to vote for this.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal with all the partisan bickering and everything that's going on. If you look at every other part of what's going on in Congress right now, everything that's before the Senate right now, and to see that kind of unity, that's very impressive. And I would point out, you know, we even after 9/11, we still had naysayers in Congress that would, you know, those one or two votes that would say no, and they would give some sort of, you know, a very, I would say, non-practical reason, more philosophical reason as to why they did it. But those things will happen. The fact that we got 95, I think that every legislative body throughout NATO looks at that unity, if you will, and also recognizes we have a very bipartisan system with a lot of rancor. But when they see that kind of unity with the U.S., that really makes us look stronger. And it makes us look stronger because it's a democratic nation coming together and voting in unison, saying this is something we have to do. So those countries where there might be a little bit of a challenge getting the legislature, if you will, the parliament, to vote for it, look at that and say, you know, the U.S., despite all their differences, came together on this. I think there's really a sort of moral authority that's projected across with that. So I was very pleased to see that. I was extremely pleased to see that it happened before they went on the August recess.
Yes, that was one of the other things, whether or not it would be on the agenda before they left town. And so you're saying essentially this is much more than just a symbolic legislative victory. This is going to mean something. So what happens next? Well, you alluded to the fact that every NATO member, every NATO country in their respective parliaments, their respective legislatures, they have to do something similar, and it has to be essentially unanimous amongst all NATO member nations. So when can we see that wrap up, do you think?
I'm hoping this month. I'm hoping August we'll see this wrapped up. You got to remember, every nation is on its own schedule. In Europe, August is the traditional vacation month as well. That's been changing throughout the years, but that's the normal month where, you know, a lot of, at least Western Europe, goes on vacation, and they go on vacation for about a month. So it's not uncommon to see some of these legislatures, some of these parliaments, if you will, are running into the same recess issue that the Senate was running into here. But I'm hoping, because of the importance of this and the criticality of getting this done with the war raging as it is, and of course tensions being raised elsewhere around the world by China, actions in Iran and elsewhere, that there's a feeling of that they need to get this done, make a unified NATO effort to get these two critical, you know, incoming partners as part of the alliance. And I think that'll carry a lot of weight. And so I'm expecting to see this done. I may be wrong. I'll be the first to say, if this thing rolls into September,
yeah,
I could see a few members where that's possible.
Okay.
I just hope it will get done this month.
Okay, Hal, last point I want to make, and I don't know if you saw this in the New York Times. You probably did. This op-ed by Thomas Friedman titled "Why Pelosi's Visit to Taiwan is Utterly Reckless." I don't want to talk about Pelosi's trip to Taiwan, because within the op-ed itself, Friedman goes, "Dear reader, the Ukraine war is not over, and privately, U.S. officials are a lot more concerned about Ukraine's leadership than they are letting on." He goes on to say, "There is deep mistrust between the White House and President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, considerably more than has been reported." This was from Monday. The op-ed was published. What do you make of that? That's stunning. That's really the first reporting I've seen to suggest that.
Well, the first reporting at that level that's been out there. I've seen other things. Look, the Ukrainian government had a lot of problems before the war, all right? President Zelensky, whose approval ratings just jumped up to like almost close to 90% after the war started. He was in the mid-teens before the war as far as approval ratings. So there's a lot of dissension, and there is some historic tension between the federal government in Ukraine and some of these big city mayors. There's these mayors are political forces in and of themselves, and many of them feel that eventually they would like to go on and go higher within Ukrainian politics as well. So whereas the war has kind of tamped down that normal dissension that you'll see in any democracy in any country, it does exist. Also, Ukraine has a history, and this has been a problem. This is what stood in the way of it becoming an EU and NATO member before. They have corruption. A lot of countries have corruption, but they too have historic corruption. There's been a lot of safeguards that have been put in place with the transfer of weapons to make sure they don't get in the wrong hands. And I think that's rather an exceptional work that's been done across the board. But I'm not surprised to see this. I'm rather disappointed to see Tom Friedman put this out there in that way, because it almost reads, look, there's so much Russian disinformation and propaganda put out there. It almost reads like a Russian propaganda piece. And I hate to see this out there, but it's real.
I just want to read one more part in it and get you to respond here. He goes on to say, it's as if we don't want to look too closely under the hood in Kyiv for fear of what corruption or antics we might see when we have invested so much there. He says, meanwhile, in short, this Ukraine war is so not over, so not stable, so not without dangerous surprises that can pop out on any given day. So in all caps for emphasis.
Well, and I think he also goes on to talk about, the equivalency of firing his head of the Ukrainian, security service and his chief prosecutor, and comparing that to what would happen if that was here in the U.S. That is not insignificant, but it also does go, it's not saying that they were corrupt, but it was saying that some of the problems within their services were not being adequately handled by them. It also says there's problems with those services very pervasive. One of the things about the post-Soviet Union, all right, when these countries broke up, the KGB did not just disappear. They actually kept a strong influence, if you will, presence within a lot of these countries, these former Soviet states, specifically in the security services. And a lot of the people who rose to the top of these national security services were former KGB, and there was just a lot of connectivity between
Russian sympathies.
And Russian sympathies. And it's not like you can just snap your finger and make that disappear. Permeated within these organizations, permeated within the corporate culture within these organizations, those sympathies were there. And now that this war has put this into a very overt, problem, obviously, they're trying to root it out. And that puts a lot of challenges on Zelensky, but it also exposes some of these endemic issues within their government complex and elsewhere, but particularly within government and their security services, that they don't have a choice. They have got to root this out, and they've got to take strong, decisive action. And frankly, that causes some tension, within the government. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted you to respond to that. I thought that was pretty startling, pretty interesting from, two people who have covered this very, very closely to see that there is maybe some dissension, some disagreement, high-ranking Biden administration officials about, how to proceed in Ukraine. So we shall see. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into all of this, and we will talk to you again.
All right. Thanks, Andrew.
And thank you to both Andrew and Hal Kempfer for that breakdown. We'll, of course, continue to monitor not only the latest when it comes to NATO expansion as a result of the war in Ukraine, but also monitor the latest straight out of Russia as we are waiting and standing by to get an update from closing arguments currently being heard in Russia in the case of Brittney Griner. We do have a bit of an update from inside of that courtroom. The Associated Press reporting that Russian prosecutors have asked a court to sentence American basketball star Brittney Griner to 9.5 years in prison. Now, with that said, that is simply what they have asked the court to sentence. We will continue to monitor all of the latest when it comes to closing arguments from both sides. But that is a bit of breaking news that has just come into our courtroom. We're still waiting for official word and, of course, an official recap on these closing arguments in Brittney Griner's case that is officially coming to a close after months of being in Russia, detained, of course, for carrying cannabis vape canisters with cannabis oil inside that were allegedly found in her luggage. She does face up to 10 years in prison if convicted of large-scale transportation of drugs. And once again, we are just learning that the Russian prosecutors have asked for her to be handed down a 9.5-year prison sentence, which puts her very close to that 10-year maximum penalty. So jailed American basketball star Brittney Griner hearing closing arguments as we speak. This is the room that they put all of the media members in. We were inside of the courtroom. We saw Brittney Griner before these closing arguments started, and then all of the media members are transported to this separate room, which is what you are looking at here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to monitor all of the latest updates here on the show. It is 7:56 on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Hey there, and welcome back into the show. It is officially just 1 minute shy of the 8 o'clock mark here on the East Coast, and we do want to make sure you are up to speed on some breaking news that we are monitoring internationally today. We do want to take you out to a live look inside of a courthouse in Russia as we are listening in to closing arguments in Brittney Griner's case in Russia. Now, the latest update is that Russian prosecutors have recommended that Brittney Griner be given 9.5 years in prison. All of this comes as a result of her being found with vape canisters with cannabis oil inside of her luggage in a Moscow airport back in February. The jailed American basketball star has showed up at another hearing in this Russian courthouse. There you are seeing them zoom into that TV screen because these individuals were actually inside of the courtroom before the closing arguments began. And obviously, once the closing arguments do begin, it is a closed hearing. And so these individuals have been transported to this separate room to stand by as these closing arguments are made. But we do do have an update to provide for all of you, which of course is that the Associated Press out of Russia is reporting that Russian prosecutors have asked the court to sentence Brittney Griner to 9.5 years in prison. The maximum sentence was 10 years. So obviously that is very close to the maximum sentence. That is just a little update. We still do not have a full recap of these closing arguments, but as soon as we do, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We do want to take you out to our triple box view of some other top stories that we are monitoring here in the United States. President Joe Biden signing a second executive order protecting travel for abortion. This is once again the second executive order that the Biden administration has passed as a result of the Supreme Court overturning that landmark Roe versus Wade decision. This does come on a day where the capital of the United States is in mourning after Congresswoman Jackie Walorski of Indiana lost her life as a result of a car crash in her home state. We do want to walk you through the details that we know as a result of that crash, and for that we'll go out to our congressional correspondent Chad Pergram.
The House is out this week. That's why Walorski was back in her district. The Elkhart, Indiana Sheriff's Office says Walorski was traveling in an SUV going southbound. A northbound car went left of center and crashed head-on into an SUV. 4 people killed in all, Walorski and 2 aides. Her district director, Zach Potts, and Emma Thompson, her communications director. The driver of the other car, Edith Schmucker, also died. The news rocked Capitol Hill.
It's one of those things that just takes the absolute air out of you, because I was on the phone and text came through, and spent a lot of time with Jackie. I got to know her early when I stuck my neck into the political realm. That's just something, when it occurs, it's when it's close to home, and when you know the people, it's tough to get through. So like I say, it makes you have almost a loss of words.
GOP Indiana Senator Todd Young says he's trying to process Walorski's death. He just talked to her on the phone a few days ago.
This is going to be a really big gap to fill in her public life. But more personally, Jackie was a person of deep faith and strong conviction, and just incredibly smart person. But what I really remember about her, she had an amazing sense of humor, high energy. She knew how to light up a room. She'd go into a room and immediately people would be happier.
House GOP Whip Steve Scalise says Jackie and her staffers died serving her constituents. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi ordered flags at the Capitol lowered to half-staff in honor of Walorski. Pelosi says Walorski was admired by colleagues on both sides for her personal kindness. Walorski was a native of South Bend. Former Mayor and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg tweeted he was shocked and saddened at the news. Walorski was first elected in 2012. She was involved with tax policy and veterans issues. Jackie Walorski was 58 years old. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Speaking of the latest when it comes to Capitol Hill, we are monitoring the fallout between China and Taiwan as a result of U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. This is some video coming into our newsroom of some of the military drills that are currently being launched by China as a result of that highly controversial visit by the U.S. House Speaker. China says it is conducting these military drills not only in the air but also out at sea, just a day after a visit by Nancy Pelosi to the self-ruled island that Beijing regards as its sovereign territory. These military drills are scheduled to take place all the way through Sunday. 2 missiles were launched by China near Taiwan's Matsu Islands, which lie off the coast of China at around 2 p.m. local time today. Taiwanese officials have said drills violate United Nations rules, invade Taiwan's territorial space and are a direct challenge to free air and sea navigation. This is just the latest chapter in what has been an escalating situation and escalating tensions between these two countries. These are videos coming into our newsroom, the latest video of some of the precision missile strikes in the Taiwan Strait that are occurring right now as we speak as part of these military exercises that have raised tensions in the region to their highest level in decades. In this video, there is actually a great map that shows just how close these military drills are occurring out at sea, close to the Taiwanese border. This is a situation we will continue to monitor here on Live Now from Fox, as these drills were prompted by a visit to the island by, once again, U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. And here's that image that I was referring to that I actually want to bring up for you in full here. This video coming into our newsroom courtesy of the People's Liberation Army via Storyful, and it shows just how close China is sending these missiles to the Taiwanese border. Along with its moves to isolate Taiwan diplomatically, China has long threatened military retaliation over moves by the island to solidify its de facto independence with the support of key allies such as the United States, which is why Nancy Pelosi's visit in very public speech, where she used very strong language in support of Taiwan and the Taiwanese independence against China, has now resulted in these military drills that we are showing you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. This is a situation we will continue to monitor throughout the day and in the coming weeks, as this is obviously a situation of international concern. To bring things back stateside, though, we're also monitoring what's been a devastating situation out of Kentucky, where historic flooding has caused quite a bit of damage. I do want to touch base with our reporters on the ground who have been covering this story for us, in addition to our Fox weather team, who we will be touching base with later on this morning. But our Fox News correspondent, Jeff Paul, he walks us through the latest details out of Kentucky.
Eastern Kentucky face another challenge as they try to clean up after catastrophic flooding. Extreme heat and humidity will impact the region through Thursday night. Forecasters say at times temperatures could feel like they are in the triple digits. Multiple cooling centers have opened up across the region for those living without power or clean water.
I'm completely homeless now. Hopefully we're going to try to rebuild, try to figure out, some place to go to.
The warm weather comes as search and rescue teams continue to look for anyone still missing. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says restored cell service has helped many people reconnect with loved ones. But crews are still trying to reach residents living in hard-hit areas. Some have been cut off after flooding and mudslides damaged roads and bridges.
And most of these areas that are flooded do set down in valleys, and houses were built, a matter of feet from small creeks, which turned into be raging rivers after the flooding.
Communities are now trying to salvage what's left of their homes and businesses. State officials estimate the rebuild could take years and cost millions of dollars. Earl Moore says neighbors will be here for one another no matter how long it takes.
Eastern Kentuckians always stick together. We always have. It's like one family in this area.
Several school districts have delayed the start of the school year as officials assess damage to buildings. In Lost Creek, Kentucky, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
This is day 7.
And we do want to play back for you the latest update from officials in Kentucky on the situation on the ground, as most recently the rain had stopped, but they were dealing with historic heat. So this is the latest update from the governor of Kentucky. Let's listen in.
Where their distribution center to help people is, unsurprisingly, in one of our public schools. This is Shelby Valley Elementary School, and pretty amazing to see the number of people who have come out to support their neighbors and their friends in their community. We had the girls basketball team, the football team, both there putting water in people's cars, making sure everybody had a hot meal. Pike County has a lot of damage. Thankfully, Pike County has not lost any of their people at this point. We had just learned as we got there that Pike County also now qualifies for individual assistance. We'll mention in a minute, they'd been granted for 5 counties up front. That was the number one thing that was requested from County Judge Executive Ray Jones, who is doing a great job there. Got a chance to get a quick briefing from their emergency management, magistrates, everybody, local leaders there, Reed Atkins, superintendent, Sheriff Scott over there. Appreciate their great leadership and work. Most of, if not all of Pike County, electricity, water, have been doing a real good job there. Then we headed down to Floyd County, which was hit really, really hard. We were first at the Floyd County Community Center, which is a shelter. What you can't see is in the far background there are a whole bunch of cots set up. And most of the folks that are in there were families sleeping there that had absolutely nothing left. Just every single possession wiped out. Also serving as a distribution point. We pulled in, the National Guard was pulling up yet another truck filled with water. We told every single place we went, our goal is to provide so much water, they say stop sending us water. National Guard is out in force, as you'll hear in a minute, more than 400 of our guardsmen and women out primarily delivering water, also meeting other needs in the communities. There were a bunch of kids in here too. They were playing basketball when we first walked in, playing with hanging out with each other. Oh no, you don't want to see that one. And what's neat is in the corner over there were the counselors from their school, making sure that they were already providing services to them. Then we went down the road and saw 2 smaller towns in Floyd County. One, basically the entire Main Street right off the road, every business wiped out. One restaurant known for its gravy, nationwide, and then a hardware store, just everything that folks had built wiped out. Further down the road, one of the other towns, distribution point coming out of the gym that had been turned into a museum, basketball museum. A whole lot of people were working really, really hard in the county. Appreciate their work. County judge, state representative. Appreciate everybody who's helping out. Then we came back to Breathitt County. And let me tell you, the drive from the Hazard Airport into Jackson takes your breath away. You basically go down, you're right beside the creek, and every tree littered with what used to be a home. 5 of Perry County's buses pushed over the county line. One is in through a building, other one's inside the creek. We saw a vehicle, basically split in half, all types. Hard to explain the level of damage. And then all through Breathitt County hit very, very hard. Still great concerns about water. But let me tell you, 2 days makes a heck of a lot of difference. This was 2 days since I was in Letcher and Knott. And on the road, even as you're seeing the destruction over here, about every 2 miles, there's another place distributing water that people are pulling through, putting supplies in their car. Help has truly shown up, and it's real special to see. Appreciate the work that everybody is putting in. All right. In good news, our number of lost Kentuckians has not changed. We still are confirming 37 fatalities in 5 counties, 8 in Breathitt, 2 in Clay, 17 in Knott, 3 in Letcher, and 7 in Perry. We hope that number doesn't rise. I think it will rise by at least a couple. But at least for now, that is Good news that it stayed the same. Biggest concern for today and tomorrow is the weather. It is very, very hot. Highs are ranging in the 90s. It was already getting there by yesterday afternoon in Jackson. They're going to be combined with a humid air mass, and it's going to make it feel much hotter. The heat indices are going to be above 100 degree in some locations. That's why we have set up cooling centers in each of these areas. If we could go ahead and put up those locations. And while we're getting those up, we're tracking the possibility for additional thunderstorms on Thursday. Though right now, I don't think that there is an expectation that that would be severe rain, but we are always concerned about weather at times like this. So these are cooling centers. Very proud of emergency management, local and state, to get these up before the heat hit. These are up and operational in each of the counties. If you don't have power, if you don't have a cool place to be, today and tomorrow is going to get really hot for our seniors, for those with medical conditions, really for everybody. Make sure you take care of yourself. We've already lost at least 37 Kentuckians. We don't want to lose any to what is going to be vicious heat. So Breathitt, Floyd, Johnson, Knott, Letcher, Perry, Pike, Wolf, all have cooling centers that are open right now. Missing persons. So it is very hard to have an accurate number of unaccounted for individuals. So the number that I'm going to read you is reports into the KSP posts. Following up on those, how many people are left missing, and there be enough concern for a missing person investigation. And that number is 3 right now. Again, we're very concerned for those 3 people. All 3 are females in Breathitt County, but the number doesn't take into account other reporting to local agencies. And we know that there are more folks out there, though, with cell service. Definitely have found a lot more people. Thank you to the Kentucky State Police. Over 1,000 wellness checks, and most of them went incredibly well, which is what we all were praying for. Over 1,300 rescues between the Kentucky National Guard, Tennessee National Guard, West Virginia National Guard. Actually, our National Guard airlifted 2 people that had fevers that were otherwise unreachable just yesterday. They did it in between the time that we left the airport and got back. They had airlifted water earlier that morning. They're doing a phenomenal job, and I'm proud of them. Kentucky State Police have assisted in over 600 water rescues. Fish and Wildlife, over 130 water rescues. National Guard has also now distributed over 2,400 cases of water. Actually, we have an exact 2,404 as of 8 a.m. this morning, but I guarantee you there's a lot more because we're moving water as fast as we can. 65 cases of MREs, those are meals ready to eat, have also gone to the affected counties. And listen, there are nonprofits and religious affiliated disaster recovery groups pouring into these areas, making sure people have enough to eat. Our schools are feeding thousands of people every day. Currently have 400 National Guardsmen and women currently supporting the mission. We have a total of 219 people temporarily housed in our state parks, another 221 in shelters, for a total of 440 displaced individuals. That is only a fraction of the overall number of displaced people. Most are with friends or with family because that's what we do as Kentuckians. Jenny Wiley has 147 people occupying rooms, cottages, and campgrounds. The rooms are fully booked, but the campground space is available. As you'll hear in a minute, we're putting a lot of travel trailers up. There are flooding issues at Jenny Wiley right now, not in people's rooms. We're using a boat to get people to the lodge and back, but we're on top of that. We're housing people even though we're still getting some of the utilities fully up online. 4 people are staying in one camper at the Paintsville State Park Campground. Pine Mountain has 2 folks. There are still 5 rooms available. Buckhorn Lake State Resort Park shows you what we can do in response to these disasters. It is in one of the hardest hit areas, yet it is up and operational. We couldn't get there for a couple of days. When we could get there, no power, no water. Thank you to Kentucky Power. Thank you to our Division of Water for moving heaven and earth. And thank you to AT&T for getting not only cell service, but Wi-Fi. And I don't think we had Wi-Fi at Buckhorn before this. Currently, 55 people occupying rooms. There are 20 rooms and 2 cottages available. There are a lot of displaced folks in this area. So there are running water, power, internet. Pretty amazing. And today, we have a way for folks to register for travel trailers. We have 25 at Jenny Wiley State Park, 25 at Mine Made in Knott County, 9 are at Carr Creek in Knott County. Jenny Wiley is in Floyd County. We're working to get travel trailers in other areas. We have 100 total that we are moving into Eastern Kentucky. We have a registration page for those that are looking for travel trailers linked on our flood resources page, and we've provided flyers to FEMA disaster recovery centers and the Red Cross. So those that can't get online are going to have other opportunities. Information packets can also be found at centers and shelters and on our flood resource page. The Eastern Kentucky Sheltering Program is available to survivors whose homes were majorly damaged, destroyed, or deemed not habitable in the 7 counties designated for FEMA individual assistance. So as of today, Breathitt, Clay, Floyd, Knott, Letcher, Perry, and Pike counties have all qualified for individual assistance. That's the fastest we've ever seen it granted. Program eligibility to be in one of these travel trailers requires that folks register with FEMA at disasterassistance.gov. So this is online. The way that we are going to be able to check on folks looking for travel trailers is up. We look forward to getting folks in them and to getting folks a little more stable where they'll know where they can be for the months even to come. We talked about the cooling stations earlier. 8 put up. We actually got in front of the weather, which I hope feels good to the people in these communities when the flooding coming at night. One of the reasons it was so deadly. I actually just had 2 folks from Dawson Springs stop by with an amazing picture of the first bus route when school came back online. They reminded me the tornadoes hit at night too. 10 emergency shelters we talked about. They have 221 people. There are 2 in Letcher, 1 in Perry, 1 in Clay, 1 in Wolf, 1 in Floyd. I'm sorry, there are 3 in Perry, 1 in Knott, and 1 in Leslie. You can find all of those. They're on the screen right here, again, on our website. Let's talk about FEMA. Originally, FEMA had agreed that 5 counties qualified for individual assistance. We asked for more, and we will continue to ask for more. Yesterday, it was approved for Floyd and Pike County. So currently, renters and homeowners in Breathitt, Clay, Floyd, Knott, Letcher, Perry, and Pike who are affected by the severe storms, flooding, and mudslides can apply a number of ways. You can do it online, disasterassistance.gov. You can call the phone number, 1-800-621-FEMA, 1-800-621-3362. When applying for assistance, you need to have all your information, including the current number you can be reached, the address, where you are living, where the damage occurred, the address that you are right now, information on your losses, banking information, and any insurance information. But we also have set FEMA centers open and talking to people and helping with claims in the first 5 counties. I know they're working to get them up in the other 2. So if we can put up the FEMA locations in Breathitt County, it is 421 Jet Drive. In Jackson and Clay County, it's their community center. In Knott County, it's their sportsplex. Letcher County, it's their rec center. Perry County, it's at Hazard Community and Technical College, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I would strongly encourage people, because this is a tougher process than it should be, to actually go in and talk to someone. We have been promised mobile folks on the ground as well that will be going neighborhood to neighborhood in the near future to document people's losses. Overall, federal disaster declaration signed by President Biden on July 29th. 14 counties and 3 cities have declared states of emergency. How about some good news? The power outages have almost been cut in half from yesterday. That's great, especially with how hot it's gotten. In the affected area, now 5,068 without power. In Breathitt, 1,460, and Knott, 1,068. In Perry, 2,268. In Floyd, just 9 people, 9 hookups at the moment. In Letcher, 263. No new numbers on water outages, still just over 18,000 service connections without water, 45,600-ish service connections under boiled water advisory, 21 water systems under limited operation due to power outages and storm damage, wastewater system, 1 system not operational, that's in Hazard, 17 wastewater systems under limited operation, 3 wastewater plants experiencing bypass, 13 systems have discharges from portions of their collection center systems. When we look at infrastructure and we look at the massive damage here, roads, bridges just eaten away. And we'll mention bridges in a minute, but the water systems heavily damaged, some wiped out, and it's going to take significant time and significant dollars to restore what was destroyed. Real significant damage to water and wastewater systems, and that's why if you are looking to bring goods to the area, water is the number 1 thing. Cleaning supplies would be the number 2 thing. We're also trying to transport not drinking water, but water that can be used in our hospitals for showers and in our medical clinics. That's going on at the same time. I've been asked by folks, is it just bottled water or jugs of water? They'll take any water in any way. For some, the jugs are helpful because families can take that home. Sometimes you can pack more into a car. Transportation Cabinet is continuing to inspect bridges. There are nearly 1,100 inventoried bridges in the region. 84% of them have been inspected. 21 bridges that have been checked are still impassable. 4 are state bridges, 17 are county bridges. County roads, transportation crews have pretty much gotten the state roads clear. They're helping on the county roads, and crews have come as far away from the Paducah Highway District. Debris removal, we're in this process right now. You have to have a site that we have approval on to take debris, obviously before you can engage in widespread debris removal. Quotes have gone out, requests for quotes have gone out to dozens of potential vendors for debris removal. The Cabinet's coordinating on this with the Division of Emergency Management and the Army Corps of Engineers. I think we're going to get an estimate of the amount of debris from the Army Corps here in the next several days. I believe it's maybe Friday. It's going to be enormous, but we are on top of the process that's necessary for debris removal. And once we have the private contractors, you will see the pace pick up significantly. We've learned lessons from the West. We think we know how to best do it. Once folks are under contract, you will see a major change. Transportation continues to deliver supplies, especially water. They're also delivering equipment, including dump trucks and storage trailers. Replacing licenses, titles, and registrations. Mobile pop-up driver's licensing services will be set up to issue replacement driver's license, permits, and state ID cards for flood victims that are sheltering at Jenny Wiley, Pine Mountain, and Buckhorn state parks. These are one-day visits. Friday, it's going to be at Jenny Wiley. So if you're at Jenny Wiley and you're missing any of these documents, Friday, they're going to be there. Monday at Pine Mountain, Tuesday at Buckhorn. They're going to be open 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. No appointments are needed. Just walk in. There's no charge for any of these replacements. I signed an EO on that for the 13 counties covered by the federal disaster declaration. So this is a wider area than just the ones that are getting individual assistance. Nor is there any charge for replacing titles or registrations for motor vehicles, boats, mobile homes, or ATVs. We'll get those dates and times up on social. It'll get out in our release, and we'll go over it again tomorrow. One evacuation that we hadn't talked about to date because we were successful in a portion of Jackson and then several nursing homes was the Letcher County Jail. Department of Corrections quickly stepped up to help that jail. It is in a basement, and nobody wanted to risk what could have happened there. Due to their experiencing of flooding and a lack of running water, Department of Corrections offered to transport more than 100 inmates from their facility to state prisons. Male inmates were transferred to the Eastern Kentucky Correctional Complex. Female inmates transferred to the Kentucky Correctional Institution for Women. So proud that we were able to get that done, to be proactive, to make sure those folks weren't in danger. Recap of state legal actions. The emergency order declaring the emergency. The emergency order implementing the price gouging prohibition. The emergency order implementing emergency dispensing of pharmaceuticals. We're already seeing that in action, people getting the medicine they need. Transportation, waiving weight and hour limits on trucks so we can get more supplies there faster. Executive order suspending the UI work search and 7-day waiting period requirements. We hope to have information up in the next 24 hours on where unemployment will be. We hope that they are at all the FEMA centers. We're working on one location for all these things, knowing that people need the help. I signed a directive allowing out-of-state electrician licensees to perform work in the affected areas. Today, I did that for HVAC and plumbing as well. That's going to bring more people into the area that can help. Directive allowing a 14-day grace period for electric inspections. We created the Team Eastern Kentucky Flood Relief Fund. Talk about that in a moment. Have requested additional individual assistance for Leslie, McGoffin, Martin, and Owsley. Suspended fees for duplicate driver's license, permits, motor vehicle registrations, and titles. We did a request for FEMA for individual assistance to add Wolfe County to that list as well. So what I mentioned before is a directive to allow HVAC mechanics and plumbers with out-of-state licenses and that are in good standing to perform volunteer work in the area. Just signed an EO suspending statute that deals with carcasses of domestic livestock and poultry. We had to do that in the West too, as folks work to clean up and clean up fast. It applies to all of the counties under the federal disaster declaration. Team Kentucky Flood Relief Fund. Again, this is, I think, the only fully transparent fund that is audited, that will be subject to legislative oversight. As of today, 21,692 donations, a little over $3 million in it. We are taking 0 administrative fees. Every single dime is going to go to these families. The first expenditures from the fund are going to go out, I believe, today. And those are 11 funeral payments for loved ones lost in this flooding. They're going to cover the entire funeral. That's what the funeral homes agree to. No one has to apply. We contact them and the funeral home directly. Nobody has to seek reimbursement for anything. The least we can do is grieve together, and 7 days out, these funerals are about to start. So make sure you're reaching out to your loved ones in the region. If you're in the region, make sure you're leaning on each other. A lot of the grief that we've suppressed these last 7 days, trying to get the mud out and take care of each other when it rained again or it's so hot, that's going to come to the surface. If you need help, ask for it. Remember, it's okay not to be okay. I don't think our brains or our hearts are designed to deal with trauma and loss at this level. Again, you can help by donating to this fund. Team EKY Flood Relief Fund.ky.gov. Every dollar helps. Want to get one note out there. One of the most devastating parts of this flood is that most people's homes are not going to be covered by insurance. A lot of people don't have insurance. Most people don't have flood insurance. It's really expensive. And it's going to be a real challenge in the rebuilding side. But comprehensive auto insurance does cover flood damage. I think this is important because I think a lot of people may assume incorrectly that if they're concerned about insurance for their home, that they also won't have it for their car, and their vehicles strewn all over the place. So folks are going to need transportation, especially in this region. You have to have transportation. So people with comprehensive coverage should contact their insurance agent to file a claim. Again, that's if you have comprehensive coverage. Not everybody has that, but you should check on what type of insurance that you bought and at least follow through on your vehicle to see if you're covered. Kentucky Department of Revenue. This is some new news. It's going to honor the recently announced IRS special tax relief for taxpayers in any area designated by FEMA as qualifying for individual assistance due to flooding. What this does is push back the deadline by which you would have to file your returns. You know, a lot of people, especially those that get W-2, file one return, but in April of each year. But a lot of other people may file quarterly. Some may have had an extension already. So if you are in Breathitt, Clay, Floyd, this list is actually a little bit longer. If you are in the 7 counties that qualify for IA, and we'll go back to see if that might also apply to all in the federal disaster declaration, you'll have until November 15th, 2022 to file tax returns for individual income tax, corporate income tax, because there are a whole bunch of businesses wiped out, and limited liability income tax. Estimated income tax payments due on September 15th, 2022. Again, that's if you pay quarterly, if you're self-employed, if you're running a business, you're allowed an extension until, if it was due in September 15th, it won't be due until November 15th. Payroll withholding filings and payments due between July 26th and November 15th are also eligible for the extension to November 15th. Late filing and payment penalties will be waived for those affected taxpayers seeking relief based on this event. Taxpayers should label the top margin of the tax forms filed under this relief provision in large red letters with the word Kentucky Flood Relief. Getting mental health services out and available to folks. The Department for Behavioral Health, Developmental, and Intellectual Disabilities has 4 teams of crisis counselors. They're at the Knott County Sportsplex. I was there 3 days ago, helping a lot of people. That's where people are coming in. That's where FEMA is. That's where they can get help. That's where they can get water. They're also at the Hindman Settlement School, Perry County Shelters, Jenny Wiley State Park, and Wolfe County Shelters. They're on standby to be of help to search and rescue responders as well. Department's available to provide services to adults and youth. Staff delivered 121 boxes of Cloxaldo and 100 units of Narcan to Community Mental Health Center quick response teams and 50 to the Floyd County Health Department. Narcan's being distributed to the shelters too. Also working on SNAP replacement for those that were on food assistance that have lost their cards. We issued 328 supplemental nutrition assistance program replacements. We're working to get a waiver so people can get hot meals too. Total replacements this week, 553. Remember, we announced yesterday sales tax refunds that people can qualify for on their rebuilding. So the 7 counties now included in individual assistance. You can request a refund of the sales and use tax you pay on the purchase of building equipment to repair from this disaster. The limit is $6,000. in tax per building. You have 3 years from the date of the disaster to submit the refund claim to the Kentucky Department of Revenue. You need to keep your receipts. You need to document it. Today, we're getting that information out, not just to shelters. We're going to go to any hardware store that's open too in the region and make sure we've posted this. We need to get this information to people, because if ultimately they can get $6,000 back in rebuilding, we want to make sure they get every single penny of it. Also new today, the U.S. Small Business Association, that's what we call the SBA, announced that Floyd and Pike counties are now included as primary counties in the disaster declaration in Eastern Kentucky, and that SBA will open 3 business recovery centers this week. One center opens in Perry County Wednesday, August 3rd, and then in Clay and Letcher counties on Thursday, August 4th. This is a one-on-one assistance for for businesses that have been impacted. That's who the SBA helps. And they're going to give one-on-one help to those that would submit a disaster loan application that's related to this flooding. The disaster declaration covers all 7 counties, which were eligible for individual assistance as well as the physical and economic injury, as long as public assistance, I'm sorry. And those counties are eligible for both physical and economic injury disaster loans from the SBA. Small businesses and most nonprofits in the adjacent counties are also eligible, but only for economic injury disaster loans. So counties that can do that are Bell, Harlan, Jackson, Johnson, Knox, Laurel, Lee, Leslie, McGoffin, Martin, Owsley, and Wolf. In Kentucky, they approved 3 in Virginia and 1 in West Virginia. So again, up on the screen is where the SBA is opening their first 3 locations. I'm glad that they are physically on the ground. They'll be opening more locations as it goes. The first one opens Wednesday, and the next 2 open Thursday. And the SBA also encourages everybody who is coming to these facilities to wear a mask. I'd request that you honor that. Due to COVID-19, they don't want to lose the people they have on the ground that could prevent or delay the services that you get. So please, if you're willing to do that, that means the person behind you and the person behind them and the person coming in the days after that are going to have somebody they can talk to as well. Beginning yesterday morning, I directed that all flags at all state office buildings be lowered to half staff for the week. So it began on Tuesday, August 2nd, and it's going to remain until sundown on Monday, August 8th. I continue to encourage everybody out there that hoists a flag to put it down to half staff, to recognize those lost, to grieve with their families, and in recognition of so many that have lost so much. We're also lighting the governor's mansion green. It's the color of compassion. We did it for each other for more than a year in the height of the pandemic. Let's do it for the people of Eastern Kentucky right now. All right, with that, we'll open it up to questions. We've got 2 reporters in person and 4 virtually. So Carolina.
Governor, when it comes to the water infrastructure damage, can you elaborate a little more on the significance of that? Are we talking about people potentially being without water access for weeks, for months?
Yes. So the damage varies significantly. First, a whole lot of it's back up, which is a miracle and a huge credit to the water folks in each of these communities. It is amazing how quickly much of Letcher got their water back. Just incredible. And let me say that for power too. People are working incredibly hard. It ranges from a key part of the infrastructure being flooded and having to go in and repair it. That's in Hazard. But then you go up to Buckhorn, and some of it's just wiped out. I mean, the pipes, everything gone. And so it's going to range. Some may get it in days, some may get it in weeks, and some areas it may even be months. until we are able to fully repair that infrastructure. It's going to be important that we do a fund similar to the SAFE Act fund in Western Kentucky so that we as state government can help with those costs, because otherwise they're going to go to ratepayers. So people who just lost everything that are rebuilding would have their water rates just skyrocket in what it would cost. But we're going to be, we got water crews from all over the state coming in. You know, the water crew from the city of Memoriam was about ready to dispatch to help in Eastern Kentucky, and they're still under an emergency themselves. Pretty special, but we're going to be giving updates on water for months to come. Anna?
Yes, Governor. Question about public health. You already mentioned
Yeah.
how the SBA is asking that people wear masks when they come into their support centers. Have there been, processes in place in the affected counties to make sure that people are being able to get Tdap vaccinations?
Yeah.
Kind of essential when you're dealing with water. of
Yeah, tetanus
questionable
shots.
origin.
Yeah. We have both public health and a ton of clinics, pharmacists, et cetera, in these areas working really hard. We're working to supply a lot of them with water right now so that they can continue their good work. Just talked to my friend who runs primary care center in Hazard about what their needs are, and we're going to get them met. I saw a couple the other day. They were driving out of a Floyd County area, really hard hit. I was talking to them. They said, we lost it all, but we're blessed we're here, and we're going to get our tetanus shot. So people need to take care of themselves during this. They need to get vaccinated for a lot of things, and including COVID if they're not, because being in a congregate shelter. But very proud of our health departments, very proud of our nurses and others that are out there. I ran into so many nurses that were, off. They'd worked, they'd gotten off, and they went to one of the shelters, and they were sorting clothes if that's the thing that was there to do. They and our educators out in force, like they always are. All right, now we'll go to the other LATEC. Tom.
Thank you, Governor. And hi, Anna. How you doing? Well, as you've mentioned here several occasions during this, disasters like this bring out the best in people, but it also brings out the worst. So I was wondering if you'd had any count on looting and scams that have been perpetrated during this.
Don't have a specific count, but I can say that Kentucky State Police, working with the National Guard, as well as local authorities, significantly increased their presence, and we believe has had a significant impact and therefore a reduction on looting. To loot, to steal, and to take from people who've lost everything is the worst of humanity. And it's hard to believe that someone would be or go so low as to do that. The same as scamming. These folks don't have any money, and to take what little they do is horrendous. We will not allow it. Law enforcement will catch and prosecute any looters to the fullest extent of the law. And listen, if you know our state and our folks, maybe you're lucky if it's the law enforcement that finds you, if you're willing to stoop that low. Karen Czar.
Good afternoon, Governor, and thank you, Virginia. Governor, you brought up several times over the last several days about mental health, and I know being down there, we've seen all the assistance with the therapy dogs, the people, the professionals that people can talk with, but that's great while this is happening, but what's the plan moving forward, say a month from now, 6 months from now, to make sure these people can have, can help themselves? Thank you.
It's an important need we're going to have to fill, and the answer is we're working on it. We still got people in congregate shelters. We still have some folks that, because their private bridge to their property was wiped out, are stranded. We're still very much in the let's find everybody. Let's get a roof over their head. Let's get them the meals that they need. Having to airlift 2 people with fevers from yesterday shows you just where we are. So our goal right now is to have mental health resources in each of the major places where people are, to also talk about it, to reduce or eliminate any stigma, to make sure our first responders, especially those that are finding bodies, are able to talk to somebody too, that we look out after them while they're looking out after us. I know moving forward, schools will be one area that we can focus on. That was one of the major things we did after the tornadoes, but you're right, there's going to need to be a comprehensive community-wide plan. Admittedly, we're still looking for everybody, trying to take care of them right now. But as we are looking at recovery, that'll be an ongoing mission. John Cheeves.
Thank you, Governor. You had mentioned the state of Kentucky helping with the local water districts to rebuild so that local ratepayers don't face, ridiculous expenses going down the road. The state of Kentucky, as you know, we have a 2.7.
All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the latest update coming in from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. But we do want to take you out live to Russia, where we do have WNBA star Brittney Griner currently on trial in Russia. She does appear to be speaking, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Всегда признавать свою ответственность. И второе – это усердно работать для того, чтобы иметь все, что у тебя есть.
That's why I pled guilty to my charges. I understand everything that's being said against me, the charges that are against me, and that is why I pled guilty. But I had no intent to break any Russian laws.
И именно поэтому я и признала вину по тем обвинениям, которые были мне предъявлены. Я поняла и понимаю те обвинения, которые выдвинуты против меня, но у меня не было никогда намерения нарушать российское законодательство.
I want the courts to understand that it was an honest mistake that I made while rushing under stress, trying to recover from post-COVID, and just trying to get back to my team.
И я хочу, чтобы суд понимал, что это была честная ошибка, которую я допустила в спешке, когда собирала свои вещи, испытывала постковидный стресс и пыталась побыстрее вернуться к моим товарищам по команде.
That hard work that my parents instilled in me, is what brought me to play for the best EuroLeague and Russian team here at Lubyanka.
И та усердная работа, которой меня научили мои родители, привела меня в эту самую сильную в России, в Европе команду УГМК.
I had no idea that the team, the city, the fans, and my teammates would make such a great impression on me over the 6.5 years that I've spent here in ECAT.
И я даже не представляла, что команда, что город, мои поклонники и товарищи по команде создадут такое хорошее впечатление за те 6,5 лет, которые я провела в Екатеринбурге.
It became my second home with my friends, my teammates, and my fans that I was able to interact with. I remember vividly coming out of the gym and all the little girls that were in the stands there waiting on me. And that's what kept making me come back here.
И я прекрасно помню, кроме того, что это стало моим вторым домом, я прекрасно помню, как, выходя из спортивного зала, я видела, как девочки ждали меня, и здесь появились настоящие мои друзья, мои поклонники, с которыми я могла взаимодействовать. Все это заставляло меня возвращаться сюда снова и снова.
I want to apologize to my teammates, my club, Gemka, the fans, and the city of ECAT for my mistake that I made and the embarrassment that I brought onto them.
Я хотела бы извиниться перед моими товарищами по команде, перед клубом, перед поклонниками за ту ошибку, которую я допустила, и за тот позор, который я на них навлекла.
I want to also apologize to my parents, my siblings, my Phoenix Mercury organization back at home, the amazing women of the WNBA, and my amazing spouse back at home.
Я также хочу принести извинения перед своими родителями, своими братьями и сестрами, перед организацией Phoenix Mercury, перед замечательными женщинами женской национальной баскетбольной ассоциации WNBA, а также перед моей прекрасной супругой.
I never meant to hurt anybody. I never meant to put in jeopardy the Russian population. I never meant to break any laws here.
Я ни на секунду никогда не хотела никому навредить, никого обидеть, навредить населению Российской Федерации или нарушить какой-то из законов Российской Федерации.
I made an honest mistake, and I hope that in your ruling that it doesn't end my life here.
Я совершила ошибку, совершенную ошибку. И я надеюсь, что в своем приговоре вы не закончите мою жизнь здесь.
I know everybody keeps talking about political pawn and politics, but I hope that that is far from this courtroom.
Я знаю, что все постоянно разговаривают о таком понятии, как политическая пешка и о политике, но я честно надеюсь, что это понятие далеко от данного суда.
I want to say again that I had no intent on breaking any Russian laws. I had no intent, I did not conspire or plan to commit this crime.
И я хочу повторить еще раз, что у меня не было намерения нарушить какой-либо из законов Российской Федерации. Я не договаривалась и не планировала совершить это действие.
I hope that you take into account all the documents, all the character lists that everybody that sent in on my behalf.
И я надеюсь, что вы также учтете все те документы, характеристики, которые все прислали от моего имени.
Again, I want to apologize to my teammates in the organization, GIMCA, for any damage that I may have done to them. I never intended on hurting them. This is my second home, and all I wanted to do was just win championships and make them proud.
Я также еще раз хочу извиниться перед моими товарищами по команде, перед организацией ВМК. Я никогда не хотела навредить им, и это стало моим вторым домом, для которого я хотела выигрывать новые награды.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Спасибо, Ваша честь.
Повторяется совещательный фонд, изменяется решение. 17 часов 45 минут.
Please. Camera people in the room.
All right, everybody, that was the latest update from Brittney Griner's trial in Russia. We did hear her speak to the court in English. There was also a translator there in Russia to translate that to the judge and to the court. Again, we do know Brittney Griner currently on trial for having cannabis oil in Russia. She was caught at a airport in Moscow. This is the video of that. So again, we did hear Brittney Griner tell the court that she had no idea that she was breaking a law, that she had no intention of breaking the law there in Russia. She went on to say that she apologizes not only to her teammates in Russia, where she plays during the off season, but also to her fans for the mistake that she made and that for the embarrassment that she brought to them. So again, Brittney Griner speaking during her trial there in Russia, saying that she never meant to hurt anybody. She never meant to break any laws or to hurt the Russian population, saying that she made an honest mistake and again had no intention of breaking any Russian laws, where again she was seen in this video back in February apparently bringing in cannabis oil illegally into Russia, but again saying that she had no intention of doing that. Brittney Griner also went on to say that she knows that there's been a lot of talk that she is a so-called pawn and that there are a lot of politics involved in this trial, considering the ongoing war in Ukraine and the help that the United States has provided to the people of Ukraine. But she went on to say that I hope that this is far from the courtroom. So acknowledging that, again, there have been a lot of rumors, a lot of talk that she has been a pawn in all of this as that war in Ukraine continues. So we do know that Russian prosecutors are asking the court to sentence Griner to 9.5 years in prison. Again, for that drug possession that she had inside of a Moscow airport. So the trial really nearly ended at 6 months after Griner's arrest at that airport. So as soon as we learn more, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:01 in the morning here on the East Coast. We do have a lot of different top stories that we are following today that we do want to get to at this very moment. We do have Speaker Pelosi, I believe, landing in Japan at this very moment. So we do want to take you live out there right now. Speaker Pelosi, of course, on her trip to Asia, where we do know she has stopped in Taiwan, a very controversial trip for the Speaker of the United States House. She also stopped in Seoul, South Korea, and there you see her stepping down from the plane at this very moment, landing in Japan. So again, this is House Speaker Nancy Pelosi continuing her tour of Asia, stopping in Japan at this very moment. As we mentioned, that trip to Taiwan really sparking some outrage, not only here in the United States, but also protests overseas in Taiwan as well. We also know that in response to her visit to Taiwan, China has launched its largest military maneuvers there in more than a quarter of a century, saying that it has successfully hit target areas in waters off the coast of Taiwan. So again, Speaker Nancy Pelosi there landing in Japan at this very moment. Again, it is 9:02 in the morning here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. It is just past 9 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and you're taking a live look at U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi just touching down in Japan. This is part of her multi-day tour of Asia. The House Speaker says that the U.S. will not abandon its commitment to Taiwan after meeting with Taiwanese leaders just over the past few days. And Beijing's rebuttal really causing a lot of concern as China is now launching a large-scale show of force in the Taiwan Strait to make it clear that claims are non-negotiable over the island it regards as a renegade province. The live-fire military drills are expected to be the most provocative action towards Taiwan in a quarter of a century. And again, this all comes after Nancy Pelosi, our House Speaker, chose to visit the country. Our White House correspondent Peter Ducey has more.
In the world.
That's not how China sees things, though. Neither is this.
Today, the world faces a choice between democracy and autocracy.
The Communist Party of China is readying a response, effectively encircling Taiwan and warning ships and airplanes to steer clear as they prepare for large-scale military exercises. Foreign ministers of the G7 write, "We are concerned by recent and announced threatening actions by the People's Republic of China, PRC, particularly live-fire exercises and economic coercion, which risk unnecessary escalation." President Biden didn't directly mention any of this, but he did talk to his national security advisors about a, quote, free and open Indo-Pacific.
I was ambassador to Japan. We used the term kabuki theater. I think that's what's going on here. You're going to see a lot of theater, but I don't expect this to turn into anything that's kinetic.
So Republicans aren't sure the Chinese will back up this kind of tough talk from a Chinese ambassador. Quote, "The U.S. must pay the price for its own mistake, and we mean what we say." White House officials won't say if they consider that a serious threat.
The United States will not seek and does not want a crisis. We are prepared to manage what Beijing chooses to do.
White House officials also won't weigh in on whether or not Speaker Pelosi's trip was worth it, something they haven't done before, during, or after her visit.
We've got a real weakness in this White House, where the White House wouldn't even back up the Speaker for going to Taiwan.
When they go, he doesn't dictate it, they go. Now he can say if he thinks it was good or not.
I mean, that's not how it works. That is not how it works here.
We're going to learn a lot more about how it works here as we wait to see if U.S. military assets in the region move as requested by the Chinese. It hasn't even been a week yet since President Biden told Xi that he opposes Chinese efforts to undermine peace and stability in the Straits of Taiwan. And yet, here we are at the White House. Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Peter, thank you for that report. Sticking with some international related news, we just heard moments ago from WNBA star Brittney Griner, who's in a Russian court today for the closing arguments of her trial. She has been locked up and detained in Russia for almost 6 months. And that was when she was arrested at the Moscow airport for cannabis possession in her luggage. We do know Brittney Griner, again, just spoke moments ago to the court saying that she had no idea that she was breaking the law, saying that she apologizes to not only her teammates in Russia, where she plays during the offseason, but also her fans for the mistake that she made and the embarrassment that she brought to them. She also took a moment to apologize to her parents, her siblings, her spouse, her team here in the U.S., the Phoenix Mercury, and really all of the amazing women of the WNBA. Those are some direct quotes from Brittney Griner in court today. She went on to tell the judge that she never meant to hurt anybody, and again, never meant to break any laws or to hurt the Russian population, saying that she has made an honest mistake. We do know that Russian prosecutors are asking the court to sentence her to 9.5 years in prison for those crimes. It is unclear exactly when that verdict will be announced, but as soon as it does come down, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We also want to bring you some news related to the war in Ukraine. We do know that Russia has accused the U.S. of having a direct role in the war after Kyiv has carried out successful strikes using U.S.-supplied rockets. Our Fox's Alex Hogan is in Kyiv, Ukraine.
The word HIMARS has become almost synonymous with the word justice for our country.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky praising President Joe Biden's administration for supplying rocket launchers and committing to an additional $550 million in defense aid. Today, Ukrainian forces cut off one of Russia's vital supply routes by striking a Russian ammunition train and severing the railway between Kherson and Crimea. Despite that, Russian forces made marginal gains in the east.
Especially in the Donbas region. It's just hell there.
A hell that's moving south in the new offensive. Russia unleashed on the southern city of Mykolaiv this week, sending 38 rockets across the city, including on Mykolaiev's major hospital.
So they destroyed it totally.
We talked to Mayor Alexander Senkovich inside that hospital.
I expect every day for rocket to come for me, and I sleep in different places.
City water is no longer drinkable, so residents collect clean water in plastic bags. Half of the city's population has fled. Senkovich can't convince the other half to leave. For those who do stay, it is a race against time to repair the damage before summer comes to an end.
We have about 40,000 broken windows. We are working every day with them, using different types of materials to close those windows, just to be able to heat those buildings using central heating.
The mayor tells me the elderly in his city tell him they would rather die in their home than flee to a foreign place and start life all over at their age. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. Sticking with some news on the war in Ukraine, we now know that the United States Senate has voted to approve adding both Finland and Sweden to the NATO alliance. Lawmakers are calling it a, quote, slam dunk for U.S. national security and a day of reckoning for Russian President Vladimir Putin over his invasion of Ukraine. Senators voted 95-1 to expand NATO, the pact of mutual defense of North America, and our democratic allies in Europe. And our own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with national security expert Hal Kemper right after the Senate's vote to overwhelmingly approve NATO membership for, again, both Sweden and Finland.
Even further with national security expert Hal Kemper joining us live on Live Now. Hal, thanks so much for being with us. Let's talk about what Alex's report was also talking about. Where do things stand, especially as Ukrainian forces try to retake that very key city of Kherson?
Well, the Ukrainian forces are actually making some gains. They've taken about 53 settlements, for lack of a better term, in the Kherson area. These are areas that the Russians had previously controlled, and now the Ukrainians control. Now, what the Russians have been doing is they've been pulling forces from the east, that Donbas region, and rushing in forces. It's not clear how many, but forces that were quickly mobilized, and reports are about 1 week of training and forcing them in there to try and bolster up that Kherson region. However, as was mentioned, they took out that major rail link, and that's a big thing. Is the Russian military is very dependent on rail because, frankly, the road network in Russia and the road network and the whole part of the world is not that great. So they've been very dependent on rail. And so they took out that rail link. They had taken out that major river crossing, which kind of cut off logistics from Kherson, the city itself, for the Russian forces. And the Russian forces have been reported over the weekend to, in some cases, it looked like they were just retrograding or retreating because they're in fear of being encircled. So the Ukrainians are making strides. It's not like there's a breakthrough yet, but there's a lot of analysts who have looked at this, and it looks like the Ukrainians are poised to make a big push into Kherson. And of course, the big thing is if they can take Kherson Oblast, the province itself, which is huge, by the way. It's almost the size of Belgium. But if they can take that, they control the water supply to the Crimean Peninsula, which is a big thing. They also control really the access to the Crimean Peninsula from the land, and that kind of changes the whole strategic look of the Russian occupation or Russian force projection across the Ukraine, and it gives them a chance to move up rather than attacking directly in the east. They kind of move up from the south and start flanking the Russian forces in the east. It would be a complete change of the strategic picture.
Okay, so we know from Ukrainian President Zelensky there, he was thanking the Biden administration for providing those HIMARS. I believe there's about 16 there in Ukraine. When are we going to start sending more, and why haven't we done so? What's the holdup?
Yeah, Andrew, that's a good question. I've been kind of wondering that myself. There seems to be a number I've heard, and I heard it about a month or so ago. They said if the Ukrainians get about 20 operational HIMARS, that seems to be a pretty pivotal number in terms of the amount of firepower that they can put to push for an offensive. So I'm expecting any day to hear 4 more HIMARS going out. But not beyond the HIMARS are all these M270s, and of course the German variant of the M270. Those are tracked vehicles. They have the same basically multiple launch rocket system as the HIMARS. They're not quite as fast. They can't reload them quite as fast, but they have 2 pods versus 1, which means they actually carry double the ammo load when they're firing. And they've been pushing those in there. It's not clear how many there are. Could be a dozen, could be more than a dozen. I don't know. But they give that, in terms of firepower, they give a force, well, actually per vehicle, they give a greater than force equivalency. And excuse me, as long as you don't want to move them as fast, with all that standoff that they have, they could do some, they can kind of do a Comstoffel, sort of put them together sort of thing to create this multiple launch rocket system fire base sort of concept that really is much bigger than just the HIMARS themselves. The HIMARS are the thing that everybody looks at, but it's the capability is what you're focused on.
Yeah, and we've heard from the Ukrainian side too. They want more, of course, but they say they are being very effective, and the time with which it takes Ukrainian fighters to train on them, to use them properly, they say they have that down as well. So that's very interesting. Hal, let's move on to what happened on Capitol Hill earlier tonight. The Senate approved the NATO expansion to include Sweden and Finland by a vote of 95-1, Hal. Senator Josh Hawley, the Republican from Missouri, was the lone no vote, and Senator Rand Paul, Republican from Kentucky, voted present. So Senator Josh Hawley was just on Fox's Tucker Carlson just moments ago saying this does not make America or Europe safer. What say you?
I say he kind of harkens back to the 1930s isolationist part of the GOP, and I've heard him talk, and he brings that up. And there's other isolationist rhetoric that floats out there in the body politic. But I have to tell you, I kind of ignore that one vote, and I ignore the present vote as well. I look at the fact that we got 95 senators to vote for this.
Yeah,
that's phenomenal. With all the partisan bickering and everything that's going on, if you look at every other part of what's going on in Congress right now, everything that's before the Senate right now, and to see that kind of unity, that's very impressive. And I would point out, we even after 9/11, we still had naysayers in Congress that would, those 1 or 2 votes that would say no, and they would give some sort of, a very, I would say, non-practical reason, more philosophical reason as to why they did it. But those things will happen. The fact that we got 95, I think that every legislative body throughout NATO looks at that unity, if you will, and also recognizes we have a very bipartisan system with a lot of rancor. But when they see that's kind of unity with the U.S., that really makes us look stronger, and it makes us look stronger because it's a democratic nation coming together and voting in unison, saying this is something we have to do. So those countries where there might be a little bit of a challenge getting the legislature, if you will, the parliament, to vote for it, look at that and say, the U.S., despite all their differences, came together on this. I think there's really a sort of moral authority that's projected across with that. So I was very pleased to see that. I was extremely pleased to see that it happened before they went on the August recess.
Yes, that was one of the other things, whether or not it would be on the agenda before they left town. And so you're saying essentially this is much more than just a symbolic legislative victory. This is going to mean something. So what happens next? Well, you alluded to the fact that every NATO member, every NATO country in their respective parliaments, their respective legislatures, they have to do something similar, and it has to be essentially unanimous amongst all NATO member nations. So when can we see that wrap up, do you think?
I'm hoping this month. I'm hoping August we'll see this wrapped up. You got to remember, every nation is on its own schedule. In Europe, August is the traditional vacation month as well. That's been changing throughout the years, but that's the normal month where, a lot of, at least Western Europe, goes on vacation. And they go on vacation for about a month. So it's not uncommon to see some of these legislatures, some of these parliaments, if you will, are running into the same recess issue that the Senate was running into here. But I'm hoping, because of the importance of this and the criticality of getting this done, with the war raging as it is, and of course tensions being raised elsewhere around the world by China, actions in Iran and elsewhere, that there's a feeling of that they need to get this done, make a unified NATO effort to get these two critical, incoming partners as part of the alliance. And I think that'll carry a lot of weight. And so I'm expecting to see this done. I may be wrong. I'll be the first to say, if this thing rolls into September, I could see a few members where that's possible. Okay. I just hope it will get done this month.
Okay, Hal, last point I want to make, and I don't know if you saw this in the New York Times. You probably did. This op-ed by Thomas Friedman titled "Why Pelosi's Visit to Taiwan is Utterly Reckless." I don't want to talk about Pelosi's trip to Taiwan, because within the op-ed itself, Friedman goes, "Dear reader, the Ukraine war is not over, and privately, U.S. officials are a lot more concerned about Ukraine's leadership than they are letting on." He goes on to say, "There is deep mistrust between the White House and President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, considerably more than has been reported." This was from Monday. The op-ed was published. What do you make of that? That's stunning. That's really the first reporting I've seen to suggest that.
Well, the first reporting at that level that's been out there. I've seen other things. Look.
All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to the latest update on the war in Ukraine with our own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, as always, having a very insightful conversation with Hal Kemper. We do want to turn away to some other news that we are following today on this Thursday morning at this very moment. We do want to bring you an update on jobless claims here in the U.S. We did just get a new report out at this very moment, which shows that the number of people filing for unemployment here in the U.S. is up. So again, not great news for the economy as we get these new reports in pretty much every week and every day. And for more insight into all of this, let's bring in Dr. Mike Walden, who is a professor emeritus of agriculture and resource economics at North Carolina State University, based in Raleigh, North Carolina. Dr. Walden, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. I wanted to get your insight and your take on this new report, which again shows that more people are now filing for unemployment.
Yeah, and we have this debate about whether we're in a recession or not in a recession. The people who say we're not in a recession point to the fact that the labor market still appears to be relatively strong. The number that came out today on jobless claims showed that that number went up. We've actually had an increase in jobless claims pretty consistently since March. And this is considered a leading indicator by economists. That is to say, if jobless claims go up, usually that leads to a weakening job market. We'll get some new numbers on the job market tomorrow. But I think what this is adding fuel to is those folks who are in the camp that, yes, we're maybe we're not in a recession right now, but it's coming. I think that adds fuel to that idea that maybe a recession is around the corner.
And so when do you think we could see the job market weaken? We know that, obviously there are a lot of different job openings available across the country, but again, we are seeing more people file for unemployment. So your take on that, and when you think we could really see the job market weaken here?
Right now, we really have two job markets. We have strong hiring still in areas like hospitality, restaurants, hotels. Those folks have been having big trouble hiring people, but we're seeing weakening in areas like technology. And I think what is going to happen is we're going to see more weakening in more parts of the job market. Tomorrow's report will be very important because although it may show that we've added jobs, I think we're going to add jobs at a much slower number than we did in previous months. And again, I think as we go on through the year, and I'm going to say in terms of a date, the end of the year, we might start to see losses in jobs and a higher unemployment. And I think that will add fuel and actually solidify the idea that we're in a recession at that point.
And for people who are trying to really just navigate their way through these times, right? High inflation, high gas prices right now, for people looking for jobs, where are the most jobs that are available? Should people stay in their current jobs? Should they be looking? What advice do you have for people trying to navigate these waters?
Well, we've had a lot of job shifting over the last couple of years. People may be in a job that suits them, but maybe they don't have the perks, the benefits, et cetera, so they've moved on. I think people should stay put now because I do think we're going to see weakening. And if you're looking for a job and you find a job that fits you, take it, because I think things will be much worse in terms of finding better jobs down the road, 3-6 months down the road. So people looking for jobs have been in the driver's seat for a while. I think they're going to get out of that driver's seat and they're going to be more at the whim of the labor market.
And I wanted to ask sort of international related news a little bit, but we did see the Bank of England today say that the UK's economy is projected to enter a recession by the end of this year. I wanted to get your take on that and what you think that means for the entire global economy.
Well, we are a global economy. I mean, the U.S. has a recession. Usually it's a worldwide recession. So I'm not surprised for the U.K. to predict that. I think if we do go into a bona fide recession, it'll be a worldwide recession. And in terms of how long it could last, I think maybe a couple of quarters, but it's very, very hard to ascertain that. A lot is going to be dependent upon the Federal Reserve. One scenario I could see is the Federal Reserve raises interest rates to try to cool inflation. They get inflation down a little bit, then they turn their focus to, well, we're losing jobs. They may stop raising interest rates. And we might have this bumpy ride over several years where the Fed tries to fight inflation, then they try to fight unemployment, and they go back and forth.
And you did touch upon this already, Dr. Walden, but the job market is key, right? You said that's really the last link to finding out and really determining if we are in a recession. So we have really, spent the past probably 6 months or so, at least here on our show, talking about all of these different economic reports, the job numbers, the consumer price index reports. So if you could just explain one more time for our viewers how this specific report on jobless claims is so key to really determining if we are officially in a recession.
Well, two reasons. First of all, for us to have a recession, we want it to be broad-based, want it to hit every part of the economy. But the more practical reason is that's where people interact most with the economy. It's in the job market. So when we tell people that, the economy is still growing and there are still jobs out there, even though we have high inflation, they may say, well, okay, yeah, I really don't feel like things are down. But once the job market becomes deteriorating, then I think that's the final piece. And everyone from academics down to individual people who are out there working agree that we're in a deteriorating recessionary period. So I think that those two reasons are key why we have this focus on the job market.
And tomorrow we are expecting another report. Any insight from you, just your expert opinion on what we could expect to see?
Well, we had 380,000, I think 385,000 net new jobs in June. I think it's going to be lower for July. How much lower, I think, will determine whether economists get really, really worried about the economy or not. But I think tomorrow's number will be positive, but lower, showing that we are seeing a slowdown in the job market.
So we know what that means essentially for workers, right? For everyday Americans. We've talked a lot about the workers in particular, but what does this mean for companies, for those small businesses and even those big companies that are issuing hiring freezes and looking ahead, looking to the months ahead at possible layoffs?
Well, of course, small companies have been hit hard by high inflation, and they really have to be in a good situation when to bring on added cost. But I think for big companies, they are now increasingly worried about the pace of the economy. They try to predict recessions, I think, a little more than other people because they have much more at stake. So if we have a weaker job number tomorrow, which I expect, maybe even a slight uptick in the unemployment rate, that again will send stronger signals to decision makers from small mom and pop stores up to the largest CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company that we are in a weakening economy. And then they start to batten down the hatches. They will start to maybe stop hiring, maybe even some layoffs. So we'll see all these numbers deteriorate a little more.
And I wanted to ask about the stock market. It is 9:30 in the morning here, and the New York Stock Exchange opening at this very moment down about 53 points. That is, of course, going to change throughout the day. Speaking of the economy and stocks and, of course, jobs and how this all plays a role, can you tell us a little bit more about that and what we can expect to see in terms of, the economy and the stock market in the months ahead?
Well, you really put an economist's reputation on the line when you ask us to predict the stock market. It's very, very difficult. And we've seen ups and downs in the stock market. I've had people ask me, how can the stock market be going up when things look like they're going downhill? It's millions of investors trying to anticipate the future. My particular view is that we are going to see downward trends in the stock market when it becomes more and more apparent that we probably are headed to a recession. I think we'll see stock prices go down.
All right, Dr. Walden, anything else that we're missing? I know we covered a lot today, but anything you think our viewers should know?
Well, don't hold me to that last forecast. Very, very difficult to predict the market. But keep your eyes on all the data coming out about the job market. Tomorrow is another report. I think these numbers are key because I think, again, that's that missing piece to get people agreed as to whether we are or are not in a recession.
All right, Dr. Mike Walden, a professor, emeritus professor of agriculture and resource economics at North Carolina State University in Raleigh, North Carolina. Dr. Walden, always great to have you on, and thank you so much for providing that insight into this report and what we can expect to see tomorrow.
My pleasure, Mackenzie. Thank you.
All right, everybody, again, a big thanks to Dr. Mike Walden from North Carolina State University for that insight on those jobless reports that did come out today. Again, just a recap showing that the number of people applying for unemployment is up at this very moment. So again, we of course will continue to watch that. In the meantime, we do want to take you live out to the New York Stock Exchange. As we mentioned, stocks just opening about 2 minutes ago. We are going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for spending your Thursday morning with us. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. We do at this very moment want to take you live out to Texas, where we know that Blue Origin will launch its 6th human flight. Known as the NS-22, that is going to be launching at any moment, again, from Texas at one of those launch sites there. And after completion of this launch readiness evaluation, we again know that the team will be heading up to space. This is a 6-person crew that, again, will be heading up there at any moment. So let's go ahead and listen in live on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
How we're coming to you live from our orbital launch site in Cape Canaveral, Florida, the home of our New Glenn rocket. It's also home to Allison Carone, who will join me here at the desk right after we watch this overview of the orbital launch site. Welcome, Allison. Good to have you join us at the desk.
Thank you. This is really exciting.
So while we were getting some great shots of our progress at the orbital launch site, we did enter a brief hold. In the meantime, Allison, I'd love to learn a little bit about your job role here at Blue.
I'm the Director of Program Management for our Launch Facility Development Team, and I get to work with a great bunch of people designing, building, and testing our launch site.
It sounds like an exciting role. What is a day in the life like for you?
Well, like I said, there's a great many people who work on this, and we get to develop requirements, right. We get to work through designs, we get to be, on the cutting edge and work through problems every day.
So it's a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
How did you find your path to Blue? What's your background?
So I'm mechanical engineering, graduated from the University of Central Florida here locally, and I worked for NASA on a few different projects, right. and I got to fly some payloads to space, just like we're doing on New Shepard.
That's an incredible achievement. And as the video clearly showed, lots happening in Florida. Tell us about the facility we're in right now.
So the orbital launch site is really 2 different complexes. We've got our manufacturing complex, which we're sitting in today, and that's where we bring metal in one side and rockets come out the other. So we build our first and second stage, we build our fairings, and then we transport those about 11 miles to our launch site.
Right, this is the New Glenn factory, and we were walking the floor a little earlier. There's just so much hardware.
It is like exhilarating to walk through here. I mean, just this morning when I walked through, it's packed with people, with parts, with assemblies, and the energy is really strong here.
So the New Glenn factory, the manufacturing complex, it's humming right now, so those rocket engine parts are coming out that side door. Where do they go from there?
So like I said, they come to the launch site. Each stage is transported individually, and we take those stages, we put them together in the integration facility, we put them on our transport erector, we go up the ramp, we mate to the pad, and then to the 20 ground systems that we have to support the rocket.
And that's an incredible amount of talent on your team to handle all of that. Now, if you're on the Space Coast, you can see the silhouette of Launch Complex 36. What are folks looking at when they're at the beach?
Yeah, like the beach is the best spot to see the site. You've got our 2 towers, our lightning towers. They're 574 feet tall. They protect the vehicle while the vehicle's out for its 8-hour stay, getting fueled and checked out before we launch.
Excellent. So I think we're going to have some footage here of that launch complex. So we'd love to see it.
Right, so here's the complex. You can see our stage demonstrator tank that we're actually proof loading right now. And this is the ramp that the vehicle will go up, and our lightning towers. You know, everything is massive here. And it's a great opportunity to be part of this team and work and develop this. So.
No. Yeah, absolutely. I think the sense of scale, and we'll get back to that, is definitely impressive. We had a good shot there of the integration facility where we can host multiple New Glenn stages.
Yeah,
really,
that's right. We can put 3 in there.
And process them. But your team took a launch pad that had seen better days, storied days, historic days, and put a ton of work into it and had what we showed us today. Tell us a little bit about the historic Launch Complex 36.
Yeah, there's quite a legacy to live up to. You know, the Atlas program launched 145 missions from our site. So that included our first lunar landing, interplanetary missions to Mars and Jupiter. So we, you know.
And these were all probes exploring the solar system, exploring the moon. And so it's a bit of the legacy that we're inheriting here at Launch Complex 36. A launch pad that was used to explore the solar system, and now New Glenn that will also be used to explore the solar system.
That's right.
Let's talk about that scale of New Glenn. It's a huge rocket.
It is. It's you don't get a sense for the scale until you're next to it,
Right.
And you're looking up at it. It's been a big honor for me to participate.
You feel a little dwarfed by comparison.
You do. You look up and it's like, how am I going to work on that?
But you know, we've said that New Glenn will be the smallest orbital launch class vehicle that we build. How does your team handle, you know, future upgrades and planning that in while also getting ready for that first launch?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that this is the beginning, right? So we kept that in mind when we developed the requirements, and we're ready for the next orbital vehicle that comes our way. So
that's excellent. Appreciate your team really leaning into it and doing the forward planning. As you look at 2022, you've got some impressive milestones this month and through the end of the year. What does that hold in store for your team, for this team here at Orbital Launch Site?
Yeah, so I say 2022 is the year for subsystem commissioning and integrated testing. We recently completed our upending system and checking that out. That's going to take our horizontal transporter and vehicle to a vertical launch position. We will complete our integrated testing near the end of the year with our simulators and testing out our ground systems. So we're filling our water tower right now to start our deluge testing. So
yeah,
it's rapid pace.
That's incredible. It sounds like there's no shortage of work, and your team is incredibly talented. So while we were talking through that last segment, we did clear the hold. So we see our countdown clock now progressing at T-minus 14 minutes and 20 seconds and counting. So that's excellent news. Allison, thanks for keeping me company here at the desk, giving us a look into Blue's incredible future with New Glenn.
Thank you. This was really fun, and you have a pretty sweet gig, so I'll come back anytime.
Well, listen, you shared with us the story of New Glenn, the story of our orbital launch site. You have an open invitation. You did a fabulous job, and we look forward to seeing you here next time. In the meantime, we'll check out New Shepard while we stand by as this clock counts down. Welcome to New Shepard's 6th human flight. While we wait for this countdown clock to reach 0, let's take a look at the first 5 crewed flights that we've launched in the last 12 months.
I think that historians will look back at the early 21st century as a really important time in the expansion of humanity into the solar system.
Jeff Bezos is about to blast off into space.
People that have been on this journey has changed their outlook on humanity.
Space has always been something I've wanted to do, but it's never been accessible until now.
It feels like a turning point where we can open up this experience for more people.
I think it's so important to start making the demographics of space look like the demographics of our world.
I'm Brazilian, and I'm the second Brazilian to go to space.
This is a new era of the unbelievable, where a teacher from North Carolina gets to go to space. It was amazing. The energy, the feel, everything about it.
There is MECO, main engine cutoff. Look at that view.
Oh, Jesus. Looking out the window and seeing the black sky and the curvature of the earth.
Holy.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. And the windows are huge. Absolutely huge.
The weightlessness, looking down and like, pretty cool.
I'll love every second of it.
What you have given me is the most profound experience I can imagine.
It's just a dream come true. I wanted to do this my entire life.
It's almost like an out-of-body experience to see the Earth from that perspective and understand how small of a part we are of something so large.
All of these flights and a dedicated payload flight in just under a year. This is what building the road is.
All right, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. If you are watching us, it is 9:48 in the morning on the East Coast. This is the voice of Josh Breslow, and what you were just listening to was some information there about Blue Origin as we wait for that launch time. It's about 8 minutes and 45 seconds, it looks like. So we're going to try to bring that to you live here on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we do. Essentially, 6 tourists, is what I'm going to say, are going to head up into space for a total of 11 minutes. That's right, 11 whole minutes, and then they are going to come back down to Earth. So we'll have that for you coming up in just a little bit. But I do want to switch gears just a little bit here, because I want to talk about weather. It's something that impacts everyone, and it's something that everyone obviously cares about. So let's bring in this is actually Fox News' Fox weather contributor and hurricane specialist Brian Norcross joining us live to discuss what we can expect for this season. Brian, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
And good morning to you. Yeah, we're standing by here for a new update from both Colorado State University and NOAA. Both this morning are going to be updating their forecasts, and we don't think the numbers are going to get any bigger in terms of the projections for the number of named storms and hurricanes this season, and they might actually get a little lower here, and I'll show you why. So here we're standing by for the new CSU and the new NOAA numbers. There's where we were last year, 21, 7, and 4 of those hurricanes were Category 3 and above. On average, of course, it was somewhat lower than that, especially in terms of the named storms. This year, I'm expecting it to be less than the 21. How much less we'll see here in just a few minutes. I'm expecting it somewhere in the high teens to about 20 in terms of named storms. Remember, we've already had 3 of them, so that would count those 3. And the hurricanes are somewhere in the 7 or 8 or 9 range, something like that, but we'll see here coming up in just a few minutes. All right, here's what they're going to be looking at, and these are the factors that you look in both of the oceans that kind of control the hurricane season. First of all, here in the Pacific, there's this area south of Hawaii that we look at the water temperatures there. When they are cool, like they are right now, that tends to favor more Atlantic hurricanes, it turns out. It affects the upper level winds and makes them more conducive for hurricanes to develop. So with that being cool, that kind of bumps the numbers up in terms of the expected number of storms. Over in the Atlantic, we have a couple of things to look at. First of all, here in the tropical Atlantic, it's a bit warmer than normal. Not a whole lot normal, but a bit warmer. But then look a little bit to the north here. There's this cold tongue in here. That kind of negates the warmer to the south. So the net of that, we're thinking probably makes it about a wash as far as the Atlantic. So kind of more higher numbers from the Pacific, about average from the Atlantic. That's why we expect a little bit higher than normal for the net. Right now out there, boy, there is nothing. I mean, look at the Atlantic. It is almost empty of everything. Now, what might be causing that, and how about if something does form out of this system that's just about to come off of Africa here, which we keep an eye on, of course? Well, guess what? Across the middle of the Atlantic, there's a ton of dry air. So that means that this moisture out here is going to get kind of dried out as it moves to the west. Also, look over the Caribbean, and you see these clouds moving quickly here. Well, that tells you that the upper-level winds are hostile to any development. And we have this big upper-level low in here that's also hostile. So there's a big barrier here in the Caribbean that's going to keep anything from coming west right now. So for now, for this week, probably into next week, we're going to stay calm. After that is when we're going to watch middle of the month toward the end of the month. That's when hurricane season normally gets going. So, it's looking pretty good for right now. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Brian, and of course, people are saying, it's been pretty quiet all throughout July, but as you mentioned, that's fairly normal for this time, right?
Yeah, we have kind of a recency bias. We've been used to having these very busy hurricane seasons and systems developing in July. It's actually not normal. One only develops in July now and again, and rarely a strong hurricane affects the United States in July. There are outliers, but this is more like a normal season where you have a few in June up toward early July, and then it stops for a while, and then the real hurricane.
All right, it appears we just lost Brian, so we are going to bring you to a commercial break. Let's just take a quick commercial break right now, and we'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. All right, everyone, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. This is the voice of Josh Breslow as we approach the 10 o'clock hour on the East Coast. What you're watching is T-minus 1 minute and 43 seconds until we do see the Blue Origin launch. This is the 6th human flight. It's known as NS-22 and will lift off from the launch site there in Texas. That's what you're looking at. It was supposed to launch around 9:30 or so. Obviously, these things never happen as they're scheduled to happen, so it looks like in about a minute or so we will see this launch, and I want to bring that to you live on the air because that is what we do here at Live Now from Fox. This is going to be a 6-person crew, and it's essentially tourists that go into the sky. They pay for this, and then they go into space, and they're there for about 11 minutes or so before they come back down here to Earth. So I do want to, I guess, put up the sound here as we wait. We're at T-minus 56 seconds.
Engine is gimbaling. This is the primary control authority for the vehicle on ascent and descent, and of course critical for that soft landing on the landing pad. With just 30 seconds to go for today's launch, it's time to hand it off to Mission Control and launch this rocket.
T-minus 16 seconds, guidance internal. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1.
Shepard has cleared the tower and is heading to space. Godspeed, Titanium Feather. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see that we are gaining speed as New Shepard gains altitude. We started at about 3,700 feet above median sea level, and that's where Launch Site 1 is located. There we've got a great shot of the BE-3 and, of course, of the booster looking down at West Texas. We've hit our next milestone, max Q, the point where aerodynamic stress on the vehicle is at its maximum, and that BE-3 engine gets to flex its muscles, throttling down to reduce those stresses. Our next milestone will be main engine cutoff, but in the meantime, the BE-3 is back to 110,000 pounds of thrust, powering New Shepard and its crew to space.
All right, what you're looking at there is a live image as Blue Origin launched from Texas with 6
and it looks
crew
to have been a
members on
successful main engine cutoff with the vehicle traveling at more than 2,000 miles per hour and 200,000 feet of altitude. Our next milestone will be separation of the crew capsule and the booster for 0G. Capcom will momentarily cue the astronauts to unbuckle their harnesses after separation, and we'll be listening in. In the meantime, Sarah, Vanessa, Kobe, Mario, Clint, and Steve, welcome to space.
Yes! Check it out! Oh my God! Hey!
Sounds like they're having fun up there. We gotta thank you, Laura, our Capcom. Now we've just received.
Wow. Look at the blackness. Oh, man. God. Oh, my word. We're above the earth. Oh, my God. That's you upside down? Oh. See the curvature of the earth. Take it in. Take it in.
One minute warning.
1 minute warning.
1 minute warning.
1 minute warning. Right there. Guys, the way you play, or you will be in trouble. If you can't remember, or into your chair. Everybody back to their seats.
Congratulations to. Congratulations to all 6 crew of the Titanium Feather. They just officially became astronauts with an apogee well over 100 kilometers, the internationally recognized boundary line of space. Both the crew capsule and booster are now descending. We saw the forward fins deploy there in the shot on your left as that rocket is now reaching its atmospheric pierce point, returning from space and entering the atmosphere. Those control surfaces that raise the center of pressure on the vehicle now have a little bit of air pressure to push against. That's the ring fin and the forward fin, and the booster will be reaching its maximum reentry velocity here just under Mach 4. Starting to slow down here now, the wedge fins, the steering fins, and the ring fin all working together, earning their keep to guide this booster home. And there's that passive downward stability with the center of mass and center of pressure having inverted relationships now. Great close-up of the BE-3 engine. There it is, engine ignition, engine relay coming in for a landing. Booster touchdown. Welcome back to Earth, New Shepard. For a lot of us at Blue, this moment in flight is one of our proudest moments, really showcasing what the BE-3 engine and the New Shepard booster are capable of. Really just incredible engineering. No matter how many times we've seen this happen, it just never gets old. It's a live booster landing, nice and softly onto that landing pad. You can't help but want for this to happen. Of course, we see there at the bottom of the BE-3 engine, we're venting any excess propellants. This is a key step in the reusability of this booster. We'll be able to purge with inert fluids and keep this booster clean. There we've got a great shot of the crew capsule coming back down. Again, it's gumdrop shape, a little slower to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. We should have the drogues here shortly. There they are. Drogue chutes are out. I count 3. And those drogue chutes have now pulled out the main chutes that will begin to fill with atmosphere to further stabilize the booster. If you're just joining us, this is our 6th human flight. The booster has landed, and our crew, Titanium Feather, is on its way back to Earth.
Poor families. I am sweating profusely. Oh my gosh.
Nothing quite like living in the moment. What a beautiful shot there of the booster, and the crew capsule looks to be maybe a little south or southwest of the landing pad, and of course that great West Texas backdrop. So as we come in here softly for a landing, those landing systems will engage, measuring the height above the ground to fire that innovative retro thrust system that kicks up the dust but makes for a very soft landing. Touchdown, Titanium Feather. Welcome back to Earth. And what a shot of Victoria Canyon, the Sierra Diablos, and our West Texas desert kicking up that poof of dust. I bet they're excited in there. They sounded excited. So now our team is preparing landing safety operations and recovery of our astronauts from the crew capsule. And we'll be watching on the drone shots as they head out that way.
All right, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:08. If you're joining us on the East Coast, a successful 6th human flight there. Blue Origin launching with 6 crew members on board. As you probably heard there, they officially became astronauts about 6 minutes in and then headed right back down to Earth for a total of 11 minutes off the ground. They are back now and they are safe. You heard someone there scream, "Hey, we're astronauts." So a very exciting situation. We love to bring you things like this on the air, live, raw, and unfiltered, because that is what we do here at Live Now from Fox. We also cover breaking news 24/7, so I do want to let you know Brittney Griner, the verdict in that case is expected at about 10:45 this morning Eastern time, so a little more than half an hour. Of course, we are going to carry that live for you if they do allow the camera into the courtroom to get that verdict and sentencing. Prosecutors are asking the Russian court for 9.5 years in prison for Brittney Griner, and the maximum sentence for the charges against her, 10 years. We're going to talk more about that coming up, but I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:11 in the morning. If you are joining us on the East Coast, right before we went to break, we mentioned a verdict was to be read in the Brittney Griner case at 10:45 this morning. Not clear, though, if cameras will be allowed in the courtroom as that verdict is read. It is likely, as we were just in the courtroom there, but we'll, of course, let you know. And when it does happen, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. So WNBA star Brittney Griner is in Russia here, where she is on trial for cannabis possession. You can see in the video there, this is from this morning. Essentially, she's kept in what appears to be a cage during that trial. These were closing arguments that began this morning, nearly 6 months after she was arrested at a Moscow airport. During today's hearing, Russian prosecutors asked for Griner to be sentenced to 9.5 years in prison, the maximum sentence 10 years. Griner spoke today during those closing arguments, saying she had no intention of breaking any Russian law. We were on the air as she was speaking, so I do want to play that for you, of course, raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Griner currently on trial in Russia. She does appear to be speaking, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Всегда признавать свою ответственность. И второе – это усердно работать для того, чтобы иметь все, что у тебя есть.
That's why I pled guilty to my charges. I understand everything that's being said against me, the charges that are against me, and that is why I pled guilty. But I had no intent to break any Russian laws.
И именно поэтому я и признал вину по тем обвинениям, которые были мне предъявлены. Я поняла и понимаю те обвинения, которые выдвинуты против меня, но у меня не было никогда намерения нарушать российское законодательство.
I want the courts to understand that it was an honest mistake that I made while rushing under stress, trying to recover from post-COVID, and just trying to get back to my team.
И я хочу, чтобы суд понимал, что это была честная ошибка, которую я допустила в спешке, когда собирала свои вещи, испытывала постковидный стресс и пыталась побыстрее вернуться к моим товарищам по команде.
That hard work that my parents instilled in me, that hard work that my parents instilled in me is what brought me to play for the best EuroLeague and Russian team here at Lubyanka.
И та усердная работа, которой меня научили мои родители, привела меня в эту самую сильную в России, в Европе команду УГМК.
I had no idea that the team, the city, the fans, and my teammates would make such a great impression on me over the 6.5 years that I've spent here in ECAT.
И я даже не представляла, что команда, что город, мои поклонники и товарищи по команде создадут такое хорошее впечатление за те 6,5 лет, которые я провела в Екатеринбурге.
It became my second home with my friends, my teammates, and my fans that I was able to interact with. I remember vividly coming out of the gym and all the little girls that were in the stands there waiting on me. And that's what kept making me come back here.
И я прекрасно помню, кроме того, что это стало моим вторым домом, я прекрасно помню, как, выходя из спортивного зала, я видела, как девочки ждали меня, и здесь появились настоящие мои друзья, мои поклонники, с которыми я могла взаимодействовать. Все это заставляло меня возвращаться сюда снова и снова.
I want to apologize to my teammates, my club, Gemka, the fans, and the city of ECAT for my mistake that I made and the embarrassment that I brought onto them.
Я хотела бы извиниться перед моими товарищами по команде, перед клубом, перед поклонниками за ту ошибку, которую я допустила, и за тот позор, который я на них навлекла.
I want to also apologize to my parents, my siblings, my Phoenix Mercury organization back at home, the amazing women of the WNBA, and my amazing spouse back at home.
Я также хочу принести извинения перед своими родителями, своими братьями и сестрами, перед организацией Phoenix Mercury, перед замечательными женщинами женской национальной баскетбольной ассоциации WNBA, а также перед моей прекрасной супругой.
I never meant to hurt anybody. I never meant to put in jeopardy the Russian population. I never meant to break any laws here.
Я ни на секунду никогда не хотела никому навредить, никого обидеть, навредить населению Российской Федерации или...
All right, of course, you were listening there to Brittney Griner this morning as she spoke during that trial. This was the closing arguments, and she did say her piece there and apologized, saying that, you know, she acknowledged that there were vape canisters with cannabis oil in her luggage, but had no intention of breaking any sort of Russian law. So as we do here on Live Now from Fox, we like to bring you everything live, raw, and unfiltered. And I do want to let you know, over in Florida, we have Governor Ron DeSantis who is speaking. He teased a major announcement, and it appears he is speaking now in Florida. So let's listen in to find out what it is.
Our society. That's why we have a rule of law. And so I think today's action is obviously warranted. I know that there'll potentially be some, Florida Senate could potentially see this depending on how things are going out. But I just think that to take a position that you have veto power over the laws of this state is untenable. And I think it warrants the suspension and eventual removal of office. And so we're happy to be here with a number of people in law enforcement. And so I want to thank my friend and the sheriff here, Chad Chronister in Hillsborough County, and I'm going to have him come up and say a few things.
Thank you, Governor. We are extremely grateful the state of Florida and all of law enforcement have you. Each day I wake up, I leave my family, and I go to work with purpose and pride to uphold my oath of office and keep everyone in Hillsborough County safe. And the nearly 4,000 employees here at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office share these same values. We put our lives on the line for complete strangers. We are resolved to apprehend the criminals who prey on law-abiding citizens in our community. It's our duty, and we trust that our criminal justice system, the state attorney, public defender, and courts will fairly adjudicate the circumstances and hold those who are guilty accountable. Like law enforcement throughout the county, our criminal justice partners also take an oath to uphold the Constitution, the duly enacted laws of this state, and to be the voice for victims and the protectors of public interest. The governor's suspension of State Attorney Warren is not political to me. It's about law and order. It's about ensuring our loved ones are safe. It's about the victims and their voices. There aren't Republican and Democratic victims, just victims. They matter, and they should be heard. Over the last several years, State Attorney Warren has acted as an adjudicator of all, as if some type of supreme authority, by reducing charges, dropping cases, and single-handedly determining what crimes will be legal or illegal in our county. Ask yourself, aren't these the decisions for the courts or a jury of our peers? One of the more egregious examples occurred in September and involved a suspect who, after shooting someone, then opened fires on a residence where that victim sought refuge and protection. Inside of that house was the victim, his mother, other children, and extended family members who were forced to take cover and hide. To make things even worse, nearby was another mother and her twin infant children in a vehicle. One of the shooters, Our suspect was identified and arrested just a short few days later. After being released from jail, he was caught and arrested for committing another burglary, and while in jail, the state attorney's office no-files charges on the shooting and the separate burglary charge. Earlier this year, this very same suspect was again arrested for carrying a concealed firearm, and just last week, arrested for the second time on charges of carrying a concealed firearm. My point is, like too many cases, why was this violent offender not held responsible for the original shooting? The state attorney's office explanation to our detective is the depositions would have been too lengthy and complicated. To add a little more context, the suspect who faced no accountability for the shooting, we believe has gang affiliation and involvement in an unsolved homicide. One of the victims in this case, the mother, is extremely angry and frustrated with State Attorney Warren, feeling as though her status as a victim doesn't matter and the state attorney simply does not care. The victim wanted to be here today to tell her story herself, but has to work in order to provide for her family. The victim has lived in a motel since this shooting because she's too frightened to return to that home. Even in the face of this adversity, law enforcement continues to report for duty and uphold their obligation. As your sheriff, I continue to work with my law enforcement counterparts who privately are frustrated with the state attorney, who seems intently focused on empathy for criminals and less interested in pursuing justice for crime victims. As most everyone knows, I'm a tremendous proponent of reducing recidivism. I've created several diversion programs and continue to provide resources, education, and training opportunities for individuals to rehabilitate and improve themselves, while still holding offenders responsible for their actions. These efforts do not involve a blatant refusal to uphold the laws of our state. As the governor just outlined, and as Tampa law enforcement has seen over the years, empowering criminals through a lack of prosecution jeopardizes the safety of our Tampa Bay community and makes them even more brazen to commit additional crimes and continue to victimize the innocent. As the sheriff of Hillsborough County, I am committed to law and order, and I hold myself accountable to the people and would expect other elected members of our community to uphold these same values. Today, Governor DeSantis is holding State Attorney Warren accountable.
Okay, another one of our great sheriffs that many of you know, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd.
Thank you very much, Governor. It's truly my honor to be a Florida sheriff. And I can tell you I've done this job my entire adult life. I remember, Governor, when the felons owned Florida. It was in the 70s and 80s. I remember that well. I was one of the cops on the street when we couldn't keep the felons locked up. We couldn't keep the criminals locked up, and they preyed on the community. And Governor, they didn't prey on the ones behind the gated communities in the $1 million and $500,000 homes. They preyed on what I call the real working people. And then a magic thing happened. We changed the laws. We decided to hold them accountable. And Governor, it was a Democrat governor that signed the legislation that started us down the path originally to make a positive difference. Now I look around the country today. I've seen a few things. I was recently the president of the Major County Sheriffs of America. I talked to and counseled with the sheriffs from the largest jurisdictions in the entire nation, to include the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office. In fact, the sheriff there was my vice president of the association at one time. And you know what they tell me? They tell me we got a dumpster fire going on in this nation. And you know who's getting burned by this dumpster fire? The working people. You know, it's not safe for people to walk the streets. The homeless aren't being looked out for. The mentally ill aren't being looked out for, and it's by the major people. Now, Governor, I know you'd be disappointed if you didn't see some cards. So let me give you a snapshot of the people that join Prosecutor Warren in not enforcing the law. We just won't enforce the law. It's the prosecutor in New Orleans. Per capita, it's the highest murder rate in the United States. You're going to see a common theme here in a minute. San Francisco, where businesses are closing, where they threw the prosecutor out because they weren't holding criminals accountable. Chicago, I think that speaks for itself. Los Angeles, where the sheriff told me I've got 60,000 homeless. We have criminals running wild. We have innocent people being victimized. And who's responsible there? The prosecutor, the chief prosecutor who's allowing it to occur. He has the law, he has the tools. Baltimore, Maryland. But that's not all. Then there's one of our favorite places, Portland, Oregon. You can set up a chop zone there and just not let the cops come in. You know how long there'd be a chop zone in Polk County? As long as it takes me to drive back there from here. New York, where they're not holding people accountable. Seattle, Washington, and Washington, D.C. So what's the commonality here? Just go look for yourself. Look at the data. The murders are up. Innocent people are being murdered where prosecutors don't do their job. My friend Chad Chronister just gave you an example. We don't have time to stand here all day, but listen. Prosecutor Warren, like the rest of us who ran for public office, we ask for your precious vote in order to enforce the law and do what was right. Then we took an oath to tell the truth, to uphold the Constitution, and to support the laws in the government. And we do that. And we're led by the greatest governor in the United States of America. But there are some, and it's the elected prosecutors that signed the papers that said they wouldn't prosecute. Not we'll evaluate it case by case. We won't prosecute. You know, they're not God. They're not the legislature. So at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, this is about protecting the community we serve. This is about keeping people safe. And when you look at the highest murder rates, when you look where the quality of life is lowest, you look at the prosecutor who does not support law enforcement, who does not do what's right. Our governor does what's right. And Governor, I appreciate from the bottom of my heart you setting the example and doing the right thing and keeping the people safe. And the exciting thing is you not only protect the people behind the gated communities, you protect the people who clean the gates on those communities. Thank you. God bless you.
And now with the unenviable task of following Grady is Chris Nacco from Pasco County.
Thank you. I've learned one thing. When I follow my friend Grady Judd, be brief and be on point. Because nobody else will hear anything else. So I will say I'm very proud to stand here with our governor, the Attorney General, and with Sheriff Chronister. You know, they know firsthand, and you'll hear from Chief Dugan, firsthand what happens here in Hillsborough County. But I can tell you is that it's very difficult for them when they go out, the men and women of the agencies, to protect our community, and then to turn around and find out those cases got no filed. To find out that they have to go back to a victim and say, sorry, this won't be prosecuted. Those are very difficult days for those individuals. It's very difficult for the men and women in uniform. And I can tell you, let me go back to that point. the women and men in uniform. We are family people. We are people in our community. We take these uniforms off every day, and we spend time with our family, but this is our community. This is where we live. And so for those that live in Hillsborough County, to see incidents where they were at a crime scene, but nothing was done to the criminal, and the victim was left alone, and the victim was ignored, that's horrible. And I can tell you, I'm blessed to work and live in a circuit where we have a state attorney. That state attorney works with us, and we uphold the U.S. Constitution, we uphold the Florida Constitution, and we uphold the statutes in the state of Florida. We treat everybody with respect. We treat everybody equally. We ensure that victims' voices are heard. At the same time, if the criminals commit a crime, there will be consequences for their actions. There's a simple process. And as the sheriff said, we are voted and we are elected to uphold the Constitution in the state of Florida. We don't have a choice to say, no, we're not policymakers. We're not in Tallahassee creating the laws. We're enforcing the laws. That's our role and our responsibility to the citizens that we serve. And I will tell you,
all right, so as you hear, that is a news conference involving several different sheriffs here in Florida. We did learn that Governor Ron DeSantis suspended State Attorney Andrew Warren of the 13th Judicial Circuit due to neglect of duty. The governor has the authority to suspend a state officer, he says, under one of the articles of the Constitution of the state of Florida. The governor appointing Susan Lopez to serve as state attorney for the period of suspension. She has most recently been serving as a judge on the Hillsborough County Court. So that's what's happening here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. What we have going on now, if you look up to the top right, we are expecting the verdict in the WNBA star Brittney Griner, her case there over in Russia. That's expected at 10:45. So that is going to happen in about 10 minutes or so. Not clear, though, if the camera will be allowed in the courtroom. However, it was allowed earlier today, so it is likely we could hear the judge, hopefully a translator in there as well. What I do want to play for you is what we heard this morning in the courtroom. We had Brittney Griner kind of plead her case. It's about 7 minutes long, so I do want to play that for you right here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. Listen in. And by the way, at first you're going to hear Mackenzie Stasko's voice. She was here as Brittney Griner started speaking.
On trial in Russia, she does appear to be speaking, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Всегда признавать свою ответственность. И второе – это усердно работать для того, чтобы иметь все, что у тебя есть.
That's why I pled guilty to my charges. I understand everything that's being said against me, the charges that are against me, and that is why I pled guilty. But I had no intent to break any Russian laws.
И именно поэтому я и признала вину по тем обвинениям, которые были мне предъявлены. Я поняла и понимаю те обвинения, которые выдвинуты против меня, но у меня не было никогда намерения нарушать российское законодательство.
I want the courts to understand that it was an honest mistake that I made while rushing under stress, trying to recover from post-COVID, and just trying to get back to my team.
И я хочу, чтобы суд понимал, что это была честная ошибка, которую я допустила в спешке, когда собирала свои вещи, испытывала постковидный стресс и пыталась побыстрее вернуться к моим товарищам по команде.
That hard work that my parents instilled in me, is what brought me to play for the best EuroLeague and Russian team here at Lubyanka.
И та усердная работа, которой меня научили мои родители, привела меня в эту самую сильную в России, в Европе команду УГМК.
I had no idea that the team, the city, the fans, and my teammates would make such a great impression on me over the 6.5 years that I've spent here in ECAT.
И я даже не представляла, что команда, что город мои поклонники и товарищи по команде создадут такое хорошее впечатление за те 6,5 лет, которые я провела в Екатеринбурге.
It became my second home with my friends, my teammates, and my fans that I was able to interact with. I remember vividly coming out of the gym and all the little girls that were in the stands there waiting on me. And that's what kept making me come back here.
И я прекрасно помню, кроме того, что это стало моим вторым домом, я прекрасно помню, как, выходя из спортивного зала, я видела, как девочки ждали меня, и здесь появились настоящие мои друзья, мои поклонники, с которыми я могла взаимодействовать. Все это заставляло меня возвращаться сюда снова и снова.
I want to apologize to my teammates, my club, Gemka, the fans, and the city of ECAT for my mistake that I made and the embarrassment that I brought onto them.
Я хотела бы извиниться перед моими товарищами по команде, перед клубом, перед поклонниками за ту ошибку, которую я допустила, и за тот позор, который я на них навлекла.
I want to also apologize to my parents, my siblings, my Phoenix Mercury organization back at home, the amazing women of the WNBA, and my amazing spouse back at home.
Я также хочу принести извинения перед своими родителями, своими братьями и сестрами, перед организацией Phoenix Mercury, перед замечательными женщинами женской национальной баскетбольной ассоциации WNBA, а также перед моей прекрасной супругой.
I never meant to hurt anybody. I never meant to put in jeopardy the Russian population. I never meant to break any laws here.
Я ни на секунду никогда не хотела никому навредить, никого обидеть, навредить населению Российской Федерации или нарушить какой-то из законов Российской Федерации.
I made an honest mistake, and I hope that in your ruling that it doesn't end my life here.
Я совершила ошибку, совершенную ошибку, и я надеюсь, что в своем приговоре вы не закончите мою жизнь здесь.
I know everybody keeps talking about political pawn and politics, but I hope that that is far from this courtroom.
Я знаю, что все постоянно разговаривают о таком понятии, как политическая пешка, и о политике, но я честно надеюсь, что это понятие далеко от данного суда.
I want to say again that I had no intent on breaking any Russian laws. I had no intent, I did not conspire or plan to commit this crime.
И я хочу повторить еще раз, что у меня не было намерения нарушить какой-либо из законов Российской Федерации. Я не договаривалась и не планировала совершить это действие.
I hope that you take into account all the documents, all the character lists that everybody that sent in on my behalf.
И я надеюсь, что вы также учтете все те документы, характеристики, которые все прислали от моего имени.
Again, I want to apologize to my teammates and the organization, Gemka, for any damage that I may have done to them. I never intended on hurting them. This is my second home, and all I wanted to do was just win championships and make them proud.
Я также еще раз хочу извиниться перед моими товарищами по команде, перед организацией ВМК. Я никогда не хотела навредить им, и это стало моим вторым домом, для которого я хотела выигрывать новые награды.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Спасибо, Ваша честь.
I'm going to take you out live to Russia, where we do have WNBA star Brittney Griner.
All right, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:41 in the morning. If you are joining us on the East Coast, what you were just listening to was Brittney Griner testifying in court this morning. She was talking, of course, basically apologizing, saying she knows what she did is wrong, but she did not intend to do anything illegal and cause any sort of issues. However, as we know, the verdict is expected to be handed down in about 3 minutes. We were told 10:45 a.m. we would see a verdict in that case. So we are going to stick with this and, of course, bring you an update from inside the courtroom as we do get it. Again, 10:45 is when we do expect to get that update, that verdict, and sentencing as well, if this is a guilty verdict, which we know in Russia most of the time it is a guilty verdict. I do want to go over some of the background information that we do have on this case, because if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, you may be confused about exactly what is going on. So we're going to talk about the case against WNBA star Brittney Griner in Russia, where she is on trial for cannabis possession. The judge is expected to announce that verdict and possible sentence in a little more, I would say, than 2 minutes here, 10:45 Central Time. Closing arguments did begin this morning, nearly 6 months after she was arrested at an airport in Moscow. During today's hearing, Russian prosecutors asked for Griner to be sentenced to 9.5 years in prison, and the maximum sentence for the charges she does face, we learned, is 10 years. So they're almost pushing for the max, but just a little bit under that. Griner spoke today during those closing arguments, as you heard, saying she had no intention of breaking any Russian law. A conviction appears very likely, and Griner has acknowledged there were vape canisters with cannabis oil in her luggage when she was stopped there at the airport in Moscow. As you can see, we are waiting live, looking at an image from inside the courtroom as we wait to see exactly what happens and when that verdict will be read. So we're going to keep our eyes on that, of course, and let you know once that does happen. All right, and that's a live look inside the courtroom. I wanted to make it a little bit bigger so you can see. That is Brittney Griner there. She was there in what appears to be almost a cage, a jail cell, there inside of the courtroom. All right, so she is speaking with her lawyer here, and we are expecting that at 10:45 this morning. I do want to also mention here, you can see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen that we are expecting an update from the Department of Justice on the Breonna Taylor investigation that has been ongoing for quite a while. We do not know just yet what that update will be, but we expect it to be later on this morning. So if we do see the Department of Justice take any kind of stand here, we will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox, because that is what we do here. We bring you shots from all over the country and the world. All right, so right now, if you are joining us on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:46 in the morning on the East Coast, 7:46 on the West Coast. We are expecting to get a sentencing here any minute for Brittney Griner. She is the WNBA star who has been on trial here for the past few weeks or so. We know that she already pleaded guilty in this case. We are expecting to get that verdict, well, really sentencing, later on this morning. We were told it would happen around 10:45 Eastern time. Unfortunately, that is not what is going on just yet. We know that these things tend to take some time. But I do want to go over some of the background information if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox. An emotional Brittney Griner did apologize, as you saw, in a Russian court Thursday as her drug possession trial drew to a close, and a prosecutor urged the American basketball star be convicted and sentenced to 9.5 years in prison in a case that reached the highest levels of U.S.-Russian diplomacy. We've heard a lot of different talks about possibly trading her for someone just to get her back here in the country, in the U.S. So with a judge set to issue an unusually swift verdict later in the day and a conviction all but certain, Griner made a final appeal to the court. She said she had no intention to break the law by bringing vape cartridges with cannabis oil when she flew to Moscow in February to play basketball in a city there in Russia. As we mentioned, of course, she was stopped there at the airport in Moscow, and that was when she was arrested about 6 months ago. So this has been going on for quite a while. We have watched her in court over the past few weeks or so, as we did see her plead guilty. And you heard this if you were just listening, but some of her quotes here. She said, "I want to apologize to my teammates, my club, my fans, and the city where she was arrested for my mistake that I made and the embarrassment that I brought on them." She said her voice was cracking at the time. You could tell that she was getting emotional as she was talking. She said, quote, "I want to also apologize to my parents, my siblings, the Phoenix Mercury organization back at home, the amazing women of the WNBA, and my amazing spouse back at home." As you can see, everyone is standing up there inside of the courtroom. So we do want to bring you in there so we can listen in and see as that sentencing does happen here. Again, you can see Griner right back there in the corner.
Штаты Америки, гражданки Соединенных Штатов Америки, замужний, работающий игроком в профессиональном баскетбольном клубе УГМК город Екатеринбург, зарегистрированный по адресу Соединенные Штаты Америки, штат Аризона, город Феникс, Валенсия Драйв, 3004, постоянной регистрации на территории Российской Федерации, не имеющий ранее судимый, обвиняемый в совершении преступления, предусмотренным пунктом В, часть 2, статьи 229.3, части 1, статьи 228 Уголовного кодекса Российской Федерации установил: Грайнер Brittney совершила контрабанду наркотических средств, то есть незаконное перемещение через таможенную границу Таможенного союза в рамках Евразес, наркотических средств в значительном размере, совершил незаконное хранение без цели сбыта наркотических средств в значительном размере. Так она, Грайнер Brittney, будучи в достаточной степени осведомленной о том, что перемещение через таможенную границу Таможенного союза в рамках Евразес наркотических средств запрещено, на территории Соединенных Штатов Америки не позднее 17 февраля 2022 года по местному времени приобрела 2 картриджа масла тимной с жидкостью внутри электронной нагревательной системы, в которых содержится наркотическое средство, масло каннабиса, гашишное масло массами 0,252 и 0,45 грамма, а общей массой 0,702 грамма. После чего у Грайнер возник преступный умысел на незаконное перемещение данного наркотического средства, масла каннабиса, гашишное масло на территории Российской Федерации для дальнейшего личного употребления. С этой целью вышеуказанные картриджи с наркотическим средством, масло каннабиса, гашишное масло Грайнер разместил в принадлежащий ей рюкзак и чемодан. В исполнении своего преступного умысла 17 февраля 2022 года, не позднее 12 часов 15 минут, Грайнер привела рейсом Су-103 сообщение Нью-Йорк, Москва, аэропорт Шереметьево, международный аэропорт Шереметьево имени Александра Сергеевича Пушкина, расположенный по адресу Московская область, Химки, международный аэропорт Шереметьево. В тот же день, 12 часов 15 минут, Грайнер пересекла границу таможенного союза в рамках Евразес путем прохождения пункта пропуска «Зеленый коридор» в зоне таможенного контроля Шереметьевской таможни ФТС России, не осуществив при этом таможенного декларирования товаров в письменной форме, тем самым нарушим статью 21 и 28 Федерального закона Российской Федерации о наркотических средствах непсихотропных веществах от 8 января 1998 года номер 3 ФЗ, а также специальные правила перемещения через границы Таможенного союза в рамках Евразес, установленные постановлением правительства Российской Федерации от 21 марта 2011 года номер 181, о порядке ввоза в Российскую Федерацию из Российской Федерации наркотических средств, психотропных веществ и их прекурсоров. В этот же день, 17 февраля 2022 года, в период времени с 12 часов 15 минут до 12 часов 35 минут в ходе таможенного досмотра двух мест ручной клади, перемещаемых Грайнер в боковой части рюкзака и чемодане, были обнаружены два картриджа марки Тимми с жидкостью внутри для электронной нагревательной системы, содержащей в своем составе наркотическое средство, масло каннабиса, гашишное масло. Общей массой 0,702 грамма, включенного в список 1 перечень наркотических средств, психотропных веществ и прекурсоров, подлежащих контролю в Российской Федерации, утвержденный постановлением правительства Российской Федерации 30 июня 1998 года номер 681, отнесенный к наркотическим средствам. Масса веществ в высшем состоянии составила 0,21 и 0,35, что согласно постановлению правительства Российской Федерации от 1 октября 2012 года номер 1002 об утверждении значительного крупного и особо крупного размера наркотических средств и психотропных веществ, а также значительного крупного и особо крупного размера для растений, содержащих наркотические средства и психотропные вещества, либо их частей, содержащих наркотические средства и психотропные вещества для целей статей 228, 228 прим, 229, 229 прим Уголовного кодекса Российской Федерации является значительным размером. Также у Грайнер Brittney не позднее 12 часов 15 минут 17 февраля 2022 года по местному времени возник преступный умысел на незаконное хранение за пределами наркотического средства для личного потребления, приобретенное ранее за пределами Российской Федерации. В исполнении своего преступного умысла Грайнер не позднее 12 часов 15 минут 17 февраля 2022 года по местному времени, находясь на территории Соединенных Штатов Америки, приобрела для личного потребления два картриджа марки Тимми с жидкостью внутри для электронной разогревательной системы, в которых содержится наркотическое средство масло каннабиса, гашишное масло массами 0,252, 0,45 грамма, а общей массой 0,702 грамма. После чего Грайнер, осознавая, что вышеуказанное наркотическое средство запрещено в свободном обороте на территории Российской Федерации, реализуя свой преступный умысел, направленный на незаконное хранение на территории Российской Федерации наркотических средств в значительном размере, находясь на территории Соединенных Штатов Америки, в целях сокрытия таможенного контроля, совместила приобретенное наркотическое средство масло каннабиса, гашишное масло массами 0,252, 0,45, а всего общей массой 0,702 грамма, принадлежащие ей чемодан и рюкзак. Далее Грайнер не позднее 12 часов 15 минут 17 февраля 2022 года по местному времени прибыла в аэропорт города Нью-Йорка, после чего беспрепятственно пройдя таможенные паспортные зоны аэропорта города Нью-Йорк, осуществила посадку на воздушное судно Су-103 авиасообщение Нью-Йорк-Москва, на котором совершила перелет следуя срочной кладью, а именно чемоданом и рюкзаком с находившимся внутри вышеуказанными наркотическими средствами. Прибыв на территорию Российской Федерации, международный аэропорт Шереметьево имени Александра Сергеевича Пушкина, расположенный по адресу Московской области, Химки, аэропорт Шереметьево, Грайнер 17 февраля 2022 года в 12 часов 15 минут проследовал зеленый коридор, зала перелета аэропорта и пересекла линию ухода, где в нарушении федерального закона Российской Федерации о наркотических средствах и психотропных веществах номер 3 ФЗ от 8 января 1998 года стало незаконно хранить вышеуказанное наркотическое средство. В этот же день, продолжая незаконно хранить при себе наркотическое средство, Грайнер была задержана сотрудником Шереметьевской таможни в зоне прилета терминала Ц международного аэропорта Шереметьево имени Александра Сергеевича Пушкина, расположенного по адресу Московской области, Химки, аэропорт Шереметьево, где в ходе таможенного досмотра в период времени с 12 часов 15 минут до 12 часов 35 минут 17 февраля 2022 года в ручной клади, рюкзаке и чемодане черного цвета, принадлежащие последней среди личных вещей, были обнаружены изъяты два картриджа для электронных сигарет с веществом, являющимся наркотическим средством, маслом каннабиса, гашишное масло, включенным в список 1 перечень наркотических средств, психотропных веществ и прекурсоров, подлежащих контролю Российской Федерации, утвержденным постановлением правительства Российской Федерации от 30 июня 1998 года номер 681.
All right, so what you've been listening to is obviously in Russian. There is no translator there translating it into English. That's kind of what we were waiting for there. That's Brittany Griner on the screen. We can tell you, though, that Reuters is now reporting that a Russian court did find U.S. basketball star Brittany Griner guilty. We know that she had already pleaded guilty, but the Russian court had to hear it, and they have now declared a verdict there. They have said she is guilty on those drug charges. Now we wait to find out what her sentence will be. We know that the court, earlier on, prosecutors there did say they wanted 9.5 years for that sentence. We know that the maximum sentence was going to be 10 years on those charges. But I do want to go over some of the information here that we do have if you are just joining us and you are not familiar necessarily with the case itself here. Brittney Griner, obviously a WNBA star from here in America. She is on trial for cannabis possession. The judge just announcing that verdict, waiting on a sentencing now. The verdict was set to be read about 10 minutes ago. It's obviously being read in Russian, and they're giving some more information there in Russian. However, we are not getting a translation. Closing arguments did begin this morning, nearly 6 months after she was arrested at an airport in Moscow. During today's hearing, Russian prosecutors had asked for Griner to be sentenced to 9.5 years in prison. The maximum sentence for the crime is 10 years. We already know that she had pleaded guilty earlier to the charge a few weeks ago. Griner spoke today during those closing arguments, saying she had no intention of breaking any Russian law. A conviction appeared very likely. Of course, we now know that she has been convicted. Part of that, Griner acknowledged there were vape canisters with cannabis oil in her luggage at the airport. Again, that is a live image coming in from Russia here of Brittney Griner. You can see after Reuters reporting that she has been found guilty on those drug charges. So what we're waiting for is the sentencing portion of that when we do find out how long she could spend in prison there in Russia. We know obviously there has been discussion about trading her with someone else who is here and getting her back to the U.S. We don't know if or when that's going to happen. However, we do know, of course, that that is talk. That's something that has been discussed at this point, but we are waiting to see what exactly she is sentenced to on the drug charge after just being found guilty there inside of that Russian courtroom. All right, so once again, before we go here, I do want to let you know, Reuters reporting that Brittney Griner has been found guilty in that drug case. This has been weeks and weeks of a trial there. We do know that she was on trial for cannabis possession. Closing arguments began this morning, nearly 6 months after her arrest in Moscow at the airport. We do know that the prosecutors have asked for her to be sentenced to 9.5 years in prison, and the maximum sentence is 10 years. Griner has acknowledged there were vape canisters with cannabis oil in her luggage. So now we do await the official sentencing for Brittney Griner. That is likely to happen here in Russian, and then it will be translated for us so we do know what that sentence is. All right, so once again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, Reuters reporting that Brittney Griner has been found guilty in her drug case. Now, our Phoenix crew with Live Now from Fox actually has an expert that is lined up to break down what this means, the timeline, and how this case played out. So I do want to send it live over to our team in Phoenix, where they will take it from here.
Примерно в 11 часов 50 минут гражданка США Грайнер Бритни, прибывшая с сообщением Нью-Йорк-Москва, проследовала в зеленый коридор зала прилета и была остановлена для проведения таможенного досмотра. В ходе таможенного досмотра в 2 метрах ручной клади в рюкзаке и чемодане было обнаружено возможность запрещенной вещества.
And welcome everyone here to New Live Now. We continue on with breaking news coverage. Brittney Griner found guilty on drug charges. This is something that obviously we knew was going to happen when we're talking about Russian courts. 99% of the time they are found guilty. Let's go to our coverage here, continuing right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to bring in a friend of Live Now, Aaron Solomon, joining us here with coverage from Esquire. We always appreciate you joining us here on Live Now.
It's my pleasure, Mike. Thanks for having me.
All right, so let's get right into it here. This is something we obviously knew was going to happen. Maybe just talk a little bit about the court system.
Well, first, we knew it was going to happen, but when we see the scenes that we've been watching for the past few minutes, they're truly so visceral and sad. You see Brittney Griner sitting literally in a cage, being read the translation from her Russian translator of what the judge is saying. And if she didn't know before now, she understands the profound gravity of the situation. Sadly, I've been predicting for a long time, for several months, that while I do believe that the end result of this is going to be a successful prisoner trade, I'd be very surprised if Brittney Griner were home this year. So what we've seen today is the end result of, as you said, a Russian criminal process where 99% of people are found guilty. The other 1% are retried, and 99.25% of those are found guilty. There was never any doubt that we would reach where we are today, which is Brittney Griner being found guilty and facing, up to 9.5 years in prison or labor camp or wherever they put her. That's the ultimate result of what we're seeing right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. And where are we at now with these negotiations between the State Department and Russia? We know that the offer is on the table, but where are we at right now in that process?
So the interesting thing is, while I have a law degree, I'm not a diplomat, but all of us get to play armchair quarterback diplomat, which, while it's a fun game for us who get to watch, I actually am one of the people who believe, very much like Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State, believes, that this should be done behind the scenes. I think diplomats should do diplomacy, and the rest of us should hope that we get a better result. I don't believe that it's ultimately a good thing that these prospective trades like Brittney Griner and Paul Whelan in exchange for arms dealer Victor Bout are done in the public spotlight. But this is what we've recently heard. And we know that Secretary Blinken is going to be discussing this with Secretary Lavrov, and I'm sure that's going to be an ongoing conversation. But the thing for all of us to remember is that these things go slow. And the reason it goes slow from both the legal and diplomatic perspective is that any side that feels that they have leverage, as the Russians absolutely must feel that they have this afternoon in Moscow, are going to seek to extract further concessions from the other side. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the next week or so, we see that now Russia not only wants a famed arms merchant, but they might say something like those SWIFT code regulations relaxed, so we don't have to get paid anymore in certificate rubles.
Very good insight right there, as always. And now for Brittney, now that going into today, she had to know herself what this outcome was going to be, correct?
She did, but I think it's a very different thing being advised by your Russian lawyers that you're going to be found guilty. And as I said, literally sitting in a cage. American prisoners, sit in a courtroom. Brittney Griner is in a deep suburb of Moscow, sitting in a cage in a courtroom, being read what the judge is saying by an interpreter. So I think for her, and you could tell by the look on her face and by her body language, that it's extremely distressing. And I think she's very cognizant of the fact that there's still a long road ahead. A road that could be months or years. Let's remember that Paul Reed, the Marine who was released, was being held for 2 years, and Paul Whelan, who was, in the intelligence business, has been held for multiple years now. So anybody who thinks that Brittney Griner is going to be home in a few weeks must know something that I don't know, because I don't see it being a quick process.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we continue to talk about this, and really, let's just also talk about how you were talking. She's literally in a cage right now, and the setting is very, if you think she was going to walk away or going to be walking away in a couple of months, like you said, that's not going to happen.
Let's remember something that her lawyer said this morning during closing remarks, that she felt that one of the reasons that Brittney Griner should be given a little bit of leniency here is she's been a major catalyst for the evolution of Russian basketball. She's played in 7 seasons for UMMC Yekaterinburg, a Russian elite league team owned by, of course, an oligopolist. She's done a lot for Russian basketball. And in exchange, she's going to be getting pretty much the maximum sentence. Brittney Griner, even though she spent 7 WNBA off seasons in Russia, has very marginal capacities in the Russian language. To her, it remains a very foreign country, and she feels like she doesn't have any rights. It's got to be extremely scary, not just for her, but for her friends and family here in the United States, as well as for the WNBA and the Phoenix Mercury, who, of course, behind the scenes have done all that they can to try to put pressure on the American government and President Biden to effectuate a release.
And let's also talk about the situation with Ukraine here. If Russia wasn't involved in Ukraine, would we be seeing this same case scenario go on, or because they're involved with Ukraine, they feel like they have a little bit of leverage? What is your feelings?
I don't think that Brittney Griner ever would have been arrested if Russia wasn't about to invade Ukraine when this happened. Because in a normal situation, if a player had, a minute trace of an illegal substance in a vape cartridge, this never would have made the news. What would have happened is the owner of the team, who was a very well-connected oligarch, would have been contacted. There would have been some kind of slap of the wrist, some kind of fine paid. However, Russia is in the let's collect political prisoners business. Russia clearly has wrongfully detained Brittney Griner, and this isn't a proclamation from Aaron Solomon. This is a proclamation from President Biden and the Biden administration. That happened not very long after we learned that Brittney Griner was in Russian detention. This is clearly a political and diplomatic move that is being done right now under the guise of what is legal. But one thing our listeners and viewers have to remember is that, as you're seeing today, Russia doesn't have rule of law as the United States does. This really has been all along a political construct.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, when so many people look, outside of our country, and, when we hear people say that, our justice system isn't right, or, we have our own issues. But when you look outside of our country, at other countries like Russia, it's a total different ballgame. And anybody that is in a court system outside of the U.S. would love to be in our court system, right?
Of course. And by the way, I'm someone, who really does firmly believe that whether it's a private citizen or a high-level athlete, when you're in a foreign country, you absolutely observe their rules. I've traveled close to 4 million miles. I've lived all over the world, including in places like Beijing. When I was in Beijing, it's very, very clear that you follow the rules of the Chinese Communist Party and the local government. That said, people are in very precarious situations all over the world for political reasons. And even when I was living in China, I knew people who were questioned and temporarily arrested for political reasons who did absolutely nothing wrong. Athletes such as Brittney Griner, who are among the greatest to ever play their game, are extremely high profile, therefore are very prone to be taken up. Remember, one good thing that's come out of this case so far was the Biden administration adding the D designation to travel to certain countries 2 weeks ago. And D means that you have the potential to be detained in these countries. So people now have to be extra careful where they're going, and no matter where you're going, even if it's a seemingly friendly country, you have to always abide by the rules on the ground, because otherwise the American embassy and American diplomats might not be able to help you.
Well said, as always. Aaron Solomon, thanks so much for coming on our broadcast and really breaking down what just happened there. Something that we knew was coming, but we appreciate, of course, your insight and knowledge, especially on this case. We always appreciate it, Aaron.
Thanks for having me, Mike.
No problem. And we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines right here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, Brittney Griner found guilty on drug charges there in Russia. And we will continue to break it down for you throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox. Hey, let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we continue to have more breaking news right here. We're going to go out to the DOJ coming up. We have it in full for you. It's still going on, but don't worry. We've been recording on it from the beginning, so you won't miss anything. It's a major announcement in the Breonna Taylor situation there in Kentucky. We got it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Taking a 2-minute break. Oh, and you know, we're back right here on Live Now from Fox, just to bring you all up to date. Brittney Griner live right there in a Russian court. She has been found guilty, 9.5 years in prison there. That will be the sentence there for Brittney Griner on those drug charges there. We will wait and see what the State Department can do as far as negotiations. Can they get her out? Oh, we just don't know about that. All right, everyone, we have another breaking news element right here on Live Now. Let's go out to the DOJ, where a former Louisville, Kentucky police officer was arrested by the FBI today on charges of civil rights violations in connection with the 2020 raid on Breonna Taylor's apartment.
The Justice Department has charged 4 current and former Louisville Metro Police Department officers with federal crimes related to Ms. Taylor's death. Those alleged crimes include civil rights offenses, unlawful conspiracies, unconstitutional use of force, and obstruction offenses. The 4 defendants were charged through 2 separate indictments and 1 information. I'm going to begin today by discussing the civil rights offenses that stem from the falsification of a search warrant. We allege that these offenses resulted in Ms. Taylor's death. These charges focus on the conduct of the Louisville Metro Police Department's Place-Based Investigations Unit. In the first indictment filed today, we allege that in early 2020, that unit was investigating suspected drug trafficking in the West End of Louisville. On March 12, 2020, officers from that unit sought 5 search warrants they claimed were related to the suspected drug trafficking. 4 of those warrants targeted properties in the West End where that activity was allegedly occurring. A 5th search warrant was for Brianna Taylor's home, which was approximately 10 miles away from the West End. The federal charges announced today allege that members of the Place-Based Investigations Unit falsified the affidavit used to obtain the search warrant of Ms. Taylor's home, that this act violated federal civil rights laws, and that those violations resulted in Ms. Taylor's death. Specifically, we allege that Ms. Taylor's Fourth Amendment rights were violated when defendants Joshua Janes, Kyle Meany, and Kelly Goodlatte sought a warrant to search Ms. Taylor's home knowing that the officers lacked probable cause for the search. We allege that the defendants knew the affidavit in support of that warrant contained false and misleading information and that it omitted material information. Among other things, the affidavit falsely claimed that officers had verified that the target of the alleged drug trafficking operation had received packages at Ms. Taylor's address. In fact, defendants Janes and Goodlatte knew that was not true. We further allege that defendants Janes and Meany knew the search warrant would be carried out by armed LMPD officers and that conducting that search could create a dangerous situation for anyone who happened to be in Ms. Taylor's home. As outlined in the charging documents, the officers who ultimately carried out the search at Ms. Taylor's apartment were not involved in the drafting of the warrant and were unaware of the false and misleading statements it contained. When those officers executed the search warrant, Ms. Taylor was at home with another person who was in lawful possession of a handgun. When officers broke down the door to Ms. Taylor's apartment, that person, believing that intruders were breaking in, immediately fired 1 shot, hitting the first officer at the door. 2 officers immediately fired a total of 22 shots into the apartment. One of those shots hit Ms. Taylor in the chest and killed her. We allege that the defendants knew their actions in falsifying the affidavit could create a dangerous situation, and we allege these unlawful acts resulted in Ms. Taylor's death. The charges announced today also allege that the officers responsible for falsifying the affidavit that led to the search took steps to cover up their unlawful conduct after Ms. Taylor was killed. We allege that defendants Janes and Goodlatte conspired to knowingly falsify an investigative document that was created after Ms. Taylor's death. We also allege that they conspired to mislead federal, state, and local authorities who were investigating the incident. For example, we allege that in May 2020, those two defendants met in a garage where they agreed to tell investigators a false story. This indictment separately alleges that defendant Meany lied to the FBI during its investigation of this matter. Another indictment filed today alleges that after Ms. Taylor was shot, another LMPD officer, defendant Brett Hankison, moved from the doorway to the side of her apartment and fired 10 more shots through a window and a sliding glass door, both of which were covered with blinds and curtains. Defendant Hankison has been charged with 2 civil rights offenses, alleging that he willfully used unconstitutionally excessive force while acting in his official capacity as an officer. Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clarke will speak more about that aspect of the case. As in any case, the charges we announced today are allegations, and all defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. Before I close, I want to thank Assistant Attorney General Clarke, her team in the Civil Rights Division, and the case agents at the FBI for their tireless work on this case. We share, but we cannot fully imagine, the grief felt by Breonna Taylor's loved ones and all of those affected by the events of March 13th, 2020. Breonna Taylor should be alive today. The Justice Department is committed to defending and protecting the civil rights of every person in this country. That was this department's founding purpose, and it remains our urgent mission. Attorney General Clarke. Assistant Attorney General Clarke.
Since the founding of our nation, the Bill of Rights to the United States Constitution has guaranteed that all people have a right to be secure in their homes, free from false warrants, unreasonable searches, and the use of unjustifiable and excessive force by the police. Breonna Taylor should have awakened in her home as usual on the morning of March 13th, 2020. Tragically, she did not. She was just 26 years old. As Attorney General Garland just stated, today's indictments allege that Louisville Police Detective Joshua Janes and Sergeant Kyle Meany drafted and approved what they knew was a false affidavit to support a search warrant for Ms. Taylor's home. That false affidavit set in motion events that led to Ms. Taylor's death when other LMPD officers executed that warrant. The Fourth Amendment of the Constitution ensures that people are subject to searches only when there is probable cause supporting a search warrant. Falsified warrants create unnecessary hazards for the public and for the police, who rely on facts that fellow officers report in carrying out their public duties. The indictment alleges that by preparing a false affidavit to secure a search warrant for Breonna Taylor's homes, defendants Janes and Meany willfully deprived Breonna Taylor of her constitutional right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. And we allege that Ms. Taylor's death resulted from that violation. In a separate indictment, the grand jury charges former LMPD Detective Brett Hankison with using unconstitutionally excessive force during the raid on Ms. Taylor's home. Without a lawful objective justifying the use of deadly force, defendant Hankison traveled away from Ms. Taylor's doorway to the side of the building and fired 10 shots into Breonna Taylor's apartment through a bedroom window and a sliding glass door that were both covered with blinds and curtains. Community safety dictates that police officers use their weapons only when necessary to defend their own lives or the lives of others, and even then, that they must do so with great care and caution. Today's indictment alleges that Hankison's use of excessive force violated the rights of Breonna Taylor and her guest, and also of her neighbors whose lives were endangered by bullets that penetrated into their apartment. Attorney General Garland often underscores that at the Justice Department, we are to follow the facts and the law. And today, after a full and comprehensive investigation, the facts and law have brought us here to these indictments. I want to commend our team who spent hundreds of hours gathering facts regarding this tragedy. No stone was left unturned. These indictments reflect the department's commitment to preserving the integrity of the criminal justice system and to protecting the constitutional rights of every American. Independent from these criminal charges, a separate team from the Justice Department Civil Rights Division is conducting a civil investigation into whether the Louisville Metro Police Department is engaging in a pattern or practice of law enforcement misconduct. We're looking at whether the LMPD uses excessive force, improper searches, or racially discriminatory policing. That ongoing investigation is separate from today's charges. In closing, I extend condolences to Brianna Taylor's family and loved ones. Today, we acknowledge the loss of her life. We recognize her dignity and recommit ourselves to the pursuit of justice.
Two questions, really just two. Was wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit on sort of the top line things that you're finding in the pattern of practice investigation so far. And secondly, this question's for the AG. With Brittney Griner's trial likely wrapping up shortly in Russia, do you expect Ms. Griner and Trevor Reed to be traded for Victor Bout? And do you support such an exchange? Do you expect other prisoner swaps? 3 questions.
You know I was counting. Yeah, I'll take the second question. Like, all I can say is, as the Secretary of State has said, that Ms. Griner was unlawfully detained, and beyond that, I really can't comment. I'm going to let Assistant Attorney General Clark answer the question about the pattern or practice investigation.
Our pattern or practice investigation into the police department is ongoing. Our team has been on the ground conducting interviews with stakeholders, members of the police department, engaging in ride-alongs, reviewing documents and data. We will share more once that investigation has concluded.
Yes, thank you. The only officer in Louisville who has faced charges locally was acquitted, and that's Brett Hankinson. Did the Justice Department feel compelled to step in part because you believe justice was not served on the local level? And do you believe the fact that prosecutors did not charge any of the officers except Hankinson, and he was cleared of those charges, will make your case more difficult?
The Justice Department brings charges, including charges where they've been brought before, when we believe substantial federal interests have not been vindicated and need to be vindicated. This case charges violations of federal offenses. Obviously, the state did not, and that explains our determination in this case.
Do you think it'll make it more difficult, though, that this Hankinson was acquitted and the other folks were not charged?
I have every degree of confidence in our prosecutors and investigators in this case.
Catherine here, CBS News. Attorney General, was there a piece of evidence or a witness that really drove the department's decision to fast-track the Breonna Taylor case?
Well, this investigation has been going on urgently. It's run by career prosecutors and investigators. It's a complex case, as you can even tell by the 3 charging documents we filed today. And today is the day when we were ready to bring those charges.
Could a news of the day question. The grand jury here in Washington has issued subpoenas for top members of the Trump administration. Is there a window to bring charges in that investigation before the midterms?
This is something I can't comment about. I'm sorry.
Mr. Attorney General, does Donald Trump, as a former president, have any ability to block testimony of witnesses who are testifying in a criminal grand jury investigation by asserting executive privilege?
No, I'm afraid I'm going to give you the same answer I just gave, which is I'm not able to comment about that. Thank you.
Does any former president?
All right, thank you.
And that was the latest announcement there from the Department of Justice there with 4 officers, former and current officers of Louisville, Kentucky, indicted in the Breonna Taylor apartment raid situation. You're watching Live Now from Fox as always. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break and we continue with the news when we come back here on Live Now from Fox. A heated hearing is going on right now on the Senate side. You see Senator Ted Cruz right there taking on the FBI director. You're not going to want to miss this one. Coming up next year on Live Now from Fox. Can you say we're worldwide? Right here on Live Now from Fox, outside of a Russian courtroom where we just learned that Brittney Griner sentenced to 9 years in a Russia prison. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always here for you, bringing you top stories and headlines from across the country. Take a look at the Dow right now. What we are seeing, 96 points down right now in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to go out to a live hearing right now on the Senate side. It's the oversight of the FBI.
Department sent a letter of support for the bipartisan tech competition bill that Senator Grassley and I introduced. It's called the American Innovation and Choice Online Act, which would stop dominant digital platforms from engaging in self-preferencing that thwarts competition. And in fact, the bill came out of this committee 16-6. The big tech companies, now Bloomberg reported yesterday, have now spent over $120 million against this bill. It's actually more money. That's just the ads they have identified. And the reason I'm asking you this, Director Wray, is that one of the things they're putting up on these ads is that the bill would hurt national security, which multiple national security experts have debunked, including within the administration. Last week, the Assistant Attorney General of the National Security Division confirmed that the Justice Department's letter in support of the bill reflects the National Security Division's input. Can you confirm that the Department of Justice's letter of support reflects the FBI's input as well?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Last question. Senator Peters and I just introduced a bill on the conversion of semi-automatics into fully automatic weapons. We're seeing a spike of these. Can you talk about what the FBI is seeing with respect to illegally modified weapons and the need to keep them off the streets?
Well, I certainly haven't seen the legislation itself, but the issue more generally, certainly we are seeing, and I think I mentioned just one example, in my opening statement, an alarming number of situations in which weapons are modified to make them fully automatic, and it's almost invariably happening in the hands of somebody who is a dangerous criminal to begin with, and is now just even more dangerous.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, you held yesterday a really important hearing on threats on election workers. I hope one of my colleagues asked about that, but otherwise I'll put the question in writing. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, I'm deeply concerned that the FBI and the Department of Justice have become thoroughly politicized. I think this is a problem that began during the Obama administration. I think it metastasized with career officials during the Trump administration, and I think it continues and is even worse today under the Biden administration. I don't believe you personally reflect that politicization, but I think you've been unwilling to root it out and unwilling to hold people accountable for the politicization. I hear regularly from FBI agents and from professionals at the Department of Justice who are dismayed that our law enforcement has been weaponized and politicized rather than remaining apolitical as it has been for the history of our country. Yesterday, it was reported that Project Veritas had obtained a copy of an FBI training material which listed various symbols and themes which, in the FBI's estimation, were indicative of, quote, militia violent extremism. Now, these symbols weren't things like the Ku Klux Klan or the Nazi Party, which naturally would be symbols of that, but instead they included, rather astonishingly, patriotic symbols of our nation and our history. Included on this list is the Betsy Ross flag. Now, that's fairly remarkable that the Betsy Ross flag in the FBI's indication is indicative of militia violent extremism, because among other people who have been publicly alongside the Betsy Ross flag, we have President Barack Obama, who was sworn in directly underneath two Betsy Ross flags. But it's not just President Obama. We also have President Biden, who was sworn in under Betsy Ross flags. It's not just the Betsy Ross flag. Also on this list is the Gadsden flag as a symbol of violent extremism. Now, the state of Virginia has a license plate for the Gadsden flag, as do many other states. I think people would be astonished to find that having that license plate, the FBI indicates that you're a violent extremist. Also included on this is a text that I was particularly struck, is the Gonzales battle flag. Come and take it. As indicative of being a violent extremist militia. Well, I will self-report right now that every day in the Senate I wear my boots that have the Gonzales battle flag on the back of them. Director Wray, what are y'all doing? This makes no sense. Do you agree with this FBI guidance that the Betsy Ross flag and the Gadsden flag and the Gonzales battle flag are signs of militia violent extremism?
Well, Senator, I'm not familiar with the particular document you have behind you, and I'm not in the practice of trying to comment on documents that I haven't recognized, but I will tell you that when we put out intelligence products, including ones that reference symbols, which we do across a wide variety of contexts, we usually take great pains to put caveats and warnings in the document that make clear that a symbol alone is not considered evidence of violent extremism, and it's...
Well, but Director Wray, you don't include things like Antifa, you don't include things like Black Lives Matter. Instead, you identify patriotic Americans as suspects, and I would note there's a pattern of this. As you're aware, the National Association of School Boards asked the Attorney General to investigate parents as domestic terrorists under the Patriot Act. Now, it did so because it was upset about moms and dads coming to school boards and disagreeing with the policies of those schools. 5 days after that letter, the Attorney General sent a memo to you directing the FBI to target parents for investigation. Since that time, The National Association of School Boards has apologized for the letter because it was so indefensible, but that hasn't stopped the FBI. In fact, you've created a specific threat tag directed.
All right, everybody, we are going to go back to that in just moments, though. Want to go out live right now to Russia again, where Brittney Griner sentenced to 9 years in prison. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Today, U.S. citizen athlete Brittney Griner, who is admired by millions of fans in the United States as well as here in Russia, was sentenced to 9 years in prison for nothing more than an intentional oversight. This is a miscarriage of justice. The U.S. Department of State has determined that Ms. Griner was wrongfully detained. Nothing in today's decision changes that determination. Together with consular officers from the U.S. Embassy here in Moscow, I attended every session of Ms. Griner's trial. We will continue to be closely engaged in this case. We will remain in frequent contact with Ms. Griner and with her legal team. Secretary of State Blinken, President Biden's national security team, and the entire American government remain committed to bringing Ms. Griner home safely to her family, friends, and loved ones. And I, as Chargé d'Affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, will also do my best to bring her home safely. I will continue to do everything to care for the safety and well-being of Ms. Griner and of all U.S. citizens detained in the Russian Federation. We have no higher priority. Thank you.
Is it still possible to change her?
I have no further advice. Thank you.
You're watching Worldwide. As always, when we say worldwide, we truly mean it. Right here on Live Now from Fox Live there from Russia. Brittney Griner sentenced to 9 years on drug charges in Russia. Worldwide, as always. Live Now from Fox, taking another 2-minute break.
Astonished to find that having that license plate, the FBI indicates that you're a violent extremist. Also included on this is a text that I was particularly struck, is the Gonzales battle flag. Come and take it. As indicative of being a violent extremist militia. Well, I will self-report right now that every day in the Senate I wear my boots that have the Gonzales battle flag on the back of them. Director Wray, what are y'all doing? This makes no sense. Do you agree with this FBI guidance that the Betsy Ross flag and the Gadsden flag and the Gonzales battle flag are signs of militia violent extremism?
Well, Senator, I'm not familiar with the particular document you have behind you, and I'm not in the practice of trying to comment on documents that I haven't recognized, but I will tell you that when we put out intelligence products, including ones that reference symbols, which we do across a wide variety of contexts, we usually take great pains to put caveats and warnings in the document that make clear that a symbol alone is not considered evidence of violent extremism, and it's...
Well, but Director Wray, you don't include things like Antifa, you don't include things like Black Lives Matter. Instead, you identify patriotic Americans as suspects, and I would note there's a pattern of this. As you're aware, the National Association of School Boards asked the Attorney General to investigate parents as domestic terrorists under the Patriot Act. Now, it did so because it was upset about moms and dads coming to school boards and disagreeing with the policies of those schools. 5 days after that letter, the Attorney General sent a memo to you directing the FBI to target parents for investigation. Since that time, the National Association of School Boards has apologized for the letter because it was so indefensible, but that hasn't stopped the FBI. In fact, you've created a specific threat tag directed at parents. So let me ask you, how many moms and dads who have spoken up at school boards has the FBI interviewed or investigated since the memo from the Attorney General?
Well, first off, I'll say I'm not aware of any. But second, let me address the issue.
You're not aware of any? Like
Yes,
the House of
if you'd let me-
Representatives has
if you-
written you and asked you
would
about
let
it.
me, If you would let me.
So please
finish,
answer.
Please. Let me say to you and to this committee the same thing I said to every FBI field office after I read the memo, which was that the FBI is not going to be in the business of investigating speech or policing speech at school board meetings or anywhere else, and that we're not about to start now, that threats of violence, that's a different matter altogether, and there we will work with our state and local partners as we always have.
So,
Now,
Director
you asked
Ray,
about...
Director Ray, our time is, do you know how many parents you have interviewed or investigated since that memo?
I am aware that we have had a small number of assessments, which is less than an investigation, and a few full investigations. Hold on.
How many have you
Hold on.
interviewed?
Let me finish.
I'm asking you a question. Our time is limited.
I don't know the number, but that not necessarily. But let me finish. That are not necessarily of parents. We have individuals who have made threats against a variety of people. Sometimes school board officials, sometimes other people as well.
Director Ray, I will point out the House of Representatives has sent you oversight letters detailing dozens of investigations under a threat tag directed at parents, moms and dads, who G-men have come in because they spoke out against mask mandates or vaccine mandates or critical race theory, and suddenly the G-men show up. And this was after the Attorney General claimed it wasn't happening. And so the pattern, sadly, we've seen, you say you don't know how many there are. The follow-up will be I'll send you a letter, and you'll send back a letter that says I refuse to answer it. Let me give another example. Recently, there was the case against individuals charged with kidnapping and murdering Governor Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. That case ended up an absolute debacle where the 4 people who went to trial, 2 of them were acquitted, 2 received mistrials. None of them were convicted on even a single charge, and the basis of the defense was entrapment, that the FBI, that paid enforcements for the FBI, had suggested and had incited the conduct. Let me ask you, how many FBI agents were disciplined or reprimanded after that disastrous case and the misconduct that led to every defendant being acquitted or having a mistrial on every charge?
Senator, I can't comment on a personnel matter. I can tell you that that case, as I understand it, is now pending a retrial, as I understand it.
Well, the special agent in charge of that case has now been sent to D.C., to the Washington, D.C. office, and now leads the investigation regarding January 6th. Is that correct?
That doesn't sound right to me.
That does not sound right. The name of the individual is Stephen D'Antuono. It was run out of the FBI Detroit field office. And by the way, I will point out that the lead investigator, Special Agent Track, are you aware that he was apparently fired for allegedly beating his wife after coming home from a swingers party, and he'd made multiple derogatory political posts about President Trump showing political bias? Are you aware of that?
I am aware of, I think, the incident you're describing and action that was taken about it. To clarify on the first part of your question, Mr. D'Antuono was the special agent in charge of the office, the Detroit field office, and is now the assistant director in charge of the Washington field office. I thought you were asking about the agent who was responsible for the
So the guy in charge got promoted and is now in charge of the January 6th investigation.
The guy in charge of the whole Detroit field office is now in charge of the whole Washington field office.
That is astonishing.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. Director Wray, welcome. Thank you. I want to start by thanking you and the 38,000 men and women of the FBI for their service and devotion to our country, the Constitution, the rule of law. I want to thank you for the FBI's efforts that have made a concrete difference in my hometown and my state in recent weeks. In just the last few months, actually, the FBI has worked with law enforcement and prosecutors in Delaware to secure convictions in murder for hire, stalking, kidnapping, firearms, and child pornography cases. I've paid close attention in my 22 years in elected office at the county level and here in the Senate on state, federal, and local partnerships in law enforcement, and the FBI is making a difference in reducing violent crime in Wilmington and in Delaware. President Biden, in his State of the Union 6 months ago, said clearly, we shouldn't have to choose between safety and equal justice. We should come together to protect our communities, restore trust, and that the answer is not to defund the police, but to fund the police with resources and training needed to properly protect our communities. The American Rescue Plan made $350 billion available for states, cities, counties to hire more police and invest in proven strategies like community violence interruption. And just recently, the Safer America Plan was announced by the administration, which would invest $13 billion in hiring and training 100,000 additional police officers for accountable community policing, and it would make significant investments in community violence prevention. We've seen the value of this in Wilmington recently, as there's been a sharp decline in gun homicides and overall shootings, and law enforcement leaders in my community have attributed those declines to a multifaceted approach that brings together a focus on gun crime enforcement, investments in violence interruption programs, and community policing. Could you briefly speak, Director, to the value of an approach that combines investment in law enforcement and community programs and violence interruption efforts?
So I think the point that you're getting at is spot on, because one of the things that we find in dealing with any threat, but especially something like the violent crime threat, is that we can't investigate our way out of it all by itself. That is an incredibly important, in many ways, that's job one, but we have to find a way to prevent it from happening in the first place. And so community outreach is an important secondary component to that, to do everything from get people who see something to say something and communicate with law enforcement, to develop sources in that regard, but also to educate, in particular, juveniles about what they may face if they, pursue a path of violence. When I talk to chiefs and sheriffs around the country, and certainly to our agents, the phenomenon of juveniles engaging in violence is I'm hearing about everywhere. And the laws as they currently stand are of limited effectiveness, frankly, against juvenile violence. But those juveniles then go on to graduate to more and more serious violence. And so if we can figure out a way to try to start addressing the problem when they're juveniles as well, I think that's got to be an important piece. No substitute, I should say, for aggressive, strong law enforcement, but as an additional component to the overall strategy.
Well, thank you. One of the laws I'd like to now talk about is how you're proceeding with implementing the Nix Denial Notification Act. You referenced earlier, it's striking how many felons walk into gun stores and try to buy guns, even though they know they're a person prohibited. Something like 10 to 20%, according to an ATF study, of individuals who tried to buy a gun and were denied by a background check went on to commit a subsequent firearm crime in the following few years. Senator Cornyn and I led the passage of the Nixed Denial Notification Act, which says that local law enforcement needs to be alerted when someone who's a person prohibited lies and tries. I'd be interested in what the FBI is doing to enact this legislation and the provision in the bipartisan Safer Communities Act that requires enhanced background checks for people under 21 to buy long guns.
So on the Nixed Denial Notification legislation, and I'm obviously aware that this is an issue that you've led for a long time. We are in the process there. We're going to need significant system upgrades to fully implement that, so we're in the midst of that right now because that significantly expands the interconnectivity that we'll need to have, so that there's a heavy IT systems upgrade dimension to fully implementing that. On the more recent legislation that you mentioned, there will be a number of new fronts where I anticipate us interacting both with state and local colleagues on the juvenile issue, in particular with FFLs over the stolen gun potential offer for resale issue, and then also on the option for FFLs to use the system for employees that they're onboarding. So they're going to be, I think, significant demands on both our personnel and in particular as well on our systems as we go forward under both pieces of legislation.
Thank you, Director. I have one more question for you, but I do want to say Senator Whitehouse asked a whole series of questions. I have joined him in a series of letters. This is simply trying to get to the bottom of the representations that were made to me and to us by then White House counsel about the supplemental background investigation being done by the book and trying to identify with clarity what happened in terms of the tip line and its management. And I think we should get answers to our questions and we should resolve this issue. So I look forward to working with you and hearing from you in the month ahead to finally bring this to a close.
I thank you, Senator, and we will work with you on that. I do want to be clear. I think I managed to get this across to Senator Whitehouse in the colloquy, but I have been assured back then and repeatedly ever since that the process that we followed, the practice that we followed for the limited supplemental background investigation in this instance was consistent with the same process that we followed going back to earlier in the Trump administration, the Obama administration, the Bush administration, and that we continue to follow now under the Biden administration.
My last question to you is one of the key failures of the Nassar investigation was the improper way FBI agents interviewed and interacted with victims of child sex abuse. This is something I've long worked on, both in my county elected role and here. Using forensic interviewers and other trained medical personnel is critical to protecting victims and ensuring the integrity of investigations. A tremendous resource is children's advocacy centers that provide exactly this sort of coordination. I'm working with Senators Klobuchar and Cornyn on a bipartisan bill that would require the FBI to bring together multidisciplinary teams of trained professionals in child abuse investigations. Could you just briefly speak to the value of partnering with the existing child advocacy centers and whether or not you would support legislation that would codify this requirement so that this implementation of an OIG recommendation would extend permanently?
Well, as to legislation, I would have to review it. I'm not in a position to comment on specific legislative ideas, but I will say that I share your view that this is a very specific skill set and requires a very specific touch and sensitivity. That's why the child adolescent forensic interviewers that we have are so important and is such an important mechanism consistent with the recommendations we got from the Inspector General. And so I think the point you're getting at is very consistent with that.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Coons. And for the record, I'm going to ask consent to enter into the record a copy of the page that was part of the exhibit by the junior senator from Texas related to symbols of militia violent extremism published by the FBI, and note that in bold print it reads, "The use or sharing of these symbols alone should not independently be considered evidence of militia violent extremism presence or affiliation or serve as an indicator of illegal activity, as many individuals use these symbols for their original historic meaning or other nonviolent purposes." And without objection, I'll enter that into the record. And I'll now recognize the senator from Missouri, Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, I sent you a letter last week about the FBI's decision to try to obtain sensitive personal information related to concealed carry permits in the state of Missouri. I've got the letter right here. Have you read this?
I have had a chance to glance at it, yes.
Good. So let's talk a little bit about it. Why is the FBI attempting to audit concealed carry permit records in the state of Missouri?
So I guess the first thing I would say is we will get you a longer, more detailed and specific response to your letter. I am generally familiar with the kind of audits that we're talking about, so I can give you a little information now, but we will follow up with you in writing to give you a more fulsome answer to your letter. The kinds of audits that we're talking about are routine audits that are conducted by our CJIS division, which also encompasses NICS, among other things. These are audits that we do not with agents. There are no agents out talking to people. They are routine audits of the system to make sure the system is being used properly, and they do that at the direction of an advisory policy board that is manned with not just FBI agents, frankly, not just federal law enforcement, but state and local law enforcement from all over the country. And so these audits go on, they look at small samples in order to make sure the system's being used properly. They're not focused on individuals or their Second Amendment rights or anything like that. And in fact, these audits, which go on, as I said, every 3 years, I think is the cycle. We had one in your home state in 2018, for example, and I think it was very uneventful, and I would expect this one to be as well.
You're correct that there was one in 2018, and what the sheriffs of Missouri say in 2018 is that the FBI did not request concealed carry records. You are requesting it this year. In the state of Missouri, only the sheriffs have these concealed carry records because Missouri law explicitly forbids concealed carry permit information to be turned over to state officials or to federal officials for reasons that you can surely understand. We've seen recently what's happened in California, for instance, when gun owners are exposed, their personal information put out into the public record. So I just want to understand why it is the FBI is now seeking from our sheriffs, and we're talking about multiple sheriffs who have contacted me, who have contacted other state officials, who have spoken to the press, saying that the FBI is now asking for the names of concealed carry permit holders in the state of Missouri. Why is that? If you've not done it before, I don't understand.
Well, again, I'm going to have to look deeper into to give you a more fulsome answer to your question. My understanding, my limited understanding as we sit here right now, not having a chance to drill into it more deeply, but is that the under Missouri state law, checks for concealed carry permits are run using one of those systems that CJIS administers. So in order to be able to determine that the system is being used properly, consistent with the audit, consistent with the direction of the advisory policy board, I think that may explain the answer. But so, again, okay, let me follow up with you in more detail in writing.
Okay, so you can confirm, though, it sounds like you're saying that indeed the FBI is asking for records, because you just said that would be the reason for requesting this information.
I don't know that for a fact, but that's what I've heard that may be may explain the disconnect, but I'm not sure.
Well, heard from whom? You say you've heard from your agents or heard from whom?
From people within our organization, yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to, in the middle of everything else, trying to unpack what exactly is going on with the dust-up over this particular audit.
Well, you say in the middle of everything else. You can understand, I hope, why this would be of significance to the people of Missouri.
Absolutely, and that's why I've committed to you that we will make sure we get you a detailed response in writing.
What could you possibly be doing, I mean, with the personal information of these individuals? Let me ask it this way. Are you doing this in other states as well? Are you going to other states and asking for concealed records, concealed carry permit records in other states too, or is it just Missouri?
I know we are doing audits, these routine audits in some other states, but I don't know. I think it's a function of different state laws as to what exactly is within scope in terms of the use of the system.
Why are you asking for it now from the state of Missouri or from our sheriffs when you didn't ask for it in the past?
Again, I'm going to have to get more information to be able to provide you a written response to your letter.
What steps would the FBI take to make sure the information remains private if you're able to obtain it from these sheriffs all across Missouri?
Again, I'm the same answer. I really want to be careful not to speak when I don't have all the facts.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my questions. Well,
no, I am going to answer your question. We're just
well, you're
gonna
not answering them
not
now.
here because I don't have the answer.
Well, because you're under oath and because you're not prepared to answer them. I'm disappointed, frankly. I sent you this letter days ago. This has been on your radar screen. The Attorney General of our state sent you a letter before that. You've known about this. This is of significant concern. It directly affects Missouri state law. You can understand the position. You've praised your local law enforcement partners earlier today, Director. You're putting them in a terrible position in the state of Missouri. State law says they cannot turn over these personal records. The sheriffs cannot. You are asking them to. Apparently, in an unprecedented fashion, they've not been asked this before. I want to know what in the world you're doing with this, and frankly,
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here as always. We're going to step away from this hearing, take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Kentucky. This is civil rights attorney Ben Crump speaking on the DOJ announcement today that 4 officers indicted in the Breonna Taylor case. Let's listen on the other side of the break.
I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with my great co-counsel, the 80th president of the National Bar Association, Lanita Baker, Louisville's own, and a incredible lawyer, a young man who was the heart and soul of our fight to get justice for Breonna Taylor. He's a little shy, but his presence is right here with us always, and that is Attorney Sam Aguiar. Also present with us is, I'll save her for last. Also present with us is Tamika Mallory, the queen of this movement, and Until Freedom, who, if you all remember, moved to Louisville, Kentucky, in their quest for us to get to this day, to get justice for Breonna Taylor. So thank you, Until Freedom. Yeah, they certainly felt right applause. We also have the leader of the National Urban League here in Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville Urban League. She deserves a promotion. Sadiqa Reynolds. We have Breonna's aunt, who was advocating on the front line even before the legal team got here. And so Auntie Bianca Austin deserves a great round of applause. We salute you, Queen. We love you. We love you. We also have Brianna's sister. She's very shy. Janiyah Palmer. And then certainly the angel of this moment, who for, as she reminded the Attorney General, Lanita, 874 days she has been praying and fighting every day. Tamika Palmer, the mother of Breonna Taylor. What you say, Tamika? What did I say, Breeway?
Breeway.
So this day is about her and her family. It's about Brianna and all the other Briannas across America, the black women who have been denied justice throughout the history of this country when they have been abused, assaulted, murdered, raped, and disregarded. Well, because of Breonna Taylor, we can say this is a day that black women saw equal justice in the United States of America. That's right. She's looking down from heaven today. But the first thing I will say is thank God that Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron did not get the last word in regards to justice for Breonna Taylor. We are so thankful to Attorney General Merrick Garland, Assistant Attorney General, Head of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, Kristen Clark, and the attorneys on their team and the local FBI agents who Lanita and Sam just kept acknowledging over and over again. They worked tirelessly for over 2 years, my son, every day saying that we're going to go wherever the facts lead us. And so we owe a great debt of gratitude to the Department of Justice today. And we don't ever want to take that for granted, what they did. This was very significant. And when you think about the Civil Rights Department headed by Kristen Clark, we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the historic campaigns that they're making for justice for marginalized people, people who normally don't have a voice. I mean, this strong black woman leading the Justice Department Civil Rights Division has made sure that there were guilty verdicts in the tragic killing of George Floyd, guilty verdicts in the tragic killing of Ahmaud Arbery, and today, Tamika Palmer, a guilty plea in the killing of Breonna Taylor. I mean, so we give props where props are due. And it's the first time in my knowledge, President Baker, that the Justice Department has got any accountability for a police officer killing a black woman in the United States of America. So that's why we say this is a historic day. I mean, y'all, the media, y'all go search, y'all go see if y'all can help us. We can't think of any police officer that has been charged and convicted for killing a black woman in the United States of America on the federal level. And so that should be acknowledged. That should be acknowledged, and we thank you. The final things I will say, because it is just so profound. I think that's the word you have to say. What happened today was profound because you have willful deprivation of Breonna Taylor's constitutional rights that led to her death. I mean, that is a profound statement. Officer James and Officer Mindley can face up to life in prison. And then Officer Hankinson, charged with violation of Breonna Taylor's constitutional rights, can face how long? Life in prison as well.
That's the cop.
And so these federal charges are very serious charges. We have to stay the course. Officer Kelly Goodlett pled guilty today to her involvement in the conspiracy. We had always said, Sadiqa Reynolds, that this was a conspiracy to cover up the death of Breonna Taylor. And today, the Justice Department put forth the charging documents to Tamika Mallory to let people know that we weren't crazy when we said they were conspiring to cover up the murder of this innocent black woman.
That's right.
Everybody's saluting justice for Breonna. But they can't say we were crazy because we said it was a conspiracy to cover up the death of this innocent black woman. So we think about all these other cases where black people in America have said the police killed my loved one, and they're conspiring to cover it up, whether it's Glenn Foster, whether it's so many cases, Terrence Crutcher. I mean, these cases where people believe in their heart that the police killed their families unjust and that they never saw justice. Well, hopefully they won't give up hope because it was over 2 years. And Tamika Palmer knows it to the day, I believe the hour and the minute of how long she had to wait to get to justice. As Dr. King said, the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Right. Well, today it bent towards Breonna Taylor. Right. And now you will hear from the president of the National Bar Association, just one of the best lawyers we have in the United States of America. And we're so proud that she is the president of 80,000 black lawyers and judges all across America, and the lawyer for Breonna Taylor, my co-counsel, Lanita Baker.
The last time we were here after we met with prosecutors, we were angry. We were upset. We knew we had been denied justice. For 2 years, we've asked for our community to be patient while the Department of Justice did their investigation. While we hoped and prayed that we would get justice from the Department of Justice, today is that first day. Today, the Department of Justice has shown us what we knew Daniel Cameron lied about.
That's right.
In September of 2020. The Department of Justice has indicted officers for lying to get the search warrant to get to Breonna Taylor's home. They have acknowledged that the police officers had no right to be at Breonna's apartment in the first place. And not only did they cover up the lies that they told to get that search warrant and present to a judge under oath, once they were called on their lies in May, they met to conspire again to cover it up and try to tarnish Breonna Taylor's name. We've said this. We've been saying it since 2020. We've been saying they lied. We've been saying Breonna was not involved. We've been saying they should not be at Breonna's home. We've been saying that officers should be held accountable for Breonna Taylor's murder. And today is the first day towards getting that justice. Today is a day for happiness. It's for 2 years of almost almost losing complete hope that we would see today, but having to maintain hope so that Tamika Palmer still had hope. It's been a rocky 2 years for the attorneys, the community, the activists, everyone that has been involved in this case, that has known the truth about this case. But today, it's a little bit of vindication to show that our fight was righteous.
Amen, 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 amen.
And again, it's a start. We're going to continue to fight for justice for Breonna Taylor because the 3 officers are fighting life. They were indicted today. We don't know how long that process is going to take. It's going to take the federal court system, but they were indicted. The federal government had the guts to do what Daniel Cameron did not have.
Amen. Amen.
The malfeasance that the Kentucky Attorney General's office showed in this case shows that his political career needs to end now. He has no right holding any political offices representing the constituents in the state of Kentucky.
That's right.
Because he has shown that he is not for us.
That's right.
He is about self.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Thank you so much. Thank you, President Lanita Baker of the National Bar Association. It is so profound that 4 officers have been charged, and the links, as President Baker said, that the federal government went through to dot every I and cross every T. It's not something that we have seen historically done on behalf of black people, especially black women. I can't think of a Justice Department being discommitted to civil rights since Robert Kennedy and the civil rights movement with Martin Luther King and John Lewis. So this is a historic day on every level. And you think about the fact that they have proof. I mean, overwhelming proof that these officers not just was negligently executing a no-knock warrant, but Tamika Palmer, they falsified a warrant that led to deadly consequences. That led to deadly consequences of this innocent black woman. And knew they were lying. Jennifer Clark and the FBI agents who were working with the Civil Rights Division, they made a point to acknowledge that they knew they were falsifying the documents.
That's right.
And that is critically important because they knew that those officers would likely rely on their falsified documents, that they would likely come to Brianna's apartment and kick in the door. They knew that these falsified documents, this search warrant, would lead them to think that it was a dangerous situation, that they were going to have guns drawn, and they knew that these falsified documents were likely to lead to serious bodily injury and possibly death. And that's exactly what it did when, as the Attorney General said, Brianna was shot in the heart, and that led to her death. And so that's why we are so grateful to the Department of Justice, because they followed where the facts went and where Daniel Cameron wouldn't go. So thank you again to the Justice Department. And now a young lady who is the queen of this movement. She is one of the leaders with Angelo and my son and Linda, who lead Until Freedom, who moved to Louisville until they were going to get justice for Breonna Taylor. And thank God, y'all can finally go home.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
Tamika Mallory, the queen of this movement.
2+ years ago, I guess in 2020, we got a phone call from Ben Crump saying that there was a woman killed here in Louisville, Kentucky, which I had never been to Louisville in my life prior to that, and that he needed help, that people across the country were not talking about her, and we were talking through ways to, I'm sorry, y'all, the words is very difficult to gather them today, and you know that's not me. So it's just it's a good day and a rough day all at the same time for many different reasons. So I got that phone call, and I quickly called the other co-founders of Until Freedom and say, hey, have you heard about Breonna Taylor? It was very light on the internet. A few people had tagged me and stuff, you know, where they were saying there's a young lady in Louisville that's been killed, and she was killed, you know, wrongfully. But there was not enough happening, and not enough people, and not enough of the types of influences that we needed to be advocating for her. And so, like we always do, whenever we are informed of these situations from Attorney Crump, who is on the front line of getting phone calls from families in the middle of the night that need help, we decided to investigate, and we couldn't investigate from home, so we came here.
Amen.
And upon arriving in Louisville, immediately we were told it's not Louisville. Stop saying that. So they taught us to say Louisville. We learned about people living here in this place where we're standing today. We met what has now become our family. Attorney Lena Baker, Attorney Sam Aguiar, and of course the Palmer family. We met people that will be with us for the rest of our lives. Amen. And there's so many other faces that we could name. We also met an incredibly committed group of people who moved out of their homes. We moved from New York, and yes, that was significant. But there were people living right here in this square who were committed to justice for Breonna Taylor, and that is our Breway family that we love. Love and appreciate, and we could not have done what we came to do without you all, because we needed a movement on the ground here locally for us to be able to collaborate with and bring resources to, and we did that. We're proud of the work that Until Freedom committed to over these last 2 years, but more importantly, we recognize that even in this moment where there is some form of victory, because we can all say, again, as has been said, we're not crazy. There are many people who tried to tell us that we were wasting our time. But we also acknowledge that we still have a fallen soldier that will never come back in Breonna Taylor. We also know that Kenny Walker will never be the same. And so again, while today is a good day, there's still a lot of pain that we know this family is going through, and we have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that. So that's why it's really difficult to come up with the words. But here's what I will say. Daniel Cameron needs to be arrested. He needs to be arrested because he is a liar and he is an obstructionist. Not only did he lie, not only did he illegally, what is that called? No, he handled the investigation illegally, a botched investigation, but he also damaged the lives of jurors who saw the need to come forward to say that everything that was being presented was a lie, that they had never, ever been charged with going back and making a decision on the officers for killing Breonna Taylor. They had never been given that charge, and that's what it's called. You're supposed to give the charge. They had never been given that charge. Those individuals who came forward, we want to say thank you to them for their bravery today, because they also are not crazy. This proves that they were a part of kangaroo court. And therefore, the person responsible and everybody involved needs to be arrested for what they did to this family and this community. That's our position. Arrest Daniel Cameron next. I just want to, say in closing to this community that we will always be, until freedom, will always be in debt to the fight that happened here in Louisville. A black woman's life matters. Breonna Taylor mattered, and we all stood together. And this proves that even with the fighting and everything that we went through, the fact that we had the same goal and that we continue to fight for Breonna Taylor, if we do this in cases across this nation, we can, in fact, win. We can win. Winning is possible through unity.
Amen.
God bless you all.
Thank you, Queen Tamika. Next, we have another leader who hails here from Louisville, but I mean, you all are producing the next national leaders of the civil rights movement right here in Louisville, Kentucky. She is the president of the Louisville Urban League under President Mark Mariel, the national president of the Urban League, and she has done something quite extraordinary, because we know it's about trying to bring people together from the community and the corporate sector. And nobody has done this better than President Sadiqa Reynolds of the Louisville Urban League.
I want to say to this city today, this is a good day. This is a good day for Louisville. This is a good day for America. We have waited for so long for justice. We watch people be indicted in George Floyd's case, and we celebrated with them, but we also had a cloud. We watched what happened in the Ahmaud Arbery case, and we celebrated with them, but we also had a cloud. That's right. And today, part of that cloud is lifted. And it matters. These indictments matter. And I want to tell you, that telephone call that I received from LMPD on March 13th, I knew that there was something wrong. And we said then, where are the body cameras? And they told us there were none. I could not prove it then, but I begged our local leaders not to do press with the police, because I knew from the moment they called the Urban League that something was wrong in our city. And I cannot tell you what it feels like to be shamed in your city. We have fought so hard. There were people surely who lived in this park, but there were so many of us who were in other rooms and other spaces being told to be quiet, being told that the case had been investigated and there was nothing to see here.
And we crazy.
And we were crazy. I want to say thank you to somebody that it may seem odd to thank, but Yvette Gentry, who came in as interim police chief, she did what she could. And I want to say thank you, because I want to go back and say something about the men in this city in leadership who did not have the courage to even look closely at this case. I said it on the day that the Attorney General returned nothing, and I will say it again. There is a Commonwealth attorney in this city who recused himself. There is an Attorney General who said there's nothing to see here. We did the best that we could. I want to tell black people and all people that your vote matters. Because if we did not have this president of this United States of America, if we did not have this Attorney General in this country, we would not have these 4 indictments. There would be no guilty plea from a police department this morning. There would be no officer on her way to jail today. There would not have been officers picked up today in this city, in this county, that we love, that we fought for. Breonna Taylor is gone, and we can never bring her back. We can never know the pain that Tamika Palmer feels. And let me tell you something. As the mother of 2 daughters, I never want to know. I never spend any time trying to imagine what it would be like. But in this country, on this day, in this city, in Louisville, Kentucky, we have been vindicated. There is justice for us. Somebody was wrong. And not only were they wrong, not only did they lie, but they attempted to cover it up. They have been lying to you. And the shock here is not that it happened. The shock is that it is exposed. That is the thing. That is the thing that we have to talk about. It has been exposed. But I say to America, what are we missing? So as we celebrate and congratulate, and we must take a moment to breathe. We must take some time to cry. We have to have time to recover and to heal, because let me say to you all, this has been traumatic. This is a traumatic. Being black in a country that over and over again tells you your life does not matter. And listen to me, it should not have taken the FBI to lead this and do this investigation. There were people here who were supposed to be committed to justice on our behalf. They were supposed to do what they were sworn to do, and they let us down. This did not have to take this long. This did not have to go on for so long. We have suffered, and the FBI has stayed. They have been steadfast. And I want to say this. I have promised, and Tamika Mallory reminded me, I kept saying, and it's all I have had. I have said over and over again, I believe in the FBI. I believe that we will see some justice. I don't think it will be everything, but I believe that we will get justice. And I was reminded of that. And sometimes I have felt like a woman on a little bitty island, real stupid and naive. But today, this is vindication. It is the beginning of a new day, not just in Louisville, but in America. This black woman's life always mattered to her mother. This black woman's life always mattered to her family. This black woman's life always mattered to everybody you see here. And that black woman's life mattered to me and the Louisville Urban League on March 13th when we got the call. And on that day, they didn't even give us her name. They just said she was killed in the crossfire. We know the whole story now. And it is on us to continue to hold everybody accountable. Somebody is dead. And it could have been you, it could have been me. The difference is today, and it still can be, unless we change the way business is done. And if you don't do anything else, change the way business is done, because this exposure matters. We always knew, but today it is exposed. And I want to say thank you to the people who made that possible. Thank you.
Amen.
And thank you. And thank you, Attorney Crump. And now let me say, and thank you, Attorney Crump. Thank you to Lanita Baker, because these kinds of things, being courageous matters. And there are negative consequences to that. It's not all what you see. It's not all the positive love. There are negative consequences to standing up and fighting for justice. It takes courage. You get your life threatened. There's nobody here that has not have life threatened. But who do you call when your life is threatened and it's the police that you are criticizing?
That's good.
Thank you for justice, finally. Thank you.
Thank you, Queen. You know, people who have been here are so emotional, because for those of you who are old enough, this is a Serpico moment. I mean, this is the police corruption leading to the death of innocent people. And we can never, ever say that that doesn't happen in America. You know, one of the things President Reynolds said that was really deep, and we keep saying, they call us crazy. You know, when black people say they killed my child, my loved one, they was unjust and they covering it up, whether it's Glenn Foster in Louisville, Tiffany Crutcher in Oklahoma, I mean, Botham Jean, all these people keep saying they're covering it up and they call us crazy. Well, from now on, when they call black people crazy, when they kill our loved ones, we say, remember Breonna Taylor. That's right. They said we were crazy then, and we're exposed to cover up. So we got to continue to stand up for these black families, even when it's unpopular, even when they say it's controversial, even when they say you're going to lose your career. Well, some things are worth fighting for, some things are worth dying for, and our black children are worth dying for. So we don't mind the threats, the insults, the complaints. We're going to continue to stand up for black children, because if we don't fight for our children like Breonna Taylor, who will fight for them? And this brother here, who I'm about to bring up, hey, boy, he fights. He always fights. He's the general of Until Freedom. My son.
I just want to say something real quick because it's on my heart. Don't let nobody tell you not to fight. Don't let nobody tell you that don't matter while you out here marching. It don't matter that you tweeting about it. Don't matter that you yelling. It don't matter that you got a bullhorn and you walking down these blocks demanding justice. Every person who stood on these front lines is led to what happened today.
Exactly.
Don't let nobody tell you that the work that we do in these streets and you sacrifice and you laid on this ground every day, that it didn't matter. Don't let anybody deter you from fighting for what you know is right. Because this is what happens when we fight. Yeah. When we stand united and we fight and we demand justice, we eventually get what we want. Every time you got to stand up and fight. We don't have the right to do nothing, y'all. Yep. We can't sit back quiet and scared. We can't allow cowards like Daniel Cameron to give us justice, because they will never give us justice. It's us that's going to fight. It's us on these front lines. It's us in these streets. It's the people that got to fight for the people. So this victory is for all of us. Everybody who said Breonna Taylor's name, this is because of you. We wait.
Thank you, my son, the general. You know, what President Reynolds said is profound, because elections do matter. I mean, voting matters. I would never forget Tamika Palmer. You know, Vice President Kamala Harris was one of the first people, first elected officials to go on TV and say Breonna Taylor's name. And so they do have consequences. I don't think had this administration not been elected, the Biden administration been elected, that the other administration would ever gave this day to Tamika Palmer. So just know that, as my son said, Tesman Figueroa tells me all the time, it is the people. That's right. I mean, they are the reasons we got a conviction in George Floyd. It's the activists why we got a conviction in Ahmaud Arbery and Dante Wright. I mean, it's the people. Even the fire department happy we got justice for Breonna Taylor. Okay. Yeah. And now, the person who more than anybody is impacted by this day. You know, when you give birth to a child, and that child comes out your body, and you look at that child and you watch that child grow, and you are so close to doing your job as a parent of making sure that that child is ready to go out into the world and be able to claim her destiny. I mean, she did everything that you could do to give her child the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And on March 13th, it was snubbed away by these officers for falsifying a no-knock search warrant that they knew was a lie. But as we learned in church, a lie cannot live forever. And today, the truth is revealed. And so this lady, I mean, my God, the 874 days, can you all imagine Lanita Baker what those nights were like, thinking this day would never come, but it came. So I think it's appropriate as we bring up Tamika Palmer that we say her name.
Breonna Taylor.
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 That's right. So, as usual, I don't have a lot to say, but I got some stuff to say. Today's 874 days. So today, on day 874, y'all learning that what I've been saying, let me fix that. What we've been saying, and the rest of them back there, what we've been saying on day one, y'all learning what we've been saying was the truth. That they shouldn't have been there and that Brianna didn't deserve that. Y'all learning that today that we not crazy.
We not crazy.
But what I got something to say. That I remember on one of the, I don't even remember if it was the first year or the second year reunion, because every day's been March the 13th for me. Tamika reminded me that Brianna made a post that said, "Take me to a place that I can't even imagine."
Wow.
Brianna has taken us all to a place that we can't even imagine.
That's good.
Today's overdue, but it still hurts. It's some amazing people behind me, some just as amazing people in front of me. And I can't call out names to thank, but y'all know who y'all were. Y'all know what y'all did. And I will never forget any of it.
Amen.
I'm going to say that
Amen.
everything sent to break me, I ate that shit. That shit being Daniel Cameron. You don't deserve to be where you are, and you need to go. And if we don't continue to eat him, one of y'all's on the menu next. He was dead wrong. It didn't start with him, but he had the right to do the right thing, and he chose not to.
Of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here worldwide, bringing you another top story here as 4 officers indicted in the Breonna Taylor apartment raid that was made by the Department of Justice earlier. And of course, you watched it right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come.
and water to displaced residents. Many of the roads in eastern Kentucky are still impassable, so the Kentucky National Guard is flying dozens of helicopter missions daily to drop water, MREs, and vital supplies to Kentuckians in remote areas of our state. My state director was on board as they flew over flooded roadways and homes to visit the community centers operating as supply hubs in areas isolated by rising water. The landings are difficult, sometimes nearly impossible, but the heroes of the Kentucky National Guard will do whatever it takes to reach those stranded by the floods. And that's just one part of the flurry of activity. Emergency responders have deployed boats and trucks across the affected region. In Buckhorn, residents are even loading up horses to take supplies to areas where the roads are literally washed out. It's truly, truly heroic work. This emergency is far from over, but when their neighbors are in need, Kentuckians will always help other Kentuckians. I'll visit the region myself soon to survey the damage and help with relief efforts. While here in Washington, I remain in close contact with those who are out on the ground. I'm grateful to everyone taking on the colossal task of providing for Kentucky amid this disaster. Now, on another sad note, yesterday Congress was shaken by the news that a tragic automobile accident had killed Congresswoman Jackie Walorski and 3 others, including Emma Thompson and Zachary Potts, members of her staff. Our former colleague here in the Capitol was back home among our fellow Hoosiers in Indiana's 2nd District. In circumstances that are familiar to each of us, long days on the road with trusted aides, meeting with people we represent. By all accounts, Congresswoman Walorski had 2 stellar young people by her side. At 27, Zach was already a 7-year veteran of her team, having served as both campaign manager and district director. Emma, her 28-year-old communications director, was already a Capitol Hill veteran whose intelligence and drive one former boss described as second to none. The last day's outpourings of grief and admiration demonstrate just how great a hole Jackie Walorski's leaving behind among her friends here in the Capitol. They marveled at both her tremendous personal kindness and her fierce advocacy for the families she represented. I had the personal pleasure of breaking bread with Congresswoman Walorski several years ago and looked forward to every time that our paths would actually cross. According to those who knew Jackie best, her infectious passion and boundless energy for service were rooted in the faith that guided her entire life. That faith also led her and her beloved husband, Dean, to found a charity and to spend years living and serving needy people in Romania. Today, we trust that this faith has reunited our colleague with her eternal Father, and we pray that he will comfort Dean, all her family and friends, and those who mourn Zach and Emma in these terrible, terrible days. Later today, the Senate will vote on a resolution to peel back a significant layer of regulatory red tape that's been causing headaches all across our country. Thanks to the leadership of the Junior Senator from Alaska, this resolution would overturn a Biden administration action that aims to give the federal government even more authority to slow and stall critical infrastructure projects. For years, our Republican government made headway in rolling back some of the countless roadblocks liberal bureaucrats have put in the path of new highways, bridges, and pipelines. We took big bites out of the bloated permitting process. And just last year, Republicans ensured that bipartisan infrastructure legislation included clear limits designed to speed up federal permitting reviews. But alas, earlier this year, the president fired off a far-left executive action that directly contradicted some of that bipartisan headway. Catering to radical environmentalists, the new Biden rule reinstates sweeping jurisdiction for federal bureaucrats to slow down all sorts of critical infrastructure. The Democratic action is taking a process that's already known for years-long waiting periods and multi-hundred-page federal reports and actually making it worse. Every single Senate Republican is proud to co-sponsor Senator Sullivan's resolution. The future of our infrastructure needs at least one Democrat to see the light as well. Now, on one final matter, a year and a half ago, every Senate Democrat cast the deciding vote for a $1.9 trillion disaster that caused the worst inflation in 40 years. Democrats have crushed working families with runaway prices. More than 80% of the country says our economy is in bad shape. President Biden's approval on the economy is down to 30% and falling. By the traditional rule of thumb, our country is now in a recession, and a supermajority of Americans are aware of it. American families are crying out for relief, but Democrats have decided to spend hundreds of billions of dollars of the people's money on a bill that laughs at the people's priorities. Americans say their number one concern is inflation and the cost of living. So here's what Democrats' taxing and spending spree would accomplish on that issue. It would make inflation worse over the next 2 years, and they'd do nothing to cut inflation in the long term. Even the Democrats' favorite estimates say that their bill would take 9 years to subtract the amount of inflation we've been adding every single week. Say that again. Even the Democrats' favorite estimates say their bill would take 9 years, to subtract the amount of inflation we've been adding every single week. After inflation, in particular, another huge group of Americans say their biggest issue is the overall state of the economy in general. And here's what Democrats want to accomplish on that subject. They want to ram through giant new tax hikes in the middle of the recession. New multi-$100 tax hikes on American jobs that especially target the manufacturing sector, leaving Americans with fewer jobs and lower wages. New tax hikes on American natural gas and crude oil. Higher fees for producing energy on federal land, leaving Americans with higher electric bills, higher utility bills, higher gas prices, and more dependence on foreign countries that don't like us. In a time of inflation, Democrats also want to spend $80 billion to roughly double the size of the IRS so they can shake more money out of the American people through harassment and audits, using taxpayer money to make taxpayers' lives worse. So what do Democrats want to do with all the money they want to drain out of Americans' pockets in the midst of this recession? They want to lavish hundreds of billions of dollars on an issue that exactly 3% of the country says is our biggest problem: far-left environmental and climate spending. American families have been hemorrhaging financially for a year and a half. Working people can barely tread water. And the Democrats' focus Is Green New Deal nonsense that only 3% of the country wants prioritized? Big subsidies to help rich people buy luxury cars and new stoves. Taxpayer funding for environmental protesters. A huge catalog of nonsense that would not put a dent in global emissions, while countries like China continue to emit more and more. So I would dare any of our Democrat colleagues to walk up to a working class American on the street and ask them what the government ought to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on. Well, first off, in a time of inflation, they'd probably tell them not to spend hundreds of billions of dollars in the first place. But I doubt a single American worker or middle-class parent would say, you know what, my top priorities are doubling the size of the IRS and giving my boss a government kickback if he buys an $80,000 electric car. Do you know a single normal American family that is clamoring for this nonsense? Americans want lower prices. They want border security. They want more police and public safety. Americans don't want tens of thousands more IRS agents. They want more Border Patrol and ICE agents. Americans don't want Democrats to regulate us into an even deeper recession. They want liberals to let police officers bring law and order back to our streets. Democrats want to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on a 3% issue while they completely neglect crime and border security and make inflation and the recession even worse. Democrats are catastrophically out of touch with what American families actually do care about. Their approval ratings show it.
And just like that, it is a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. Senator Mitch McConnell on the Senate floor from earlier. Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up within this hour, look at this. President Biden still testing positive for COVID-19, but he will host a roundtable, isolated roundtable happening Inflation Reduction Act. We'll bring it to you as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. And once again, we appreciate you joining us here. One of the other top stories of the day, Brittney Griner, WNBA star, sentenced to 9 years in Russia. I did an interview just moments ago. Let's listen to that one right here on Live Now. Guilty on drug charges. This is something that obviously we knew was going to happen when we're talking about Russian courts. 99% of the time they are found guilty. Let's go to our coverage here, continuing right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to bring in a friend of Live Now, Aaron Solomon, joining us here with coverage from Esquire. We always appreciate you joining us here on Live Now.
It's my pleasure, Mike. Thanks for having me.
All right, so let's get right into it here. This is something we obviously knew was going to happen. Maybe just talk a little bit about the court system.
Well, first, we knew it was going to happen, but when we see the scenes that we've been watching for the past few minutes, they're truly so visceral and sad. You see Brittney Griner sitting literally in a cage, being read the translation from her Russian translator of what the judge is saying. And if she didn't know before now, she understands the profound gravity of the situation. Sadly, I've been predicting for a long time, for several months, that while I do believe that the end result of this is going to be a successful prisoner trade, I'd be very surprised if Brittney Griner were home this year. So what we've seen today is the end result of, as you said, a Russian criminal process where 99% of people are found guilty. The other 1% are retried, and 99.25% of those are found guilty. There was never any doubt that we would reach where we are today, which is Brittney Griner being found guilty and facing, up to 9.5 years in prison or labor camp or wherever they put her. That's the ultimate result of what we're seeing right now.
Absolutely, absolutely. And where are we at now with these negotiations between the State Department and Russia? We know that the offer is on the table, but where are we at right now in that process?
So the interesting thing is, while I have a law degree, I'm not a diplomat, but all of us get to play armchair quarterback diplomat, which, while it's a fun game for us who get to watch, I actually am one of the people who believe, very much like Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State, believes, that this should be done behind the scenes. I think diplomats should do diplomacy, and the rest of us should hope that we get a better result. I don't believe that it's ultimately a good thing that these prospective trades like Brittney Griner and Paul Whelan in exchange for arms dealer Victor Bout are done in the public spotlight. But this is what we've recently heard. And we know that Secretary Blinken is going to be discussing this with Secretary Lavrov, and I'm sure that's going to be an ongoing conversation. But the thing for all of us to remember is that these things go slow. And the reason it goes slow from both the legal and diplomatic perspective is that any side that feels that they have leverage, as the Russians absolutely must feel that they have this afternoon in Moscow, are going to seek to extract further concessions from the other side. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the next week or so, we see that now Russia not only wants a famed arms merchant, but they might say something like those SWIFT code regulations relaxed, so we don't have to get paid anymore in certificate rubles.
Very good insight right there, as always. And now for Brittney, now that going into today, she had to know herself what this outcome was going to be, correct?
She did, but I think it's a very different thing being advised by your Russian lawyers that you're going to be found guilty. And as I said, literally sitting in a cage. American prisoners, sit in a courtroom. Brittney Griner is in a deep suburb of Moscow, sitting in a cage in a courtroom, being read what the judge is saying by an interpreter. So I think for her, you could tell by the look on her face and by her body language, that it's extremely distressing. And I think she's very cognizant of the fact that there's still a long road ahead. A road that could be months or years. Let's remember that Paul Reed, the Marine who was released, was being held for 2 years, and Paul Whelan, who was, in the intelligence business, has been held for multiple years now. So anybody who thinks that Brittney Griner is going to be home in a few weeks must know something that I don't know, because I don't see it being a quick process.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we continue to talk about this, and really, let's just also talk about how you were talking. She's literally in a cage right now, and the setting is very, if you think she was going to walk away or going to be walking away in a couple of months, like you said, that's not going to happen.
Let's remember something that her lawyer said this morning during closing remarks, that she felt that one of the reasons that Brittney Griner should be given a little bit of leniency here is she's been a major catalyst for the evolution of Russian basketball. She's played in 7 seasons for UMMC Yekaterinburg, a Russian elite league team owned by, of course, an oligopolist. She's done a lot for Russian basketball. And in exchange, she's going to be getting pretty much the maximum sentence. Brittney Griner, even though she spent 7 WNBA off seasons in Russia, has very marginal capacities in the Russian language. To her, it remains a very foreign country, and she feels like she doesn't have any rights. It's got to be extremely scary, not just for her, but for her friends and family here in the United States, as well as for the WNBA and the Phoenix Mercury, who, of course, behind the scenes have done all that they can to try to put pressure on the American government and President Biden to effectuate a release.
And let's also talk about the situation with Ukraine here. If Russia wasn't involved in Ukraine, would we be seeing this same case scenario go on, or because they're involved with Ukraine, they feel like they have a little bit of leverage? What is your feelings?
I don't think that Brittney Griner ever would have been arrested if Russia wasn't about to invade Ukraine when this happened. Because in a normal situation, if a player had, a minute trace of an illegal substance in a vape cartridge, this never would have made the news. What would have happened is the owner of the team, who was a very well-connected oligarch, would have been contacted. There would have been some kind of slap of the wrist, some kind of fine paid. However, Russia is in the let's collect political prisoners business. Russia it clearly has wrongfully detained Brittney Griner, and this isn't a proclamation from Aaron Solomon. This is a proclamation from President Biden and the Biden administration. That happened not very long after we learned that Brittney Griner was in Russian detention. This is clearly a political and diplomatic move that is being done right now under the guise of what is legal. But one thing our listeners and viewers have to remember is that, as you're seeing today, Russia doesn't have rule of law as the United States does. This really has been all along a political construct.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, when so many people look, you know, outside of our country, and, you know, when we hear people say that, oh, our justice system isn't right, or, you know, we have our own issues. But when you look outside of our country, at other countries like Russia, it's a total different ballgame. And anybody that is in a court system outside of the U.S. would love to be in our court system, right?
Of course. And by the way, I'm someone, you know, who really does firmly believe that whether it's a private citizen or a high-level athlete, when you're in a foreign country, you absolutely observe their rules. I've traveled close to 4 million miles. I've lived all over the world, including in places like Beijing. When I was in Beijing, it's very, very clear that you follow the rules of the Chinese Communist Party and the local government. That said, you know, people are in very precarious situations all over the world for political reasons. And even when I was living in China, I knew people who were questioned and temporarily arrested for political reasons who did absolutely nothing wrong. Athletes such as Brittney Griner, who are among the greatest to ever play their game, are extremely high profile, therefore are very prone to be taken up. Remember, one good thing that's come out of this case so far was the Biden administration adding the D designation to travel to certain countries 2 weeks ago. And D means that you have the potential to be detained in these countries. So people now have to be extra careful where they're going, and no matter where you're going, even if it's a seemingly friendly country, you have to always abide by the rules on the ground, because otherwise the American embassy and American diplomats might not be able to help you.
Well said, as always. Aaron Solomon, thanks so much for coming on our broadcast and really breaking down what just happened there, something that we knew was coming, but we appreciate, of course, your insight and knowledge, especially on this case. We always appreciate it, Aaron. And we always do appreciate Aaron right there on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Let's take a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we will take you to the White House, where soon President Biden will be hosting a roundtable on the Inflation Reduction Act. We'll bring it to you coming up next. And just like that, everyone, we are back here worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox, always here in demand for you. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much again for joining us here today on this Thursday as we give you top stories, top feeds, breaking news when it happens, all in the mix right here, live, raw, and unfiltered. Sometimes a little bit right here on the mix. All right, everyone, let's go out to the White House, where we do have, in just moments, President Biden, who's still tested positive for COVID, has to be isolated from this group here. But we are listening on a roundtable on the Inflation Reduction Act. So let's listen to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Local leaders, statewide leaders, leaders in Massachusetts, but you're also national leaders. You are leading by example. The work that is happening here in Massachusetts is a model of work that can and we believe should happen around the country, which is born out of the spirit of an appreciation for one of the fundamental principles of our nation, which is the significance of the concept of freedom and liberty and dignity. So I thank you all, and I'm here to visit with you, to hear from you about what you are doing on the ground, how it is working, what your challenges are, and also to talk with you about how we can support this work. I do believe that this issue is an issue that affects everyone in our nation, and therefore your leadership, by extension, affects people around the country. So we are here today because we share a fundamental belief that we trust the women of America to make decisions about what is in their best interest. And we believe it is they who should make that decision and not their government. It is that simple. We believe that when it comes to some of the most intimate decisions that any human being can make about their life and their future, that the government should not interfere with their ability and need to make that decision for themselves, or if they choose, with their loved ones, with their pastor, their priest, their rabbi, with their loved ones. But the government should not be making that decision for them. I also strongly believe that on this issue, to stand for these principles of freedom and liberty does not require anyone to abandon their faith or their beliefs. This is simply about saying the government should not be making the decision for that person. So when we look at where we are, indeed, as you have mentioned, Rebecca, the President and I believe that we are facing a healthcare crisis in America after the Dobbs decision was rendered. A healthcare crisis for many reasons. In many states, extremist so-called leaders are passing laws that would provide no exception for rape or incest. I am a former prosecutor who specialized in child sexual assault cases and violence against women. The idea that we would require someone who has endured an extreme act of violence and then subject her to the government's will without investing in her the self-determination to which she is entitled to make decisions based on what she believes is in her best interest is outrageous. When we look at this issue, we know that this is, to the point that you made, Rebecca, an issue that also overlaps with many other attacks on our democracy by extremist so-called leaders in our nation. You have but to look at those states where these attacks are happening on a woman's right to make decisions about her reproductive health care, and you will see from those same so-called leaders attacks on voting rights. From those same so-called leaders, attacks on LGBTQ rights. So when we think of this issue, it relates to so much that is fundamental to what we have believed until now has been about progress in our nation around the expansion of rights. But this moment requires us to see there are extremist so-called leaders who believe that the way forward is to restrict rights. There's so much at stake right now. I applaud the leaders, those just down-home leaders in Kansas, for what they just did 2 nights ago, because they organized and they spoke volumes. They said, we trust the women to make decisions about their lives, and they said this is not a partisan issue. They spoke loudly and said, it doesn't matter who she voted for in the last election or who she plans on voting for in the next election. Don't take her rights from her and allow the government to replace its priorities for her priorities. The vote that occurred in Kansas also made clear what we all know. The majority of Americans agree with this principle. So I'll close by saying that our administration stands with the leaders who are here and with the women of America in a belief that they should be able to make these decisions for themselves. The President has signed now executive orders addressing this issue with a whole-of-government approach that includes Health and Human Services, that includes the United States Department of Justice, that includes the Department of Defense. I thank the Undersecretary for being here. And we will continue to do the work that is necessary to protect the right of the women of America to make decisions for themselves and not have their government supersede their judgment with its own. With that, I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Governor Baker, would you like to say a few words?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for being with us today, Madam Vice President, and for your work to make clear that this issue, as a national issue, does fall, based on the Dobbs decision in some respects, on states and on state leaders. And in Massachusetts, this issue about reproductive rights has not been a partisan issue.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my mother made clear to me what my position was going to be on this issue when I was very young. But I worked for 2 governors, Republicans both, in the 1990s, who were also big supporters of a woman's right to make this decision on behalf of themselves and their family. And when the Dobbs decision was issued, we issued an executive order immediately to protect providers and to protect women from other states who might travel here to seek these services, because we believed that that was the most important thing we could do immediately, and then had the opportunity, as the House and the Senate debated their legislation, to sign that bill into law very recently. And I am enormously proud of the work that was done, again, on a bipartisan basis here. And I'm very glad to hear you mention what happened in Kansas. Because if you just take a look at the electoral turnout in that race, there were a heck of a lot of Republicans and independents who voted for choice in that election. And I think it's critically important for all of us to recognize and to understand that some issues cross party lines. And this one in particular, I believe the vast majority of the people of America, and certainly the vast majority of the people of Massachusetts, believe that women should have the right to make the call with their families, their pastors, whomever it is they seek guidance and advice from when it comes to this issue. And I'm very glad, again, that you chose to come here to spend a few minutes with the folks here in the Commonwealth who we believe on this issue get it right.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Baker. Congresswoman Presley.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's very appropriate that we're convened today at IBW 103, and I just want to acknowledge this incredible workforce and the members here who keep our city running, who demonstrate a commitment to justice in every iteration, to equality, to inclusive leadership, to an inclusive economy, to helping us to reach our shared goals of economic freedom and justice, our climate goals. But there's a common thread there, and it is justice. And so it's very appropriate that we would come here together today at IBW 103 because this is an issue of justice. And the labor movement, we greet each other as brothers and sisters because they understand that we are one human family and our destinies are tied. And so I welcome you, Madam Vice President, to the Massachusetts 7th. I welcome you to Boston. I welcome you to Dorchester. It is an honor You are a history maker. You are a breaker of more than glass ceilings, a breaker of concrete ceilings, a disciplined leader and an innovative legislator. And it is my honor and privilege to call you a friend and a partner in the work of advancing equity and justice. And again, welcome to the Massachusetts 7th. We are certainly finding ourselves navigating consequential times as a nation and as a community. And today we're gathered together for an urgent and timely conversation about the coordinated attacks on reproductive justice and bodily autonomy. I'm grateful for the partnership of our state legislature, of our governor, of advocates, those around this table. And I'm proud that every level of government here in the Commonwealth has moved with urgency to codify and to protect abortion care in Massachusetts in light of the egregious decisions from the Supreme Court. We have worked together to not only affirm the right of Massachusetts residents to access their fundamental right to abortion care, but to support our health care providers and ensure their legal protection no matter where their patients call home. We passed the Roe Act at the State House with a sense of purpose and urgency, and I thank our colleagues in state and local government for acting swiftly to protect providers in anticipation of the grave consequences of the Dobbs decision that could impact care, even in a state like Massachusetts, where this fundamental right is protected in statute. Our bodily autonomy should not be up for debate, but devastatingly, it is. And we know who will be impacted the most marginalized, Black and brown folks, LGBTQ, the disability community. In Congress, I have the honor of serving as the chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus under the first pro-choice majority Congress.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us.
This House has passed my bill with Representative Judy Chu, the Women's Health Protection Act. We've passed it because we know that we need a rapid and comprehensive response at every level of government to protect care and to save lives. I know that Vice President Harris shares our urgency. She shares our conviction. And I'm grateful she's here with us today as we lift up the critical steps that we have taken here in Massachusetts and the shared work ahead as we fight for true health care justice. Chairman Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Congresswoman.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Congresswoman. And thank you, Madam Vice President, for being, and welcome to Boston. And as I said earlier, thank you for not bringing up the NBA Finals from our earlier
I was this close.
To speak candidly, I don't think many of us ever thought this would be an issue that we would have to confront from a legislative standpoint in our careers. But here we are. When it became clear at the end of 2020 that we needed to be forward-thinking with an anti-choice majority on the Supreme Court on the horizon, we in the Commonwealth responded by producing the Roe Act immediately. When the Dobbs decision came down, the House, once again in working with the advocates, acted swiftly, producing a bill within 5 days that would not only make the Commonwealth a leader in reproductive rights, it would also close any potential loopholes in providing those services. From that day on June 24th, and in just a mere 32 days, working with our partners in the Senate, we put a bill on the governor's desk that he signed that made it abundantly clear where the Commonwealth stands on the future of reproductive rights. We are honored that you, Madam Vice President, and the Biden-Harris administration would recognize our state's most recent efforts. Safe reproductive health care means so much more than just abortion. It means equal access to that health care. It means safe, effective contraceptions. It means ensuring a path to pregnancy can be safe and healthy. But above all, it means a woman here in Massachusetts has the freedom of choice over her body and her health. By leaving this up to states' rights on how to proceed, the Supreme Court has set up a system fraught with peril, where the rights for women's health care will just be a matter of what zip code you live in, what area code you work in, and what part of the country your doctor resides in. With our recently passed legislation, we strengthened and protected the relationship between a patient and her doctor in the most difficult decision they will ultimately have to make. We require coverage for abortion and abortion-related care without any deductibles, co-insurance, co-payments, or other cost-sharing requirements. By enacting broad liability protections for providers and patients involved in abortion-related services, we will not allow anyone to come from outside the Commonwealth to dictate what services we will provide inside the Commonwealth. States that provide the necessary services are already feeling the strains from out-of-state patients. It is incumbent on us to provide the resources to help support our providers. Women's reproductive health care is sacrosanct, and it will be protected here in Massachusetts for as long as we have anything to say about it. We hope to continue to be a guiding light for the rest of the country and for you, Madam Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaker Pro Tem Hogan.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Welcome, Massachusetts, Madam Vice President. We're very grateful for the White House and your leadership as states grapple with the fallout from the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. As you know, the Dobbs decision triggered a turn undermining our nation's progress in both civil rights and health care, and substantially diminished the freedoms and self-determination of women across the country. Now many states are rushing to enact laws that deny women access to reproductive health care, and in doing so in a draconian manner. It is impossible to measure the damage that will result with these laws as they stand unchallenged. Women must have options. We must have safe access to abortion, to contraceptives, and to the attendant services that ensure our health, our freedom, and our future generations. But there is more at risk. As you know, Madam Vice President, this attack on reproductive rights opens the door to a general assault on a broad spectrum of rights that were hard fought and even harder won. Our response must be bold. We must codify these rights with legislation and, of course, exercise our right to vote to protect them. We appreciate the actions of the White House. Yesterday, President Biden signed a second executive order to address reproductive health care crisis since Roe was overturned, and the Interagency Task Force on Reproductive Health Care Access that you and President Biden established is underway. Here in Massachusetts, abortion continues to be legal thanks to the efforts of the legislature in 2020 as we codified the Roe Act and expanded abortion access. Under House Speaker Mariano and Senate President Spilka, our legislature acted decisively. Just days after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, 24 women of the House stood to share powerful stories of their own, and we all ended the day voting in a bipartisan manner to protect access to abortion, reproductive health care, and gender-affirming services. Our legislature also ensured the protection of providers and patients who rely on continued access to those services. Massachusetts is, and always has been, a leader in the fight for equality. The revolution started here. That fire never burned out. The Commonwealth continues to be a fierce beacon of hope, and now a sanctuary where women may come for care. We stand as an example for the nation, and we refuse to go back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Miranda.
Can't believe I have to go behind all these folks. Good afternoon, Honorable Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, Governor Baker, Speaker Pro Tem, Chairman Michaelwitz, Congresswoman Presley, and my esteemed colleagues in the House and Senate and leaders in the repro equity space. My name is State Representative Liz Miranda of the 5th Suffolk District, representing Roxbury and Dorchester. Welcome to our hood. Our neighborhood is great. I bring you greetings from the Massachusetts Black and Latino Legislative Caucus, which I am a member, proud member, with our chairwoman, Representative Tyler, Rep. and Dr. John Santiago, and Rep. Brandy Fluker Oakley. Birthing and reproductive justice has been at the forefront of my policy agenda here in Massachusetts since being elected in 2018. Driven by the lived experience of watching my younger sister give birth to her daughter Mila at 21 weeks who didn't survive. And the data given to me and other women colleagues by the March of Dimes that spoke about the poor birthing outcomes for Black and brown women in my district and across Massachusetts in my first week on the job. And both of these experiences shook me to my core and drove me to act immediately. As a Black woman from a proud West African family from Cabo Verde, I deeply understand that reproductive justice is racial justice work. This work should be led by and centered by those most impacted. We have done a great deal in the state legislature regarding reproductive and birthing justice in my short 3.5 years in the House. Thank you to leadership on both sides of the House and Senate, including my Speaker of the House, for paving the way. We have passed and strengthened Roe and worked closely with the Beyond Roe Coalition. We passed the Maternal Inequities Commission that researched for a year about Black morbidity and mortality, led by Black and brown leaders in this space. We funded the Health Policy Commission and birth centers. And we have a permanent commission on postpartum depression, the Ellen Story Commission. I have also filed legislation on workforce of doulas and midwives, postpartum coverage post 60 days, and establishing a standardized FEMA system to count the babies we lose in the Commonwealth, because they matter. However, birth outcomes have worsened since the COVID-19 pandemic. And for Black and brown women, they've gone up almost 33%. And Massachusetts is the most expensive state to give birth. The work ahead will require us to deeply invest in the continuum of care we deserve as Black and brown, Indigenous, immigrant, trans, and differently abled birthing people who should be listened to and who should lead in this space and be centered in this work. It doesn't start and end with an abortion, nor does it start and end with birthing a child. We need lifelong, culturally competent care. Legislation has been created to police the bodies of Black birthing people since the beginning of this nation. So it is time to hear loudly the cries of those most impacted and give room for their brilliance to help lead us forward. The work needs to bind together the work we do to inform and teach before conception and must follow past birth for all genders. It must rectify the harm that too many birthing people have even faced here in the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We can and should do more, and I intend to be in the legislature to ensure Massachusetts remains a leader so we can get to 0 lives lost in the reproductive and birthing justice space. Good is not good enough. We can't go back to normal. And to quote your organization, this is a very serious matter.
That's an inside joke. Indeed, it is a serious matter.
Undersecretary Cisneros.
Thank you. Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, Governor Baker, to my former colleague, Rep. Presley, and everyone here today, it's an honor to be with you in the great state of Massachusetts today. The Secretary of Defense has made it very clear that taking care of our people, our service members, their families, and our employees is his top priority. So days after the Dobbs decision came out, I released a memo saying that the Department of Defense would continue to perform abortions at its medical treatment facilities, no matter where they are in the country. And I also sent another memo to our healthcare providers to let them know that they are able, under the law, to continue their work to provide this treatment at our medical treatment facilities as well, regardless of the Dobbs decision. Now, we are limited by law in the type of abortions that we can provide. We can only do them in the cases of rape, incest, or endangers the life of the mother if the pregnancy was carried to term. So our service members who are not able to get one of those, who desire another abortion, this decision has definitely put a great burden upon them. They may be in a state where they cannot get this procedure and they need to go somewhere else. So now they have to pay for the travel in order to get that done. And it really has created a burden upon our service members and their families. So the Dobbs decision has created a lot of complexities, and we are looking at these at the Department of Defense to see how we can proceed in a compassionate way to make sure that we continue to take care of our service members. But one of the things that we know we can do right now is really focus on contraceptives. So what we've done is I'm in the process of changing our policy for medical procedures, birth control such as IUDs, that there will no longer be a copay for that under TRICARE. Right now there is legislation in the House of Representatives that we support from Representative Speer that would waive the TRICARE copay for pharmaceutical birth control. And what we've done at our medical treatment facilities is provide walk-in service to those that desire birth control, as well as pharmaceutical birth control, as well as emergency contraceptives as well. So we will continue to work with our service members, to work with our colleagues throughout the government to see how we can better serve our service members and their families, as well as our civilian employees. But again, it's an honor to be with all of you today to talk about this. Thank you.
Good, and with that, I think we will begin our closed discussion. So thank you all members of the press for being here.
Vice President Kamala Harris here hosting yet another roundtable talking about abortion access. Do want to let our viewers know coming up here, we are expecting President Biden to be making some comments. He's going to be holding virtually, of course, a roundtable event with business and labor leaders to discuss how the Inflation Reduction Act may lower costs for families and businesses. So that will be an event we'll be headed into here in just a few moments. Once it does begin, it is set to take place here in about 7 more minutes. So if they do start on time, we'll head into that. Until that time, let's go ahead. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. Of course, more top stories coming to you from all across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we are always staying on top of the latest news stories trending not only across the country but around the world. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Christy Larson. Today we had heard Brittney Griner did get charged for illegally bringing in drugs to Russia. Today we heard from some comments inside of that courtroom, and as she was being led out of court, that's something else that we're just learning a bit more information on. She did say she loves her family. This as she was being led out of that courtroom in handcuffs. Now, the American basketball star sentenced to 9 years in prison on drug charges and fined over $16,000. A judge had ruled Thursday that Griner was guilty of drug possession and smuggling after she pled guilty to bringing cannabis-infused vape cartridges into Russia. The judge also saying she believes Griner committed the crime intentionally. Griner had been detained in Russia since February. She was arrested at a Moscow airport, and shortly after the verdict was announced, President Biden did release a statement calling Griner wrongfully detained, adding, quote, "I call on Russia to release her immediately so she can be with her wife, loved ones, friends, and teammates. My administration will continue to work tirelessly and pursue every possible avenue to bring Brittany and Paul Whelan home safely as soon as possible." Now, Griner's defense team reacting to the verdict, saying they are disappointed, but they will file for an appeal. And of course, We're going to be staying on top of these latest developments inside of the Russian courtroom as they happen. We'll be bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, still waiting for a President Biden event. It is set to take place here in just a few moments. The president does continue to test positive for coronavirus, and so unfortunately he's still maintained in isolation, but has continued to try to drop in virtually to some of these different events that were on his schedule. Going to take a live look here at the Dow as we are seeing a big red day all across the board, down more than 69 points, and the president here soon will be speaking with some business leaders about the Inflation Reduction Act. So we'll be bringing that to you here in just a few moments. Until that time, though, let's go ahead and take a live look at New York, where we're going to be listening in with the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. She is speaking with some law enforcement agents as they are talking about trying to keep New York City streets safe, especially when it comes to their fight and efforts on stopping illegal guns coming into New York City. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
I have been since day one, a little less than a year ago. I said public safety is my #1 concern, and that has been our laser focus, addressing it on so many different fronts. So I want to thank Superintendent Kevin Bruin for leading this operation, and specifically you'll hear more from Major Scott Dunn, who's the New York State Gun Trafficking Interdiction Unit, which was stood up just about a year ago. I've talked about how important it is to fight crime, but also particularly the most onerous part, the most egregious part, are the crimes that are committed with guns, because these are the weapons that'll destroy someone's life, injure them, destroy families, destroy communities, and that is why we've been intensely focused on gun interdiction since the very beginning. And we've taken a lot of aggressive action. And you can see by the dozens of firearms in front of me today, we're starting to turn the corner and make real progress in getting these guns off the streets. And we're delivering on our promise to focus on this, but we still have a long way to go. These are not guns manufactured in the state of New York, so clearly they're coming from somewhere else. They're coming from another state. And I want to thank this very elite group of people that was stood up again toward the end of last summer. I put the money behind it, so we have people that are dedicated to ensuring that we get these guns off the streets, out of the hands of criminals, and stop the loss of life that results when people are using these on our streets. And what I had to do immediately was, coming into a situation, saw that crime was continuing to escalate, especially in the aftermath of the pandemic. I wanted to hire people, brought in 14 more investigators, and have them strictly focus on trafficking and manufacturing of illegal firearms, identifying the source of supply. And what we just witnessed over here was something that's fairly new to market. These are what we call ghost guns, personally manufactured.
Manufactured firearms.
PMFs. PMFs. They always have to call it something. PMFs, personally manufactured firearms. These did not exist a short time ago. We this year, since I signed a law banning these ghost guns last October, have now confiscated over 400 of these. And they're simple to manufacture. They're sent from a facility in Nevada many times. People receive them here, and now they are in violation of the law, so we now have the tools for law enforcement to get these ghost guns off the street. Right now, this unit has over 20 current investigations underway, and in December of 2021, they began a months-long investigation into a gun trafficking ring. I've talked about this. I've talked about how I was going to deploy our state police on the borders, but also in investigative units to stop the flow of illegal guns coming into our state. And places like gun shows in Pennsylvania, people are loading up trunks, you can witness this, with weapons that they're bringing across the state lines. You come up 81, you head north to Syracuse, over to Rochester, down in the Bronx, down to Brooklyn, and that's exactly the flow of guns that we're trying to disrupt. So they began focusing on multiple jurisdictions on this case, and they worked in partnership with local law enforcement and brought together statewide data gathering and intelligence. Search warrants were executed this summer at multiple locations, and the result is there's still an ongoing investigation, so we have to be somewhat light on the details, but this is the result of that one activity. This is not over a series of time. This is one investigation, the confiscation of these weapons, 30 guns, and again, I applaud our state police for bringing these in, taking them off the streets, literally saving lives. We have 6 assault weapons, 7 high-capacity magazines, 12 of the ghost gun pistols and other assorted gun parts, as well as the weapons. Multiple individuals were arrested, and this is a reflection that our efforts are ongoing. We're going to publicize them so the people that are engaged in this illegal activity know that we are coming after you. That is the message here today. This investigation was an undeniable success, and it's far from the only victory we've had, not just statewide, but also, as I spoke about before when I launched on January 26th, the first ever in the nation collaboration among 9 states. And within those states, the local police departments and the state of New York, led by the state of New York, our first ever interstate gun task force. And that includes representatives from 9 states. We've had one goal, get illegal guns off our streets. This is the primary driver of crime that is violent, and this is where our focus has been, and I want to thank the unprecedented cooperation and the recognition we're now receiving, and I'll be announcing this in another week or so, that we will be inviting up the new head of ATF who called me, who said, I want to elevate and talk about what you are doing in the state. It's data sharing, breaking down silos in law enforcement entities at the state, local, and federal levels, which have been long time institutional, but those have historically been barriers to success. They are now working in a level of unprecedented cooperation, and the results speak for themselves. So I'm pleased to announce that we've seen a 104% increase in seizures by state police just since last year, just since we put an intentional focus on accomplishing what they did here today. We're proud of it. We're seizing more illegal firearms. We're making more communities safe. And so far, the state police have seized over nearly 800 guns, and that's an enormous increase. And I also wanted to thank them for what they've done, working with our other partners across the state. There's been over 6,000 gun seizures this year thus far. It is still only half a year to go. So we are focusing on this, and we're also conducting 470 gun tracing investigations, and we're working with other states. As I mentioned, ATF Director Steve Dettelbeck, he's going to be coming here. He's focusing on us, but I said we're not resting on our laurels. This is success. This is success. It's success today. But we are not stopping until we remove the specter of illegal guns off our streets. New York City, Albany, Rochester, Syracuse, Buffalo, Binghamton, all of our communities are seeing challenges here. And at the state level, we are taking a coordinated approach to making sure that we not just deal with this, but also we have the toughest gun laws in the nation. How do we do that? Well, you have to be focused. You have to overcome a lot of opposition. And we have to be more than just at the forefront of the fight on gun violence, because we have to continue this fight every single day. So how do you do that? You invest. You give an unprecedented amount of money to our state law enforcement operations, $227 million in our state budget to support this effort, as well as money for community stabilization units, getting out there in the streets, something I spoke to Mayor Malik Evans about when I was in Rochester at the very sad occasion of a police officer's funeral on Monday. We talked about this. On Friday, I had gathered all the law enforcement entities on a Zoom call in Rochester to talk about how we'll give you money, we'll give you resources to build from the streets up operations to head off the crimes before they are conducted and to be more preventative instead of trying to solve the crimes afterward. So we have $18 million for gun violence prevention, $20 million for communities in the aftermath of gun violence. Gun violence doesn't just affect the victims, the perpetrator's family, their neighbors, the victim's community, their churches, their schools. There's a widespread effect, and we're focusing on putting money in those communities to help them recover. I saw the effect of this in Buffalo last weekend, Saturday, when I was at a day of caring and healing, brought together by people from the White House. We were involved, local partners. Clergy from Brooklyn went all the way to Buffalo and Texas, brought in resources, backpacks for kids, and just brought in food, and just really recognized that a community is reeling months after not just horrific mass shootings like we saw on May 14th in Buffalo, but also what you get, that constant anguish that penetrates the community as a result of day-to-day gun violence. So we're supporting that as well as our crime analysis centers. They collect data, they trace data, they investigate, and they work very intensely. So I signed a bill that allowed the sharing of data collected from our seizures. Believe it or not, it was not allowed until I signed a bill. Sometimes you just have to say, why? Why not? Why can't we fix this? And so our partners are working closely with us. So I also want to say that we've changed our gun laws to make it easier to prosecute gun cases. That's what we're doing here. Prior to this, we now have more guns that are now Class C felonies, gun violence, and possession possession of a certain number of guns is making a presumption of intent to sell. That's how we're getting after the traffickers. So I just wanted to put a spotlight on some of these. We also, as you know, called back the legislature in an extraordinary session in the aftermath of the concealed carry changes, the striking down of a law that's been on the books in the state of New York since about 108 years. And now we are working intensely, and I'll be making some announcements because some of these regulations to effectuate these changes will be in effect on September 1st. So my team and I are meeting weekly to go over all the elements that we're going to be getting out to the public, particularly restricting concealed weapons in sensitive places, how we define those sensitive places, how we make sure that they will withstand any challenges in the future, which is important to us as well. But we're going to make sure we do it right, in compliance with the law, but also protecting New Yorkers, which is, again, my #1 priority. So that'll be dealing with safe storage, that'll be dealing with eligibility requirements for people seeking concealed carry permits, background checks for all ammunition purchases. This is a new development, banning body armor, and strengthening our red flag laws. And I have an announcement on our success in implementing the red flag laws in a couple of weeks, too. So we're going to be continuing to engage with the public to let them know that we recognize there's more to do. We recognize that every single day. As long as there's still illegal guns on the streets, we will have a crime problem. I am laser focused, working with all of our partners, local, state, and federal, to make sure that we can have more days like this. We can demonstrate the success of a coordinated effort, an investigation that resulted in the taking off the streets of this many weapons, and you can say that many, many lives will be saved because these will not be in the hands of criminals who have been terrorizing our communities for far too long. It stops. We're going to get to that point when we can finally say this war is over and we won. With that, I'd like to bring up Superintendent Bruin to give more details about the investigation.
Good morning. Kevin Bruin. I'm the superintendent of New York State Police, and I'd like to do a couple of things. One, I'd like to talk about the Special Investigation Unit. Inside of that unit is something called the Gun Trafficking Unit. We call it GTIU and SIU. SIU is the bigger organization. GTIU is the subgroup that deals with this gun trafficking. And then I also want to do is thank the governor, because in the world of sort of I need results today, the governor understood when we pitched this idea of this kind of unit that it was not going to be right away. It took time, it takes patience, it takes dedication, and you have to wait for it. And the governor has been fantastically supportive. We could not have stood up this unit with these people and these resources if it wasn't for the governor's support, bottom line. So SIU and GTIU. SIU, just to give a big broad picture, is they are a statewide investigative unit. They not only look across county jurisdictions, but also across state lines. Their primary focus can best be described as organized crime, not confined to any particular type of organized crime, street gangs, traditional organized crime, outlaw motorcycle gangs, any organized activity to commit crimes, particularly with an effect of occurring in New York State. So they can be focused on large-scale narcotics distributions, money laundering, human trafficking, and also now guns. This subgroup, GTIU, their focus now is no matter where the source of the initial information was, whether it was a trooper on the street, an investigator in Watertown, a state police investigator in Watertown, or a local police agency that gives us a tip that indicates this gun, this scrap of information may indicate that there's an organized activity to transact or transfer, sell, manufacture, make guns, and distribute them in New York. That's what their focus is. You might say to me, well, wait a minute, weren't you guys doing gun investigations before? Yes. But our primary focus on a lot of these things in the last 50 or 60 years has been narcotics.
All right, so New York leaders here speaking about fighting to keep their streets safer, keeping those illegal guns out of their state. We are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. When we return, a new hour, new stories, including President Biden. He's holding a virtual event. We'll take you to it here in 2 minutes. Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, a new hour, and of course, more top stories to be following for you right here, not only all across the country, but around the world. I'm Christy Larson, and I want to kick things off by taking us out to an event where President Biden, although he's still in isolation, is virtually joining. He's talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, starting this press conference off with some of his own remarks. Let's go ahead, bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Some of America's largest companies and labor organizations. Kaiser Permanente, General Motors, Cummins, Carrier, Memoriam, the United Auto Workers, the AFL-CIO. They're all here because they believe that the Inflation Reduction Act meets the needs of working families now and what our economy needs now for stronger, sustained economic growth in the years ahead. Let me tell you a few things about what this bill does. First, it will lower healthcare costs for millions of Americans who buy coverage from the Affordable Care Act, locking in the healthcare premiums that save 13 million people an average of $800 a year. This comes on top of the news that we have the lowest percentage of Americans who are uninsured than ever before in our history. Thanks to the Affordable Care Act, as well as the American Rescue Plan, that I signed into law last year, that saved families an average of $2,400 in premiums. $2,400 in premiums. The Inflation Reduction Act is also going to deliver on the promise Washington has made for years. Give Medicare the power to negotiate prescription drug prices. This bill will save the American people and Medicare hundreds of billions of dollars. It's going to cap the amount of money seniors pay for prescription drugs at $2,000 a year, period. Whether it's for cancer, for other diseases, and the treatments they need, maximum $2,000 a year. That's a godsend for so many families. Second, we're going to invest $369 billion to address the climate crisis and bring down family energy bills by an average of $500 a year. We're going to do this by providing working families rebates to buy new and efficient appliances, weatherize their homes, and tax credits for everything from heat pumps to rooftop solar to wind energy. It also provides tax credits to spur the construction of energy projects all across America, projects that will deliver new clean energy and strengthen our country's grid. They're also manufacturing tax credits as well in this bill to make products like solar panels, wind turbines, battery storage, make it right here in the United States of America. This is going to create thousands of good paying jobs, apprenticeship opportunities, and manufacturing jobs for clean energy construction projects, solar projects, wind projects, clean hydrogen projects, carbon capture projects, and so much more. And along with the CHIPS and Science Act that I'll be signing into law next week, the Inflation Reduction Act will mean we're making the largest investment ever in clean energy and American energy security, largest in our history. And will be the largest investment in American manufacturing as well. Joining me today are the CEOs of some of the most iconic American manufacturing companies and the union leaders who represent America's manufacturing workers. They see how already, because of our work over the last 18 months, American manufacturing is coming back stronger than ever. Where is it written that America can't lead in manufacturing in the world? 613,000 manufacturing jobs created just since I took office, the most created in 3 decades. And with the investment in this bill, we are going to supercharge that recovery, make sure that the manufacturing innovation and jobs that come from this bill are made in America. And third, this bill is going to reduce the deficit by another $300 billion. That's beyond the record $1.7 trillion we're on track to cut the deficit by just this year, this fiscal year. And we're going to help pay for those critical needs from working families in our economy by asking corporations earning more than $1 billion a year to pay a minimum tax of 15%. That's less than a school teacher and a auto worker pay. Let me be clear. Despite what some folks are saying, the Inflation Reduction Act makes sure that no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in federal taxes, notwithstanding all these ads you see on television. But don't take my word for it. Nearly 130 economists, 7 Nobel laureates in economics, former Treasury secretaries, the Federal Reserve Vice Chair, former director of the Congressional Budget Office, wrote that this bill will, quote, fight inflation and lower costs for American families while setting the stage for strong, stable, and broadly shared long-term economic growth, end of quote. So, look at the facts. So let me close with this. The Inflation Reduction Act lowers prescription drug prices, lowers health insurance premiums, invest in clean energy that will create while reducing the burdens facing working class and middle class families. Pass it. Pass it, get it to my desk. Pass it for the American people. Pass it for businesses and workers. Pass it for America. I'm going to stop here and turn this over to Brian Deese to start the meeting. But thank you, and thank you all for participating in this meeting. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me echo my thanks to all of you for joining us and for offering your perspective today. I just want to, we'll start right in and ask Jennifer, you to start us off. First of all, congratulations on the new role, and would really appreciate your perspective from the manufacturing lens. Cummins, obviously, iconic and long-serving American manufacturing company, and I am told you can confirm if this is true, that half of the diesel trucks on U.S. highways today are powered by Cummins engines. And so would really just love to start off with your perspective on how this legislation, as well as the other efforts that we're working on together, affects your thinking about how to grow American manufacturing and importantly, stay on the cutting edge of manufacturing innovation here.
Great. Well, thank you, Brian, and thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to be here today and speak in support of the Inflation Reduction Act, and in particular the clean technology focus within that bill. As you know, Cummins is a global power leader. We're headquartered in Columbus, Indiana, and we employ more than 26,000 employees across the United States. In fact, we increased that number by several thousand yesterday when we completed our acquisition of Meritor. And we provide power solutions for a wide range of applications. As you said, Brian, we're best known for providing diesel engines and trucks, and almost every truck on the road has either a Cummins engine or a Cummins component on another engine. We also provide a wide range of other power solutions, including construction, agricultural equipment, power generation, including backup power for hospitals, data centers, even the Statue of Liberty. And Mr. President, I thought you might be interested to know that we provide the locomotive engines for Amtrak's Northeast Corridor as well. We have a long history of ensuring that everything we do leads to a cleaner, healthier, safer environment. We've set an environmental sustainability goals that by 2050, all of Cummins products, our operations and facilities will achieve carbon neutrality, and that's aligned with the Paris Climate Agreement and the United States' own carbon reduction goals. And we truly believe that we can do things that are good for the environment and for our customers and our business. Decarbonization is critical. I read the news now almost every day that talks about record temperatures, fires in the West, flooding in Kentucky. Climate change is real, and we have a responsibility to deal with it, and we have an opportunity to leverage that for growth in our business and for strengthening America innovation and competitiveness. To do that and to have the biggest impact and help our customers as we make this transition, create good pay in American jobs, we need the right policies and incentives for infrastructure development and deployment of new and improved technologies. And many of those market-based incentives that we think are needed are included in the Inflation Reduction Act. We think that the comprehensive scope of energy provisions, from power generation to transportation to hydrogen production, are all important pieces of the decarbonization puzzle, and they're important to ensure we have wells to wheels decarbonization in hard to abate sectors like those that we serve. The tax credits for low carbon fuel production, including renewable natural gas and renewable diesel fuel, are needed. These alternative fuels can lower NOx and carbon emissions in many vehicles that are already in use. For new trucks, the 30% investment tax credit included for low and no carbon trucks and their respective charging and fueling infrastructure are critical to help fleets afford newer technologies like hybrid and battery and fuel cell powered vehicles, as we continue to advance and scale up these technologies and make them more cost competitive and ensure our customers are successful in their businesses as well. The clean hydrogen production credit is essential to creating a robust domestic hydrogen economy, so we can compete with Europe and East Asia that are focused on doing that today. And finally, we think that tax incentives for fuel cells, energy storage, and microgrids will help accelerate more efficient solutions for stationary power. So we think these provisions make these new and low carbon technologies more affordable, accelerating infrastructure development and deployment throughout the economy. And by reducing some of the cost gap between traditional power and these newer solutions, we can advance their viability and make them a reality. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here and to support the Inflation Reduction Act, which is good for the economy and the environment.
Well, thank you. Is it all right if I ask you a question, Brian?
Of course, Mr. President.
First of all, you got me back and forth to Wilmington, Delaware, to Washington, D.C. for a long time on Amtrak. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to make a big investment in clean technology manufacturing facilities, like the facilities that make electric vehicles. How important will this investment be in building out the electric vehicle supply chains? Because it seems to me that's one of the, I mean, everybody's looking at doing that. We seem to, I think we have an enormous opportunity here.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. President. There's a lot of work to build out those supply chains, to build out the infrastructure, to move to these new and a variety of different fuel and technology types. And we see a significant opportunity to increase U.S. manufacturing capacity and grow jobs here and all these different technologies that support our strategy, Destination Zero, to decarbonize our industry. So we're excited for the opportunity to bring some of those solutions here in the U.S., export those technologies globally, increase America's economic competitiveness as we focus on this. And Cummins has done this before. We actually made diesel technology viable for commercial trucking applications. And we see the Inflation Reduction Act as one key piece of accelerating our journey and really transitioning our applications to technologies of the future like battery, fuel cell, electric, and green hydrogen.
Well, I think you can do it. I really do. And I hope this is as helpful as we think it is, because you've always been on the forefront here. And, the idea, I keep trying to remind people, and I don't think I have to remind anybody on this Zoom, that there's not a damn thing we can't do when we set our mind to it. We have never failed in trying to break through, no matter what. I mean, over the last 100 years. And I think this presents an enormous opportunity for a healthier environment, a cleaner environment, a cheaper environment for people to get by on. And at any rate, I am really optimistic. And I want to thank you very much, Jennifer, for being willing to come and talk to us about it. Because we'll be
My
talking,
pleasure.
this passage, we'll be talking a lot more.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, I was going to ask, we'll go from heavy-duty commercial to light-duty vehicles. And Mary, thank you for being here. And just wanted to get your perspective on, broadly the automotive sector and the manufacturing opportunity that you see here, and how this bill and the other things we're working on will affect your perspective on where we can take the sector in this country.
Great. Well, Brian, thank you. And Mr. President, thank you as well. I today am at one of our manufacturing
By the way, we owe you big. You started all this. I remember our conversation. No, I'm serious. I am serious.
Well, we're working hard, and I'm actually at one of our manufacturing facilities in Ohio today, and I'm very pleased to participate on behalf of GM and to have the opportunity to add GM's voice in support of the Inflation Reduction Act as currently proposed. And Mr. President, I also want to thank you for your leadership, your engagement with congressional leaders and a broad set of stakeholders over the last year, I believe has really helped us get to this point. At GM, we believe we are at an inflection point, and one that, as we take these steps, we can create a much brighter future for America. As we talked about the transition to an all-electric future, Mr. President, you saw what General Motors saw and continues to see, and it's the opportunity to create and maintain good-paying American jobs and the opportunity for America to lead in electrification and innovation. General Motors is committed. We've already announced historic investments in the United States. This bill will help drive further investments in American manufacturing and sustainable, scalable, and secure supply chains. And all that comes with that is a stronger economy and job growth. So we deeply appreciate also the inclusion of the EV provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act. While some of the goals cannot be achieved overnight, we are confident that the significant investments GM is making in manufacturing, in the workforce, in our infrastructure, in supply chains, and in clean energy will establish the U.S. as a global leader today and in the future. So once again, thank you for the opportunity to voice our support for the Inflation Reduction Act.
Thank you, Mary. And I wanted to just bring Liz, you in here too. You said recently that this bill was, your focus here was on real solutions for working families, and hoping you could give us your perspective from the kind of the ground level view from the families and workers that you're talking to and engaging with, how you see this piece of legislation intersecting with their needs and their priorities.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian. Hello, everyone. I, too, want to start by thanking President Biden and the administration for your commitment to American manufacturing, and, of course, for inviting us to be a part of this conversation today. I think it's a great mix of labor and business leaders, and it shows how important and historic the Inflation Reduction Act is. And I'm bringing the voice of our 57 unions, 12.5 million members, who believe this bill is going to help us reshape the future and deliver real help to working families by reducing rising energy and healthcare costs. And when I'm on the road talking to working people, they're worried about making ends meet. And so these steps to lower healthcare costs, especially the high cost of prescription drugs, investing in our clean energy future, addressing our broken tax code, this is going to deliver fundamental economic change across America. And by the way, asking the top 150 or so companies to start paying their fair share of taxes is music to our ears. And let's just be clear, asking 150 of the largest, most profitable companies to pay a minimum of 15% in taxes is not going to harm manufacturing investment in the US. In fact, much of the revenue created by this tax would be from companies who have historically dodged taxes by manufacturing overseas. So our members are especially excited about the historic clean energy investment that this bill would make, because as was said, it's going to create millions of good jobs for working people and cut climate pollution by 40%. So this is what we need to jumpstart the clean energy transition, address the climate crisis, make clean energy more accessible and affordable. And these investments would actually decrease the cost of domestic clean energy by over 1/3. And so that's going to be a game changer for consumers. But we have to look at the other side of the coin too. And this bill does that by keeping the working people who are going to make that future possible front and center. And not only will it direct investments to underserved communities, it will also make sure that high working standards and high environmental standards can go hand in hand, and it shows that. It's not a choice. We can do both. And so including the labor standards, domestic content requirements on the tax incentives, that's going to create good paying jobs in construction, manufacturing right here in America. Of course, the prevailing wage and apprenticeship provisions will make sure that these investments not only help strengthen the environment, but are strengthening our economy and that pathway to the middle class. And so that's how we create lasting change that working families need. So I just say we see this bill as a major step forward. It's going to improve the lives of working people. It's going to improve lives for seniors who are trying to pay for their prescriptions, kids who are going to have a healthier planet to live on. So we are united in support for this legislation. We urge Congress to move it quickly, get it passed and signed into law, get it to the president to sign. Thank you.
All right, so business and labor leaders here having this virtual event with President Biden talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. We are going to be stepping away for a brief 2-minute break. More to come right here when we return.
team what's going on. You know, one of the things that, and you heard me say this before, my dad used to have an expression. He said, "A job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's being able to look your kid in the eye and say, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay." The only way we're going to be able to do that for American workers is make sure that we continue to grow and create good paid jobs. And that's what you're doing, and that's what the AFL-CIO is doing with Liz, making sure that we can talk about the impact this relief is going to have on American workers. In addition to, and by the way, I'm looking at a card here, reminding myself that it's going to cut energy costs, unlock $500 on average annually for energy savings, 30% tax credit for home energy systems like rooftop and solar and efficient windows, $7,500 tax credit for new electric vehicles and $4,000 of tax credit for used ones, $14,000 for consumer rebate for high efficiency appliances like electric heat pumps. It's going to do an awful lot beyond what is the overall piece here about lowering inflation. And, you know, in addition to the new jobs it's going to create in this bill, the Inflation Reduction Act is also going to bring down energy and healthcare costs for all Americans. And it's going to impact on this relief will have on American workers is real. Liz, do your folks talk about that? Do we talk about how it's going to actually, you know, reduce healthcare costs, prescription drug costs, et cetera?
Absolutely, Mr. President. I would say that that is what's most on people's mind is, you know, can they afford to pay their healthcare premiums? Can they afford to put food on the table for their families? And so bringing down costs for workers is exactly what we need in this moment, and that's what this bill does. And so I know Ray Curry's on here with me. That's exactly what we're trying to do, is get the message out there, because as you know, there's often a disconnect in what happens in Washington to what happens at the grassroots and community level. So that's our job as, you know, leaders in the labor movement and working with our members and working people every single day to make sure people recognize what this bill is going to do, and so that they see the impact in their communities and in their wallets.
And Mary, what General Motors is doing, I find absolutely amazing. Your commitment to moving toward clean energy, commitment to electric vehicles, about being able to meet the 2050 international standard, et cetera. You're going to do it before then. And I just think that General Motors can play a gigantic role, and other companies around the world are going to follow, because you're going to be leading the world. One of the things that I must admit, in total disclosure, I've spoken to the chairwoman about the possibility of my being able to buy one of those Corvettes that are electric vehicles that, you know, when they come out. I'm not going to be able to do it because I can't drive a vehicle while I'm president, any more than I could when I was vice president. But I think we can change the face of the country with this legislation and reduce inflation, not increase it. Mary, do you have any closing comment you want to make?
Just that, Mr. President, I completely agree with you. I couldn't be more excited about the EV portfolio that General Motors is in the midst of launching. Our first battery plant is coming online in a matter of weeks in Ohio. We have another plant next year and the following year, both in the US, and we're about ready to announce our fourth, as well as converting plants and making sure that we maintain and grow the jobs that we have in this country. So, you know, it is happening. We're at this critical juncture right now. And I think this Inflation Reduction Act will be part of the catalyst that helps us move forward. So thank you.
Well, you guys are doing a heck of a job. I really mean it. Thank you very, very much. I know there's more people want to speak, and we're going to hear more, but I just can't tell you how much I think you have collectively moved this whole movement of getting to clean energy, creating jobs, increasing environmental protection, reducing everything from drug prices on, matters. This is one of those inflection points in history. And you all are at the forefront of it. All of you on the screen. We haven't gotten even to most of you yet. But again, thank you both very, very much. Appreciate it.
And Mr. President, on the topic of drug prices and healthcare prices as well, I wanted to bring Greg Adams in, and you're serving actively now, I think 12 million patients and close to 2 million Medicare beneficiaries. And so would love your perspective on the healthcare elements of this, particularly in light of what both the President and Liz Schuler said about it being top of mind to people, healthcare premiums, drug pricing, and your perspective.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues in saying it's a pleasure to be here today to have the opportunity to discuss the importance and the urgency of the Inflation Reduction Act. We see this important piece of legislation as being critical to helping millions of Americans continue to have access to affordable health care coverage. And it begins to curb the unsustainable drug prices. And of course, as you've heard, it addresses climate change. At the heart of Kaiser Permanente's mission is a belief that all people deserve access to high quality, affordable health care. Millions of Americans will benefit from the extension of the expanded Affordable Care Act subsidies through 2025, which will continue to make health care and coverage more available and affordable for our people. Since the enactment of the expanded subsidies, marketplace enrollment has reached an all-time high of 14.5 million people nationwide. And premiums became more affordable, or as premiums became more affordable, millions of Americans saw increased access to $0 plans and low-cost plans with premiums of less than $50 per month. These expanded subsidies were set to expire, so this legislation is just in time for millions of Americans. At Kaiser Permanente, we're deeply concerned about the burden high drug prices impose on our members, on whose behalf we buy over $10 billion of drugs every year, and we prescribe more than 90 million prescriptions annually. So while we believe it's essential to ensure that drug manufacturers are rewarded appropriately for providing real innovation, it has to be done in a sustainable manner and not just allowing the highest possible price. The target approach here achieves an appropriate balance of those concerns. And the Medicare Part D changes protect seniors from the risk of very high drug costs and ensures that more seniors have the ability to access and are actually taking the drugs prescribed. Finally, I too note that the tremendous impact on climate change. Climate change is real, it's here, and it is an issue for us as healthcare providers as it disproportionately affects socially disadvantaged communities. So as one of the nation's largest not-for-profit health plans and care delivery systems, each of these issues have a direct impact on our members, our patients, and our communities, and are critical to our ability to carry out our mission to provide high-quality, affordable care, and to ensure that we're helping improve the health of the communities that with which we're in and we serve. So we join our colleagues in encouraging Congress to act without delay to bring the benefits of this important legislation to the American people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Brian, you're going to...
Yes.
I've got a question, unless you... Why don't you go ahead first?
Well, Mr. President, I was going to just turn briefly, before we get our other speakers, to just ask Secretary Yellen to offer...
Before you do, can I ask a question?
Sure, of course.
I'd like to ask a question. First of all, Craig, thank you very much. It's astounding the number of people you service every day. And one of the goals of this bill is to keep drug prices and while still allowing drug manufacturers to be rewarded appropriately and for providing real innovation. Do you think this meets that balance of both? Because look, the last thing I want to do is I don't want to see there be a disincentive by drug companies to not seek answers to some of the diseases they're trying to deal with. So they have to be compensated, but they're being incredibly well compensated now. And from my perspective, I don't think that this upsets the balance of making significant profit at the same time providing breakthroughs in innovation. What's your sense of it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I do. I think it does maintain the balance. The bill looks at the high cost of specialty drugs. Specialty drugs are a key component of the high drug costs. They actually account for a small percentage of prescriptions, but they are now at a point where they make up over half of our pharmacy costs, impacting the whole population. So the bill looks at a limited number of specialty drugs, calls for negotiation of prices at a point after these drugs have been on the market. I, as the CEO of Kaiser Permanente, will still be responsible and committed to using market forces to help keep the majority of other drugs affordable and accessible. So I don't see this as interfering. I think it carefully framed the balance that's needed. So I think the answer to your question is yes. I think the balance is here, and I think there's plenty of room for innovation and for market forces to be at play.
Thank you very much. Brian, back to you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President. And before we get to Ray and David and Warner, I just wanted to ask Secretary Yellen to just zoom out for a minute and give us your take of the overall economics, particularly at the moment we find ourselves in the recovery.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Mr. President. I'm really excited to be here today to talk with leaders from both business and labor about how important it is for Congress to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. Actually, I convened business leaders myself yesterday to discuss this important legislation. It will address the cost of prescription drugs and health care for millions of Americans, lower energy costs, bolster our energy security, so we don't have to rely on autocrats like Putin. This would be the biggest investment in fighting climate change in our country's history. And this isn't just going to protect us from global energy shocks like we've seen from Russia's illegal invasion. It's also going to create good-paying jobs across our country to power that work. I also think it's important to talk about the revenue streams that make these investments possible. And that means adequately funding the Internal Revenue Service so they can enforce our existing tax laws. The vast majority of businesses and workers are playing by the rules, but some aren't. And estimates show that the tax gap from the top 1% of earners alone is as much as $160 billion each year. Making sure we have the resources to ensure the wealthiest among us can't avoid paying the taxes they owe, that's about restoring basic fairness and ending a two-tiered system. It's about making sure we can invest in addressing those key household expenses and making our economy stronger. I think it's important to underscore that this legislation is fiscally responsible. It will actually reduce the deficit by hundreds of billions of dollars over time. And by reducing deficits, we'll be complementing the work the Federal Reserve and the administration is doing to combat inflation, even as we address these cost pressures like healthcare, prescription drugs, and energy. So that's why I hope Congress will pass this bill as soon as possible. And it's why you saw 5 of my predecessors at the Treasury Department, secretaries who served under Democrats and under Republicans, call for the same this week. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you. Thank you, Janet. And Mr. President, we're going to conclude the open press portion of this event and shift into the next section here. And in doing that, I wanted to ask Ray to come in. And Ray, it's great to see
All right, so that was what we were able to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are waiting for a White House press briefing to begin. We are expecting to hear some comments made about how the U.S. officials are going to be declaring monkeypox as a health emergency. So that's something we'll be expecting to hear about. Plus, President Biden still testing positive for coronavirus, and we're still dealing with inflation. So a lot more to come here for you. But right now, we heard from the representative, the senator from Kentucky earlier this morning, Mitch McConnell. He was speaking about the recovery efforts underway in Kentucky. We had an update this morning with not only the governor, but also the National Guard, still talking about the hundreds that are still missing. They're also talking about more recovery efforts that are underway. We'll bring you out to that press conference right here on Live Now from Fox when we return in just 2 minutes. Recovery efforts still underway in Kentucky. There's still a lot of people missing as they are now facing some extreme heat and flooding, which could slow those recovery efforts. So we, of course, want to bring you the latest update. The Kentucky governor speaking just earlier here today with some of their National Guard members. Let's go ahead and bring you that latest update here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this week's Team Kentucky Update. We're going to do this in 2 parts. First, an update on the devastating flooding in eastern Kentucky. And then second, we'll turn to economic development and other news across the Commonwealth. As a treat, we have both the National Guard, Kentucky National Guard, best guard in the country, here today to explain some of their operations, as well as the Kentucky State Police that between the two of them, so many rescues, so many people still here with us. We are grateful to them. The best news to start the morning is that our fatalities have not gone up. Thus far, we are continuing to confirm 37 fatalities in 5 counties, 8 in Breathitt, 2 in Clay, 17 in Knott, 3 in Letcher, 7 in Perry. We still believe the number will go up, but every day that passes makes it more likely that it won't go up by as much. So overall, good news. If there is a blessing when you lose 37 people, it's still only 4 children lost, which is tragic, but we thought that number was higher at one point. KSP reports that the missing persons is still at 3 that they are searching for after the flooding. 1 was found yesterday of the 3 from yesterday, but another came in overnight. The number remains 3, all in Breathitt County. So please remember, as that number, having one person been found, which is great, they are okay. But another one coming in means this is not a solid unaccounted for number. All it represents is calls to the KSP posts, and then they go out on the wellness check. There are certainly folks that other people are likely looking for. We will put the numbers up in a minute of where to report. All right, the challenge for today is excessive heat, just like yesterday. According to the National Weather Service, temperatures will reach 95 to 100 degrees today in eastern Kentucky, and it is very humid. There are slow-moving thunderstorms that are moving that direction. The last weather update that I had was that it was likely going to be above the impacted area today, but tomorrow, chance for thunderstorms, potentially heavy rainfall. There is a slight risk for heavy rainfall tomorrow. But with all that said, wind can be just as concerning right now with the ground so saturated, trees, and think about the utility poles and others. Heavy wind could cause significant damage, and so we are watching for that. With the excessive heat, we have 11 cooling stations across Breathitt, Floyd, Johnson, Letcher, Perry, Pike, and Wolfe counties. Please, today is going to be really hot. Make sure you take breaks, go to these cooling centers if needed. Thankfully, we have power on most places now, but if you need this assistance, please, I know we're proud people, but get somewhere cool on such a hot day. We don't want to lose anybody else. Also send out the word to our first responders that are still out there. They're going to need to take breaks today. We don't want people hurt because of how much they are helping us. Looking at shelters, 3 real types of shelters. There's emergency shelters on the county and the local basis. There's 76 in those. There are state parks. We have 293 people in our state parks now. Jenny Wiley has 172. Paintsville has 4. Pine Mountain has 2. And Buckhorn Lake State Resort Park has 115. Talked to the EM director of Perry County. He can't figure out how we got it up and running, but it is a testament to everybody who worked on it. Kentucky Power, Division of Water, Transportation Cabinet. They knew this was a critical mission. It's really only been, less than 24, 36 hours since it's been open, and we already have 115 people there. We have 68 total travel trailers that have been delivered to the region, 25 at Jenny Wiley, 25 at Mine Made in Knott County, 18 at Carr Creek in Knott County, and there are more coming. So emergency shelters, 76 people, Kentucky State Parks, 293, and then the Red Cross has 143 individuals in 6 counties across 8 shelters. So that's 500 plus people just in those that we're taking care of, and that isn't half of the overall people out there that have lost their home or at least can't be in it right now. So it's what we do in Kentucky is we take people in, family, friends, others, we take people in. Individuals seeking emergency sheltering in travel trailers can find more basic information and register at governor.ky.gov/flood resources. To qualify, you do have to register with FEMA. And let me just address something. There are a lot of rumors out there about, will you qualify for FEMA? Can you apply if you had insurance, even if you didn't have flood insurance? Will you apply if you make this amount or other amounts? Everyone needs to apply. Everyone that has been significantly impacted in those 7 counties that I'll read out again needs to apply for FEMA. It's a requirement for our travel trailer program. It's going to be a requirement for a lot of other programs. So if anybody is asking whether they should apply or they're hearing rumors about different things, yes, please apply. So in FEMA currently, renters and homeowners in Breathitt, Clay, Floyd, Knott, Letcher, Perry, and Pike counties who are affected by the severe storm, flooding, and mudslides may apply for individual disaster assistance in a couple of ways. First, you can go online, disasterassistance.gov, and start your claim. Second, you can call FEMA, 1-800-621-FEMA, 1-800-621-3362. We have mobile registration centers, and 2 have been added. We now have Floyd and Pike up. That means we have 9 mobile registration centers. As you see, here are addresses for them. Hours for the centers are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. FEMA representatives will be at the centers to help with applications and provide information about other federal resources. When applying, it's important that you have certain information with you. A current phone number you can be contacted. I can't tell you from even state services how often people sign up for something but then don't pick up their phone when a number comes in they don't recognize. So if you apply, you need to have a phone where you can be contacted, and you need to pick it up. It can be somewhere that you're staying if yours is gone, but we do need a phone number. Your address at the time of the disaster and where you're now staying. Your social security number, a general list of damages and losses, banking information if you're going to choose direct deposit, and if insured, the policy.
Still waiting for a White House press briefing. Some viewers going out to 2-minute break as we continue listening in with the Kentucky governor.
On your losses as possible. National Guard, who we're going to hear from in a minute. 389 Guard members supporting this mission. They have delivered 11,682 cases of water. We're going to deliver water until these counties and areas beg us to stop delivering water. As hot as it is, with as many systems that are out, we want a mountain of water there. We'll move it afterwards if we have to, but we don't want anybody going without. Also delivered 118 pallets of food, 332 meals distributed, and it is great. It is great to see the Guard, especially for folks who have been impacted, to pull up to these distribution centers and see the truck having pulled up and being unloaded is a special sight. I remember in the toughest time of COVID, hospitals overrun, people not knowing how we're going to make it. And the moment the Guard walked into those hospitals, everybody took a breath. Their spirits were raised, and we made it. So locations are posted online through the Kentucky National Guard's Facebook page and Twitter, where they're delivering. Debris removal. This is a big step. According to the Transportation Cabinet, the contract for debris removal has been awarded to Ashbrit. That is a company that will also have subcontractors all across the region. Kickoff meeting will be held today. Debris monitoring company ER Assist has been notified to mobilize, and we now even have 17 approved sites that debris can be taken to. So you have to have the contract, and they're going to have a number of subcontractors. You have to have the places to take it to it. And once that happens, once this gets fully ramped up, you will see debris removed. At a rapid pace. When we reach this step in Western Kentucky, even the next day, you could tell an enormous difference. Team Eastern Kentucky Flood Relief Fund, as of this morning, 24,100 donations for $3,426,962.96. First payments have already gone out. It's $120,000 in funeral payments to the families of 12 lost loved ones. This means they don't have to apply. They don't have to seek reimbursement. We find them. They've lost enough. This is us trying to put our arms around them and grieve with them. These include the funeral payments to the family of the 4 young siblings, which is a terrible and tough loss. Donation reminder. People need donations. Monetary donations help the most. Gift cards where they could get new clothes and things to the Walmart, for instance, in the area are helpful. Cleaning supplies, water, very important, but do not donate clothing. It's becoming a significant issue. So much has been provided that it is taking up too much space. In fact, we're now having to transport clothing brought in to these donation centers to other areas. I know when people are doing it, you're doing it for the right reasons. You really want to help people. But I hope we can in the right way, get the message across that nobody wants to make it harder on one of these distribution centers. And right now there's just too much clothing that has been donated. So please donate other things, cleaning supplies, water, gift cards. And if you're worried about people having clothes, because most folks only have the clothes on their back, how about a gift card that they can take, buy what they need in their size? Water outages, drinking water now down to 13,590 service connections without water. That's down from 18,002 yesterday. Boiled water advisories down about 4,000 service connections. It's now 41,004. Wastewater, 3 systems not operational. 14 systems under limited operation. That's down from 17 yesterday. So that means 3 are now fully operational. 2 wastewater plants are experiencing bypasses. That's down from 3 yesterday, improvement. 13 systems are experiencing discharges from portions of their collection systems. This is amazing work going on out there.
Amazing work, and we are going to be hearing from the National Guard as well as other officials in Kentucky here during this briefing. Also waiting on a White House press briefing. It's all happening here on Live Now from Fox. Some viewers going out to their final 2-minute break of this hour. Right back in here, listening in with the Kentucky governor when you return.
By folks out there. Disaster unemployment assistance. Residents in 7 eastern Kentucky counties that have been approved for individual assistance can begin applying immediately for disaster unemployment assistance. That is exciting. That means we've been approved. And so impacted residents in any of the 7 counties, Breathitt, Clay, Floyd, Knott, Letcher, Perry, and Pike, can file a claim for disaster unemployment assistance benefits online through the Kentucky Career Center website, kcc.ky.gov, or by phone, 502-875-0442. You do not need to be in person to file one of these claims, but we're going to have staff in 2 locations beginning at 7 a.m. tomorrow, which is Friday, to help claimants file for benefits. And then in each of these areas, we're setting up one-stop shops that are going to have a ton of different government help all in one place. We are real close to operationalizing that. Again, it's pretty fast to get it up and running, but we're working hard. So the first 2, starting tomorrow again at 7 a.m., this is disaster unemployment assistance, the Floyd County Community Center and the Knott County Sportsplex. Unemployment specialists will also be providing in-person assistance at the following locations. Once operations are up and running, we will make this information available when they're moving. In Breathitt County, it's going to be at that 421 Jet Drive address. That's where the FEMA is. Clay County, it's going to be at their community center. I believe that's where their FEMA is. Letcher County, their recreation center. Perry County, the Hazard Community and Technical College. And in Pike County, the old grocery store in South Jenkins. Please be aware that staff only handle disaster unemployment assistance claims at these locations. They're not going to be able to do regular unemployment claims at those locations. So if you have a regular, not a disaster, unemployment claim, you can call our regular line, 502-564-2900, or you can schedule an in-person visit. Okay, transportation. At these locations, we're also going to work to set up pop-up driver's license replacements, knowing that's one of the first things that people need. And remember, if your car has been damaged, check your insurance. Well, I know there are real challenges on the homeowner side. If you have comprehensive auto insurance, it likely covers flooding. Pop-up driver's license offices are going to start opening today. Knott County Sportsplex is going to be the first one. That's where all these other services are. It's going to start at noon today. It's going to go through 7 p.m. Pop-up crews will also operate tomorrow at the Hazard Community College and the Letcher County Courthouse in Whitesburg. They'll be replacing licenses, permits, state IDs. No charge for any of the residents of the 13 counties who come. We're going to have pop-up offices at Jenny Wiley, Pine Mountain, and Buckhorn State Resort Parks as well. One-day visit will be Friday at Jenny Wiley. That's tomorrow. Monday at Pine Mountain, and Tuesday at Buckhorn Lake. Check our flood doesn't that look great? Check out our flood resources page for addresses and hours of operation. Do we have a screen grab of the page. We'll have that tomorrow just to show there's a huge number of resources on it. If you get a text or email asking you to click a link to get a waiver of the fee for a replacement credential, don't do it. It's a scam. So apparently, scams going around saying that they can replace your driver's license or others. Don't do that. Go to one of the pop-up locations. Now, I want to welcome the Kentucky National Guard and the Kentucky State Police, some real incredible heroes with us today. We're welcoming the Kentucky National Guard hoist soldiers who are with us today. They include Pilot and Chief Warrant Officer 4, Travis Womer, Flight Medic Sergeant Kroll, Crew Chief Sergeant Robert Lemon, and Flight Medic Sergeant Ashley Renee. Also from the Kentucky State Police, we got a guy I know really well, KSP Captain Brad Austin, commander of the aircraft branch. He oversees all air rescue missions for the state police, and when he's not doing that, he makes sure I get places safely. We appreciate Brad. He and his team have been actively searching and rescuing, along with the Guard, people since Thursday, July 28th, almost no sleep, going out, lifting people up, getting them back to safety, and going out again. They're now focused on wellness checks and aerial coverage for damage assessment and other needs. So I'd welcome both the Guard and KSP. And let me just say, as you're on your way up, thank you. On behalf of a grateful Commonwealth, both those that live in the region and those without, thank you. These last 2.5 years, I think we've called on our Guard to do incredible things, and they have responded better than anybody could ever ask. You all are a credit to our Kentucky State Police. They're there for us in just about any and every situation we could ever ask for. Let's welcome these heroes. That's what it sounds like when there's only 12 people in here.
Go ahead. Yeah.
How are you?
So I'm Sergeant Lemon. I'm one of the crew chiefs of the medevac here in Frankfort, Kentucky. We have Renee, Wilmer, and Kroll. So the Kentucky National Guard had aircraft conducting missions in the affected flood areas. This includes reconnaissance, communication, and hoist operations. We were part of the overall, there were 78 hoist operations that took place in eastern Kentucky. The UH-60 Blackhawk is the Army's utility tactical transport helicopter. Its mission is to provide air assault, general support, aeromedical evacuation, which is what we do. Kentucky National Guard medevac crews took part in over 78 hoist operations that took place in eastern Kentucky. It is important to note that we are neighbors, helping neighbors. The special thing about the National Guard is that we live here too, so it's personal when we take part in these missions. We would like to thank Tennessee, West Virginia for responding like they did.
This is a special group of folks that live in your community, but just did something that I'm not sure that we've ever seen. 1,300 plus rescues in a short period of time, pulling people from the tops of roofs that are the only thing left, hundreds of feet into the air, getting them to safety. Absolutely incredible work. People have seen the videos, just astounding. The capabilities, the expertise of these amazing guardsmen and women. So on behalf of Kentucky, thank you all so much. How about some great news that happened since this press conference started. KSP just found another person on their missing persons group, so we are down to 2. Also, transportation time at the Sportsplex has changed. It's now today from noon to 5 p.m. So in recognition of all first responders, we're going a little out of order. And we're naming the Kentucky National Guard hoist team and the KSP aircraft branch as this week's Team Kentucky All-Stars. And I know that those that are here are representing everyone else as well. Thank you for your bravery and your hard work in rescuing people. You are for sure Team Kentucky All-Stars, and we want to continue to do everything we can to respond and help those in need in this situation. I also want to specifically mention the Lexington Fire Department Swiftwater crew and the mobile ambulance bus crew as all-stars this week as well. I'm on my way to visit them shortly. I think we're going to make about 50 Kentucky colonels while we're there, so if we need to call them into service again, we'll be ready. I also want to thank Emergency Medical Service, paramedics, firefighters, Kentucky State Police, local police and emergency responders, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Kentucky Emergency Management, the whole rest of the Guard that's out there, the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, Kentucky Emergency Management, community support providers, and everybody out there working to help their fellow human being. What a difference a number of days makes. And once again, thank you to all those first responders. All right, now we're going to turn to what would traditionally be our Team Kentucky update and how we start. That's other news going on in the Commonwealth. And, you know, we have to do two things here at once. We have to help people get back on their feet. We have to rebuild Eastern and Western Kentucky that have been hit so hard. And at the same time we're doing that, we have to provide a bright future for all Kentuckians, knowing that one of the things that gives hope to all these regions are jobs and new jobs. And this week we had 2 spectacular announcements and 1 grand opening. So during last week's meeting of the Kentucky Development Finance Authority, private sector companies were approved for state incentives and new locations in amounts exceeding $1 billion and 800 new full-time jobs. It means we had $1 billion month for economic development last month. Hopefully that's a piece of good news that picks us up just a little bit. These projects cover so many of our key industries as well, including automotive, bourbon, metals, aerospace, agriculture, logistics, and general manufacturing. Today, we're going to note 2 incredible companies that are continuing to grow our electric vehicle industry. First up is Ascend Elements Incorporated, a producer of advanced sustainable battery materials made from recycled lithium-ion batteries. Company leaders are investing $310 million and creating 250 full-time jobs with a phase 1 investment at a new facility in Hopkinsville's Commerce Park 2. And this is just the start. With future phases, this project has the potential to grow to over $1 billion, creating more than 400 jobs. This will be the largest U.S. operation for Ascend Elements, and it is the largest single private sector investment in the history of Christian County. And it further positions us, Kentucky, as the electric vehicle battery production capital of the United States of America. This facility, which will be known as Apex One, will perform the company's innovative hydro to cathode process, which generates non-toxic waste and minimal carbon emissions. The operation is expected to produce enough material to equip up to 250,000 electric vehicles each year. The project also adds to Ascend's existing partnerships with established companies like American Honda Motor Company and SK Battery America. The Hopkinsville plant will employ engineers, chemists, warehouse associates, and manufacturing operators, and is expected to come online in 2024. It's an amazing project for us. This is a big deal. It is a big win for Kentucky. It gives us a great new private sector partner that, at least based on my conversations today, I think will be an amazing partnership that will only grow. Company leaders anticipate the new location will create $4.4 billion in economic impact for the Commonwealth through construction in the first 10 years of operations. This company already has such a great reputation in the industry, and their location here is going to further lift us up. The company's been supported with an investment from the National Science Foundation Center for Resource Recovery and Recycling, as well as the SBIR STTR seed funding. I cannot overstate the significance of this project building on our growth. Ascend Elements is a leader in EV battery recycling. Its leaders could have located anywhere in the United States, and they picked us. So I want to thank them for having faith in us, and I want them to know we will not let them down. Now I want to welcome Roger Lynn, Vice President of Marketing and Government Relations at Ascend Elements, to come up and talk a little bit about this incredible project. Roger. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Governor Beshear. And so at Ascend Elements, I'd like to thank everybody on behalf of the company for their hospitality. We've worked very hard with several groups around Southwestern Kentucky, including the Southwestern Kentucky Economic Development Council here in Hopkinsville, as well as the Cabinet for Economic Development here in Frankfurt. Everybody's been really wonderful, very helpful, very responsive, and it's been a great experience. So we're really happy to locate our flagship Apex One facility in Kentucky. As Governor said, we will be producing lithium-ion battery cathode materials at this factory. It'll be the first of its kind facility in the country. The twist that we have is that we will be manufacturing these materials from recycled lithium-ion batteries. And so an important part of our site selection process was to find a location that met requirements. One key requirement is the proximity to EV and battery companies in the US. And it turns out there's a growing nexus of these companies in the southeastern part of the United States and of course here in Kentucky. And so that checks off that first box for us. We're also wanting to be close to our Base One facility. This is sort of the sister facility, the front end of our operations. Base One facility will be taking in end of life and manufacturing scrap from lithium-ion factories and converting into something we call black mass. It's a very valuable black powder coming out of a used lithium-ion battery that then gets fed into Apex One, where it'll be transformed into these lithium-ion battery cathode materials, which are the most important and most valuable materials in a lithium-ion battery. And so, being close to Apex, being close to Base One is a key part of that, of our requirements. And then finally, we were looking for a location with good access to transportation, rail transport, as well as highway transport, good access to clean renewable power, and also access to a diverse workforce. And Hopkinsville checks all those boxes for us. So we're really thankful for that. We looked at over 50 potential sites for Apex One and finally settled on Hopkinsville. Hopkinsville was at the lead of the pack ever since the beginning. So we're happy to finally have made that decision to come to Hopkinsville. So in addition to bringing 250 jobs initially and potentially over 400 jobs with expansion phases, we're going to be looking at putting workforce development programs in place to help prepare the community in and around Christian County to take advantage of the jobs that we'll be creating. We'll also be looking to affordable childcare and affordable transportation initiatives to help those workers reduce the burden of keeping those jobs and holding them for the long term. So we've got a lot of plans. We're really happy to be part of the community in Hopkinsville and just ready to get started and get to work. Thank you.
We appreciate it. And we have one more gift for you that Economic Development will present. Thank you. So Hopkinsville is a real special community. And there's another special community just on the other side of the Pennyrile from Hopkinsville, and that's Dawson Springs. When I learned about this announcement, it was Monday, and we were certainly had been in all the areas that had flooded, and then we were taking a day to be in Mayfield and the area hit by the tornadoes, proving our commitment that after 7 months we were still going to be there. And when I learned that 250 jobs were coming that close to Dawson Springs, it was a pretty special moment. That's going to help make sure that not only Hopkinsville, but that community can thrive in the future. It's going to help to have those jobs there and the rebuilding of it. So this one is pretty personally special to me. Next, we have a major announcement this morning of another supplier to the EV market locating in the Commonwealth, and this just came out this morning. Latte Aluminum is a producer of cathode foil. an ultra thin material and a core element used in the production of EV batteries.
All right, so we've been listening in here with the Kentucky governor. He's been talking about all of the recovery efforts that are underway, but of course they're still dealing with extreme heat that is impacting those recovery efforts, and flooding also can slow down these efforts. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, the war is still raging on between Russia and Ukraine. We'll be giving you the latest updates coming up here in just 2 minutes. For more than 5 months, Ukrainian troops have been fighting Russians after they invaded their country. There's a lot of growing concern about equipment, as well as how the Zaporizhia nuclear plant is going to be handled here from on out. So we do want to bring in Fox's Alex Hogan. She's joining us from Kyiv, Ukraine. And Alex, I know there is a lot of concern when it comes to the security of that plant.
Yeah, well, thank you again for having me. But one thing to note, this is the largest nuclear power plant in all of Europe. It's located just outside of Zaporizhia, which is on the southeastern part of the country. And the UN's nuclear chief is now warning that the situation is getting more and more perilous every single day, and that the situation is out of control. And what he's doing is urging officials from Russia and Ukraine to let experts get in to examine. It's worth noting that Russia took over this power plant back at the start of the war. And now Secretary of State Antony Blinken this week warned that Russia is essentially using this as a human shield. Take a listen.
But a nuclear shield, in the sense that it's firing on Ukrainians from around the plant. And of course, the Ukrainians cannot and will not fire back.
Today, I sat down with a top aide to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Mikhailo Podolak, and he also called on world leaders to step in to prevent a nuclear catastrophe. Now, as far as the latest military developments across the country, the president's aide tells me that they need more military support from the Biden administration and other Western powers. Specifically, what they need is more HIMARS and M777 howitzers, saying that without those, they simply will not be able to hold Russian forces back.
We will go to the end. But if there are no partners next to us, given the volume of accumulated weapons by the Russian Federation, they will simply destroy us.
Now, we're approaching 6 months into the war, and I talked to that top aide about whether or not Ukraine at this point would concede any territory to stop the fighting and save potentially future lives. Well, the response to that is that they say they will not concede anything, and this is not only about pride, this is about the threat that they say is that if Russia does take any of this land, it will only use that time to bolster its forces and then in the future attack more Ukrainian towns.
And as you did sit down also with that aide, I know one of the things I saw you had mentioned on social media was the fact that they don't want other nations to forget about them as these fights continue. Do you feel like they do feel a little forgotten about when it comes to support?
One of the things that was most adamant, most stressed in that interview today was that they feel like other countries, specifically neighboring countries, and potentially the rest of the world, does not fully understand the threat that they see and that they feel from Russia, and that they feel that this war inevitably will spill out across other borders if they lose. So they're continuing to call for more military aid from other nations. They say even if they don't receive that aid, they will fight, whether that means they're fighting to their death. And it's worth noting a lot of people who live in these small border towns who are not fighting still don't even want to leave, even if they don't have access to clean drinking water, for example. And that was something that I touched on with that top aide today. And he said Russia is attacking these civilian territories, these apartment buildings and businesses, not to take that territory, but to use these civilians as leverage to get the government to concede. But again, that is something that Ukrainian forces and the Ukrainian government today told me they will not do.
And Axe, finally, just wondering, since this is the largest nuclear plant in Europe, and of course it's under Russian control, although there are Ukrainians there still helping with the operations, do we think that because the UN chief wants to get some experts in there to examine it, that would actually happen? Or because it's kind of a safe haven for Russian troops, that would not be something that they'd be willing to have happen?
Well, I think, of course, the widespread opinion would be, the hope is that people would be able to get in, experts from either here in Ukraine, around the country, around the world, would be able to get access. Unfortunately, there's a lot of skepticism as to whether or not that will happen. Just last week, there was an attack on a prisoner of war prison. These were Ukrainian prisoners of war who were killed. There's back and forth over who is to blame for that, but international organizations have tried to get in to do an independent survey, like the UN and the Red Cross. So far, they have not even been able to get to that prison. And that, of course, is creating a lot more skepticism of whether or not anyone would be able to get into this nuclear plant, because every time we've heard for this demand for international organizations to be let in and for there to be safe passage for what is seemed to be something that would be the greater good for everyone, so far there has been no progress on that front.
And of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on if there is any changes to that. We do appreciate this live update. Again, Fox's Alex Hogan joining us from Kyiv, Ukraine. Thank you so much. And don't forget, for all of our viewers with us here on Live Now from Fox, we will continue to follow the latest developments in the war. Do want to send us out now to the White House press briefing as tensions grow with Russia. We know earlier here today we did have Brittney Griner, who has now been found guilty, officially sentenced to 9 years in prison. Tensions growing with that, also growing with China. We want to bring you out live to that press briefing. Let's go ahead, listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
The President receives regular updates about the status of our negotiations to secure Brittney's release, as well as the release of Paul Whelan and other U.S. nationals who are wrongfully detained or held hostage in Russia and around the world. So we will continue, we'll continue to focus on getting our U.S. nationals home. So additionally, as you might seen, the People's Republic of China launched 11 ballistic missiles towards Taiwan. To speak on this and other foreign policy news of the day, National Security Coordinator for Strategic Communications, John Kirby, is here to join me today, and he'll take over and take your questions. Go ahead. Thank you.
Afternoon. As Karine alluded, and I'm sure all of you have covered, overnight, People's Republic of China launched an estimated 11 ballistic missiles towards Taiwan, which impacted to the northeast the east and southeast of the island. We condemn these actions, which are irresponsible and at odds with our long-standing goal of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and in the region. China has chosen to overreact and use the speaker's visit as a pretext to increase provocative military activity in and around the Taiwan Strait. We anticipated that China might take steps like this. In fact, I described them for you in quite some detail just the other day, Monday. We also expect that these actions will continue and that the Chinese will continue to react in coming days. The United States is prepared for what Beijing chooses to do. We will not seek, nor do we want, a crisis. At the same time, we will not be deterred from operating in the seas and the skies of the Western Pacific, consistent with international law, as we have for decades, supporting Taiwan and defending a free and open Indo-Pacific. To that end, Secretary Austin today has directed that the aircraft carrier USS Ronald Reagan and the ships in her strike group will remain on station in the general area to monitor the situation. We will conduct standard air and maritime transits through the Taiwan Strait in the next few weeks, consistent, again, with our long-standing approach to defending freedom of the seas and international law. And we will take further steps to demonstrate our commitment to the security of our allies in the region, and that includes Japan. Beijing's actions are of concern to Taiwan, to us, to partners around the world. You probably saw the G7 yesterday rejected Beijing's attempt to coerce and intimidate Taiwan, which is a leading democracy. The nations of ASEAN also released a statement overnight about the importance of de-escalating tensions in the Taiwan Strait. And today, the Japanese government reported that 5 PRC missiles landed in their exclusive economic zone, noting their grave concern. Another example of how China's actions are undermining peace and security in the region. And we're going to continue to communicate closely with our partners around the world, which we have demonstrated over and over again is a strength of this administration. Beijing's provocative actions are a significant escalation in its long-standing attempt to change the status quo. As just one example, over the past 2 years, the PRC has more than doubled the number of aircraft that they have flown over the center line that separates China and Taiwan as compared to the time period between 2016 and 2020. And Beijing has pursued economic coercion, political interference, and cyber attacks against Taiwan, all of which erode the cross-strait status quo. The United States will be resolute, but also steady and responsible. We do not believe it is in our interest, Taiwan's interest, the region's interest, to allow tensions to escalate further, which is why a long-planned Minuteman III ICBM test scheduled for this week has been rescheduled for the near future. As China engages in destabilizing military exercises around Taiwan, the United States is demonstrating instead the behavior of a responsible nuclear power by reducing the risks of miscalculation and misperception. We will continue to demonstrate transparency in our U.S. ballistic missile tests through timely notifications. That's a practice that China has often rejected. Rescheduling this test will not in any way, impact the modernization, the readiness, or the reliability of America's safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent. And the test will happen. It will be rescheduled for the near future. I want to reiterate, as I've been saying all week, nothing has changed about our One China policy, which is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint U.S. PRC communiques, and the 6 assurances. And we say it that way every time because it's exactly consistent. And we said that we oppose any unilateral changes to the status quo from either side. We've also said we do not support Taiwan independence, and that we expect cross-strait differences to be resolved by peaceful means. We're also maintaining communication with Beijing. As President Biden told President Xi, the speaker's visit was consistent with our One China policy, that she had a right to visit, and that a previous Speaker of the House has also visited Taiwan before without incident. This is how we're going to defend America's national security interests and our values, and that is how President Biden directed us to operate in the days ahead, with consistency and clarity and transparency. We'll keep doing that, what we're doing, and we're going to keep supporting cross-strait peace and stability because it matters, not just in the Strait, not just to Taiwan, but to the entire region. With that, take some questions.
Thanks, John. A couple questions about Brittney Griner's sentence. First off, why do you believe the Russian judge chose a 9-year sentence for what appears to be a very minor infraction?
I certainly can't get inside the head of a Russian judge. What we have seen similar maximum sentences for drug charges of foreigners in Russia. They typically, it's just historically speaking, foreigners that are arrested on drug charges and then convicted under their system tend to get much higher sentences than would be Russian citizens, but I honestly can't speak to it. I will tell you that, as Karine rightly said, she shouldn't have even been on trial. She's wrongfully detained. Absent that, we find the sentence reprehensible in its scope.
Some details of the U.S. prisoner swap offer have obviously been public. Do you think the Russians would ever accept a prisoner swap that wasn't 1 for 1 or 2 for 2, 2 of our prisoners for 2 of theirs?
That's a better question for the Russians. What I can tell you is that we put forth a serious proposal. And I know everybody is making some assumptions here about what that proposal is. I won't go into detail about it. But it's a serious proposal. We urge them to accept it. They should have accepted it weeks ago when we first made it.
Why did you make the details of that offer, or the fact that you made an offer public? Doesn't that encourage Russia or really any bad actor to take more Americans prisoner, thinking the Americans are going to be willing to deal?
Yeah, Tyler asked me that same question, I guess a week or so ago. We didn't make it public. We didn't make the decision to make it public lightly. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that you typically do. But what was happening in her case a week ago, what wasn't happening in our negotiations a week ago, and in the context of her having to testify in her own defense at a sham trial, all of that played into our decision to at least make public the fact that there was a proposal. It was an earnest attempt to see if we could get to some outcomes here, and we're still gonna keep making those attempts.
Thank you so much. You had called a counteroffer by Russia unserious, which involved their offer that the U.S. release a convicted Russian national who's being held in Germany, convicted of murder. Is it still an unserious offer? Are you giving it another look in light of the sentence?
Nothing's changed about our position on that topic. I mean, I don't think we'd go so far as to even call it a counteroffer.
President Biden said today, in response, my administration will continue to work tirelessly and pursue every possible avenue to bring Brittney and Paul Whelan home safely as soon as possible. Is that a suggestion that he's willing to go even further? Is there more that the U.S. can do to pressure Russia to accept this offer?
I think Karine covered it really well in her opening statement. I mean, the president's laser focused on this, and he and the whole team are working this literally every day. And just like I won't get into the details of the proposal that we put forward, I don't think it would be helpful to Brittney or to Paul for us to talk more publicly about where we are in the talks and what the president might or might not be willing to do. I just want to, again, reiterate what Karine said. He wants to see Brittney and Paul home, and he's personally involved in seeing to making sure that outcome happens.
And very quickly, has the president spoken to Brittney Griner's family? Does he plan to do so?
I don't have any recent, in terms of the last couple of days. I don't have any. Not in the wake of the sentencing.
Okay.
No.
And just very quickly on China, given what China's actions that you talked about at the top, does the administration believe it was a mistake for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi?
We have said consistently that the Speaker had a right to go. As Speaker of the House and a member of Congress, she had a right to go. I know we're all focused on the stop in Taiwan, and certainly given the events of the last 12, 18 hours, understandably so, but she's not just going to Taiwan. I mean, she's moved on now to visits in Japan and South Korea, 2 treaty allies, Japan in particular, deeply concerned about what's going on. And we'll let the Speaker talk about her travels and what she's learned, what she's heard, what her takeaways are. I won't talk for her. Members of Congress have every right to travel overseas, and that includes Taiwan, and they have both from both parties have just this year. And she's the Speaker of the House, but she's also a member of Congress. She has the right to go, and our job was to make sure that she had a safe and secure visit. We did that. We're still in touch with her staff. We're still responsible for making sure the rest of her trip is safe and secure. We'll let her talk about it when she gets back.
Thanks, John. On Griner, I know you said you can't get into too many details here, but can you say if there are non-prisoner concessions on the table at all that you would be willing to consider?
I'm not going to get into any more detail.
Okay. And then on China, is the president considering another call with President Xi at all, given how these escalating tensions?
I don't have any call on the schedule to talk to or to announce.
Is that being considered at all?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president's schedule. As I said in my opening statement, the lines of communication with China are still open at different levels, of course, but I won't get ahead of the president's schedule.
Thank you, and thanks so much, John. So you've explained what the U.S. is trying to do in terms of sending out military, the USS Reagan, to the region to ensure, I assume...
She was already in the region, yeah, but...
Understood. Okay, so that, I assume that's also part of keeping shipping routes and open and safe. I understand that the Taiwanese president is also saying that she's in contact with U.S. allies to ensure that airports and seaports remain open. Is that also part of the what the administration is trying to do here? And the other thing is just to touch on the kinds of communications that you're having with the Chinese government. Do you believe that at this point there is a diplomatic off-ramp for this crisis?
Well, we certainly would like to see the tensions de-escalate, and if that's best done through diplomacy, the United States would fully support that. We want to see the tensions come down. I would submit to you that they could come down very easily by just having the Chinese stop these very aggressive military drills and flying missiles in and around the Taiwan Strait. You don't need diplomacy to just simply stop doing something that's escalating the tensions and putting peace and security in the region at risk. Look, the Ronald Reagan and her escort ships, very capable strike group. They're there to monitor the situation. They'll be there for a little bit longer than they were originally planned to be there. Again, I won't get ahead of the ship's schedule, but the president believed that it was the prudent thing to do to leave her and her escort ships there just a little bit longer.
Just to follow, is there any kind of support that the U.S. is providing to Taiwan in terms of protecting it in the context of cyber security attacks? I think that's also something that the Taiwanese are concerned about.
Yeah, look, for lots of good reasons, we don't talk about steps we take either unilaterally or bilaterally in cyberspace. We are committed, as we have been now for decades, to Taiwan's self-defense. I'll leave it at that.
Give us a sense of what Griner's sentencing may mean for negotiations. Her Russian lawyer had said that a deal wouldn't be possible until after she was convicted and sentenced. So now that that's happened, is it more likely, you think, that we may see them willing to negotiate? Essentially, does a conviction open new doors for negotiation?
That's really up to the Russian side. We're still open to having our proposal seriously and positively considered. And if on the Russian side that means that they feel like they're more empowered to do that, then so be it. We want them to take the offer that's on the table because it's a good one, it's a fair one, and it'll help bring Paul and Brittany home. And if this is what's it's gonna take to get them to yes, then okay, let's get to yes. Let's get them home.
And it has been now almost a week since Secretary Blinken and Lavrov spoke over the phone. Have you gotten any serious signs from Russia that they're willing to negotiate? Is there any glimmer of progress since then in the last week?
I'm not going to negotiate in public. Conversations are ongoing at various levels, and I'll just leave it at that.
And just to follow up on Nancy's question, What message do you think the Russians are trying to send to the U.S. by giving Brittney Griner so severe a sentence?
Again, I can't speak for the Russian judge, and your question presupposes that it's a message-sending exercise. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. As I said, historically, what we've seen is foreign-born citizens that are arrested and convicted of drug charges tend to get, just historically, anecdotally speaking, tend to get higher sentences, almost to the max, which in many cases is 10 years in Russia, as opposed to Russian-born citizens of the country convicted of the same offense. It's just, it tends to be the case there. So honestly, I wish I could get inside the judge's head. I can't do it, so I can't define why he chose 9 years. As I said to Nancy, it's a reprehensible sentence. She shouldn't have been on trial to begin with. But that's why I think that's why you saw the president come out so strongly against this sham trial to begin with.
But to be clear, do you think she's being used as a political pawn here?
We think that Brittney and Paul Whelan are being wrongfully detained. They are being wrongfully detained. They need to be let go. They need to come home. We're going to keep working on that. I cannot ascribe Russian motives or intent here. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to try to speculate what's in their heads. All I can do is tell you where President Biden is and the national security team. Wrongfully detained, need to come home. There's a deal on the table. Let's make the deal. Let's get them home.
I'll come back there and Peter, and then I'll come back.
Thanks, John. Why is it that over the last couple months, President Biden has been so much tougher on Russia than he is on China?
I wouldn't agree with the premise of the question, Peter.
Well, I think just when Russia was getting aggressive around Ukraine, the president was out every couple days telling Putin, don't do it. And now China is getting aggressive around Taiwan, and we're not hearing anything like that from the president.
Oh, I beg to differ. We've been standing up here for almost a week, Peter, talking about our concerns about what China was preparing to do. We put out declassified information that we saw what the Chinese playbook was going to be. Look, I stood at another podium not long ago, and much of the same way we reacted then, we're reacting now in terms of being honest and transparent about what's going on and calling it out for what it is. And then today, talking about exactly what we're going to do to make sure we can help preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific. So I'm afraid I just challenged the premise of your question.
I know you said that there is not a call scheduled with Xi. Is there a reason why? Because President Biden's known him for decades. Yeah. He's got a lot of free time up there in the residence this week. He
doesn't have free time.
Is there a reason he can't just pick up the phone and call?
He's been working all the way through his illness, quite frankly, Peter. So that's a little bit insulting. And as for a call, it is.
It is. That someone who is isolating by themselves.
You suggested he has a lot of free time, as if he's not doing anything, and you know that's not the case, Mr. Ducey. Now look, as for a call with President Xi, I don't have anything on the president's schedule to speak to. If ever the president felt like a call with President Xi was the appropriate way to respond, or that it would have an effect and an outcome that he wants to achieve, he certainly would be willing to do that. He's talked to Xi now 5 times. It's not like he's afraid to pick up the phone and call President Xi. And if there's if a call is the right answer, I'm sure that President Biden will do that. But I'm not going to get ahead of the president on this. I do want to stress, I said it before, but I do think your question begs me to say it again, that the lines of communication are still open with Beijing, and we're using those lines of communication. And I think you'll see that in days to come as well. That's really important. And that's one of the reasons why President Biden made that call a week or so ago, was to make sure, and you saw it in Kareen's readout, to make sure that those lines of communication stay open, and they are.
Jeremy, and then I'll come to the back.
John, you said a few moments ago that the president's been personally involved in Brittney Griner's case. Can you talk about what that has involved beyond getting daily updates on her situation, and whether or not the president would be willing to speak directly with President Putin to negotiate her release and the release of Paul Whelan?
When I say personally involved, I mean he's in constant touch with all the members of his team that are working on Brittney's case, and it's not just Secretary of State Blinken, Jake Sullivan, the special presidential envoy for for Hostage Affairs, the Deputy Homeland Security Advisor, Josh Geltzer. I mean, there's a lot of people involved in here, and he's driving a process of continual updates that he can get from his team. He's offering guidance to them as needed. You've seen that he has talked to Mrs. Griner herself, and certainly would expect that he's going to continue to have those kinds of conversations going forward. He's staying focused on this.
And as for speaking with President Putin directly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Again, I don't have, similar to the presidency, I don't have any calls to announce or speak to with President Putin. The president is comfortable that the proposal that we put forward is a serious one, and he urges the Russians to accept that proposal so we can get Brittany and Paul home.
And then you talked about the decision to make public that you had made an offer to the Russians, and you suggested that part of that was perhaps to put some pressure on the Russians because they hadn't been really all that responsive. Do you feel like making that offer public has changed anything? Has changed the status quo? Have you achieved the desired outcome of that decision?
Well, she's not home. Neither's Paul. So can we say that making it public had a direct line to bringing them home? Not yet, but we hope it will. We hope it will. We felt it was important to make sure the American people knew, but as well as people around the world, how seriously we're taking these two cases, and that so seriously, in fact, that we had made a proposal that we believe the Russians ought to accept. And you'll notice that the day after we did that, the Russians started talking, even publicly. So I'll leave it at that.
And then on a separate issue, CNN reported today that the Department of Homeland Security is going to stop wiping mobile devices of high-level officials and political appointees without backing them up first, and is launching a 30-day review of policies. Is the White House directing any other agencies to take similar steps, including the Department of Defense, for example?
I'm not aware of any other instructions to other agencies.
And then just lastly on Russia more broadly, can you speak at all to this newly declassified intelligence that Russia's preparing to plant fabricated evidence as it relates to this attack on the
I can actually.
Prison? Yeah.
So I can share, based on downgraded intelligence, that we expect that Russian officials are planning to falsify evidence in order to attribute the attack on the Olenivka prison, on the 29th of July. They're going to try to attribute that attack to the Ukrainian armed forces. We anticipate that Russian officials will try to frame the Ukrainian armed forces in anticipation of journalists and potential investigators visiting the site of the attack. In fact, we've already seen some spurious press reports to this effect where they have planted evidence. We have reason to believe that that Russia would go so far as to make it appear that Ukrainian HIMARS, the high mobility advanced rocket systems that have been so much in the news lately, were to blame, and to do that before journalists arrived on site. And again, we're beginning to even start to see some press reporting to that effect.
Okay, way in the back in the blue, way in the back.
It's me?
Yes, thanks.
You're not Blue James.
John, yes. When you say that the U.S. is prepared, when you say that the U.S. is prepared for what China will do you mean that you are prepared to engage militarily?
I'm saying we are prepared for what China may do, and I think it probably wouldn't be a good idea to go into a great level of detail on that. Let me say that when I say we're prepared for what China may do, it's across all the tools of government power. It's not just about the military. We have a robust military capability in the region. We have strong alliances and partnerships in the region. We also have economic throw weight, right? And we have diplomatic throw weight. There's a lot of things that the United States can bring to bear if we feel like we need to. But here's the thing. We shouldn't need to do it. And it shouldn't come to blows. There's no reason for this manufactured crisis to exist. The Chinese have used Speaker Pelosi's trip as a pretext. Yes, they're claiming it's a protest. I got it. But it's also a pretext to try to up the ante in tensions and to actually try to set a new status quo, to get to a new normal where they think they can keep things at. And my point in coming out here today was to make it clear that we're not going to accept a new status quo, and that it's not just the United States, but the world will reject it as well.
After the last talk between President Biden and Xi, there were indications that a meeting between the two presidents may take place. There was a room for that. Given the current situation, do you think there's a room for a meeting between the two presidents?
Nobody's ruling out the possibility for a meeting between the two presidents.
Phil, then Ed.
There's reporting that the Biden administration is lobbying against legislation that would designate Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally. Can you tell us if that's accurate? And as we move towards what President Biden has often described as an era of autocracy versus democracy, should we be strengthening ties with Taiwan by entering into such a designation?
I think we're, with respect to this proposed legislation, I think we're going to avoid too much comment right now. We certainly appreciate and respect the role of Congress and, frankly, the support across the aisle this year and so many years in the past for support to Taiwan. But I don't think it behooves us to try to get ahead of some proposed legislation before it moves further on down the ways. I will only add that the Taiwan Relations Act, which is the law of the land, does provide the administration a lot of vehicles and venues, and we get fixated on the Taiwan Relations Act in terms of a security perspective and arms sales, and those have continued under this administration, and they will continue under this administration. But if you read the act, there's an awful lot more to it than just arms sales, and we fully respect that law of the land. We'll follow that law of the land. It does provide on its own an awful lot of flexibility and authority for the administration to continue to support Taiwan, particularly in their self-defense, and we're going to keep adhering to it.
And then just a quick follow-up. You mentioned this briefly about the canceled ICBM test. Can you speak more generally to the decision not to move in that direction, to cancel that? Was that the president's decision? And I guess can you put a little bit more meat on the bones in terms of lessening tensions right now?
Yeah. First of all, it's not canceled. It's only been postponed, and it's been postponed for a short period of time. I'm not going to tell you what the date certain here is on the calendar, but there is a date certain, and it's just been postponed for a short period of time. So it's still going to happen, and because it's not being postponed for an exorbitant amount of time, it's not going to have, as I said, any effect on our nuclear readiness. The decision came in light and in context of the tensions that we're seeing right now, and they're pretty escalated. I mean, temperature's pretty high, and the president believed, and the national security team believed, that a strong, confident, capable nuclear power can afford to wait a couple of weeks for a test to make it clear, not just in word but in deed, how serious we are when we say we have no interest in escalating the tensions. We don't think there should be a pretext for crisis or conflict. And we're not, as I said in my opening statement, we're not seeking one. And this decision to postpone for a short while is meant to prove indeed what we're saying in words about how serious we are. It's the responsible thing to do. It's the strong, confident thing to do. And the president stands behind that.
Just a couple of more. Ed, and
thanks, Green. Yeah, thanks, Green. Thanks, John. So, given the aggression that we're seeing from China around Taiwan, and the FBI director today saying that China is the biggest threat to the U.S., the number one threat to the U.S. in the next 10 years, would the president then caution companies from expanding business or doing business in China?
We have been nothing but transparent with businesses about private corporations about our concerns regarding operations in or with China. But they're private companies, and they make their own decisions, and we have to respect that.
What about supply chains with the activity going on around Taiwan? How is that affecting our supply chains, and will we have problems?
I don't think we've seen any effects yet. I mean, we're only a few days into this, so it's something we're watching and certainly concerned about. But we've also, I would add, thanks to COVID, I mean, we've done a lot of work, particularly in the last 18 months, to make more resilient our supply chains across a range of sectors. Doesn't mean everything's fixed, doesn't mean it's perfect, but we've done a lot of work in that regard. So we'll watch and see how this goes. But there is a lot more resiliency in our supply chain capability now than there was, a couple years ago.
Can you clarify what your job is at the White House? Thank you, Admirals over here, Sebastian.
I see, I'm looking right at you.
Okay. So there's a lot of people in blue jackets here. Back to Ukraine and the deaths of those Ukrainian POWs. So the U.S. is coming under, you're saying like a whole fabricated, propaganda narrative is being spun. Is there anything that the administration will be able to point to, have people look at when they look at what the pictures that are being and so on, that would tell you that there would not be a HIMARS? Is there any evidence that you're going to be able to bring?
Well, let's see what they plant, right? I mean, let's see what let's see how they play this, and if we have evidence or information that suggests that they're going to plant evidence to include maybe pieces of HIMARS. We'll see what they do with it. I mean, I think yes. I mean, analysts would probably, depending on how big the piece is, and you'd be able to look at it and know whether it was in fact coming from the munitions that HIMARS fire. Is that what you?
Yeah, I kind of meant starting from now, not when whatever is going to be shown to journalists is shown. I mean, now, so far, is there anything that people could look at and say that doesn't look like a HIMARS impact, or is there anything the U.S. is going to be able to bring forward itself?
I'm not aware of any imagery now that we have that will allow us to do that. But look, this is all fresh information. We'll see what they do with it, it's another common play out of the Russian playbook here to accuse others of what you did yourself. And I'm not a criminologist, but I reckon you don't plant evidence unless you're trying to put the blame on somebody else.
Just quickly on Iran, if I might, the nuclear talks that have restarted. Would it be fair to describe this as a last-ditch effort?
I'm sorry?
The Iran nuclear talks that have restarted.
A last-ditch effort?
Yeah, is it fair? Because, I mean, the Europeans are calling it like a little bit of a last-chance saloon.
I would tell you clearly, I mean, look, the negotiations are pretty much complete at this point. You heard the president say, we're not going to wait forever for Iran to take this deal. It's a deal on the table. They ought to take it. I'm not going to slap a label on it and say last ditch, but clearly time does appear to be getting very short in terms of being able to get to a deal. And again, we urge Iran to take this deal on the table. No problem in the Middle East, none. It gets easier to solve with a nuclear-armed Iran.
Thank you very much. The U.S. Senate, as well as President Zelensky, called on the administration to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Is President Biden willing to do it?
The State Department is taking a look at the possibilities around the potential designation. They're still looking at that. I don't want to get ahead of their process. I would also add that a lot of the things that designation, a lot of the authorities that come with it, I mean, a lot of the actions you can take were already taken. I mean, we have levied unprecedented sanctions against Russia just unilaterally from the United States, let alone the rest of the world.
And one more on China. You just a few minutes ago said that China is trying to set a new status quo, a new normal. Could you elaborate on that? How do you see what they exactly want to achieve by creating this crisis?
Well, you've seen them fly over the median line, on several occasions in just the last 24 hours. You've seen them now declare naval operating areas, exercise areas, much closer to the island than they did 25 years ago. You've seen them now fly at least 11.
And you're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was the latest from the White House there, as we're learning a little bit more about the Russia-Ukraine war, as well as the tensions with China and Taiwan. All right, everybody, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're breaking down everything that happened in the Alex Jones trial. Some big moments, a lot of lowlights. We'll bring it all to you right here on Live Now from Fox, coming up in just 2 minutes. And just like that, everybody, we are back here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as always. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming up on 4 o'clock out on the East Coast, 1 o'clock on the West Coast as we continue to track the top stories and headlines from across the country. A big story that we were following really all this week as Alex Jones was on the stand in the defamation trial with Sandy Hook. And yesterday there was a big moment when his lawyers accidentally leaked his full contents of emails and a phone to the other lawyers. And we're going to break it all down right here on Live Now from Fox. Joining us is an attorney, Seth Bertenswy. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate it.
Be with you today.
Hey, so let's first, did you ever see something like this play out in a courtroom like this?
This is the biggest blooper I've ever seen in a jury trial, and I've handled a lot of jury trials and I've seen a lot of jury trials. I've never seen anything quite like this. This was a big mistake, but I think it's important to highlight that it wasn't just one mistake, it was a sequence of 3 unbelievable mistakes. The first was when the counsel for Alex Jones, through his support staff, sent out a link that mistakenly included huge amounts of information over the last couple of years that had a whole variety of emails that Jones had previously testified under oath did not exist. So obviously that raises a perjury issue. The second huge mistake was that he did not follow the Texas rules, which gave him 10 days to take remedial action to try to designate the documents as erroneously released. He dropped that ball. And then thirdly, when they were used in that bombshell moment during the trial, he didn't object. So this was not just one screw up, it was a screw up in 3 big chapters, and it had huge repercussions in a very dramatic moment in the midst of this high-level trial.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Seth, because when I was watching, I was like, wait, his lawyer is going to object like now or any second, any moment, but it never came. And then you have your client on the stand in this very uncomfortable situation.
Exactly, and it is absolutely, it's called the spontaneous objection rule, which is just a fancy way of saying you have got to lift yourself out of the chair and object. You've got to be able to nip that in the bud and tee up the objection in a timely and immediate manner at the time that opposing counsel is putting evidence in front of the jury that you object to. You can't just sit there and then do what they tried to do this morning. They filed an emergency motion and they went through the steps this morning to step in front of the judge to ask, can you please block this? Can you please seal it? We need to overturn this. And oh, by the way, can we have a mistrial? The judge said no. And other than ordering that third-party medical records be destroyed, that motion was rejected. This is a huge blow-up. That's not only a big blooper in the trial, but this has really morphed into a bombshell that has expanded through this Texas courtroom, through here in Washington, D.C., because guess who has now made it very clear that they also want to get their hands on this stuff, the January 6th Commission. So this is just an incredible story that becomes more incredible by the day.
Yeah, really, and like you were saying, that snowball effect could be very, very real, especially in D.C. Now, can law enforcement also get their hands on the contents of what's on this phone and emails?
So the answer to that is most likely yes. Although Alex Jones's attorney, who has huge egg on his face, will try to go in and belatedly try to designate documents as privileged or confidential, there is no question that there will be subpoenas that will be issued. The attorneys for the parents who have teed up this multi-million-dollar case against Alex Jones for his horrible alleged conduct, the lawyers made it clear that he's already been contacted by various authorities here in Washington, D.C. Subpoenas will be issued. The documents will almost certainly be produced. And don't be surprised if you end up hearing repercussions of this. There was an indication in the hearing that Roger Stone, among others, are in those documents. So this is a really big deal, and this is certainly a rapidly developing story.
My next question here is one where who is going to hire this lawyer for, I mean, after seeing this is like the worst advertisement ever for this lawyer. I mean, what's going to happen with him?
Well, first of all, I think that what he needs to do is he needs to go back to his office and file a notice of claim with his malpractice insurance carrier. This is really one of the most high-level bloopers I've ever seen in the midst of a jury trial. He had multiple opportunities to cure. He had multiple opportunities to object. He didn't do it. So I think that he really has a big problem on his hands. And keep in mind that Alex Jones is going to have a big problem because not only is a jury going to come in as early as tomorrow with a big jury verdict that could be imposed upon him. But now there are people in Washington that are really going to be very nervous about this because who knows what's in there. So it's really going to be a big deal. His lawyer's on the hot seat, but Alex Jones has just a whole array of problems in front of him, both inside and outside the courtroom.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as we await the jury to come back here, we heard from Alex Jones the other day saying that even if a $2 million hit was pinned against him, that would be the end of him. But as we know, Alex Jones likes to talk a lot. And is this something that he was just saying there on the stand to try to get some sympathy?
Probably. He hasn't filed for bankruptcy. You know, he has filed a bankruptcy relative to his business. He has not filed a bankruptcy individually, so he could try to play that violin, but no one's listening to that music. At the end of the day, he is going to be liable for this. There are other judgments that are about to be leveled against him also in other courts, including one proceeding in Connecticut. So he could try to play that violin as much as he wants, but I think at the end of the day, he's facing some significant liability, and it's right around the corner.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thanks so much for coming on and breaking it all down for us. It was really fascinating to see and all happening in real time, and then really going on social media yesterday to see the aftermath. And it was a big time aftermath, especially there on Twitter. So Seth Baronswai, thank you so much for breaking it all down. We really appreciate it here on Live Now.
You bet.
And of course, we always got you covered, as always, bringing you top stories and headlines from across the country. Here's how the market ended for the day, down 85 points in the red. We will take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. Taking in live once again, White House briefing continues.
That airline, I'm sure many of you have gone through that the last several months. Today, the Department of Transportation issued a new rule to fix that. If your flight is canceled or delayed 3 hours for a domestic flight or 6 hours for an international flight, you must get a refund within 7 days of a refund request if you paid by credit card. That refund policy also applies if they change your arrival airport, if they add more stops, or if they downgrade the class you're flying in. The rule also has new protections if you can't fly due to a pandemic or medical advice. Under the DOT's proposal, when that happens, you're entitled to a non-expiring travel credit or voucher or a refund if it's an airline that got government assistance during the relevant public health emergency. With that, Josh, you want to kick us off?
Yes, thanks, Karine.
Yes.
Tomorrow is Jobs Day, which is like Super Bowl for some of us. Friday
Is it really?
Look, there are a lot of nerds.
Wow. And I don't follow football, but wow.
I'm just saying, and 12 Super Bowls a year is great.
Sounds exhausting.
Friday's employment report is expected to show that job gains last month slowed to 250,000 from 372,000 in June. Does the administration view this as a sign the economy is healthy?
So, as we've been saying for many months now, we are in a, and the president, including the president, has been saying that we are in a transition to a stable and steady growth. And during that transition, what you'll see is instead of that record high breaking job numbers that we've been seeing every month in the realm of 500,000 to 600,000 jobs on average per month, we're expecting to be closer to 150,000 jobs per month. And so that would actually that will be a sign of a success of this transition, and this kind of job growth is consistent with the low unemployment numbers that we've been seeing, that rate of 3.6%, and we see that, and others have see that as a healthy economy. We'll jump around.
Just quick one quick one.
I don't know.
With every
Usually this goes on for a while.
I just have the one left. Based on everything that's happening in Asia right now, does President Biden consider China to be an opponent or a competitor?
Look, and Kirby said this, and we've been saying this for the past couple of days, right? More than a week. And I'm going to answer it this way because this goes to why this has come up, which is the speaker going to Taiwan. You know, she has the right to go to Taiwan. She has the right to travel wherever she wants. She is the Speaker of the House. She is a member of Congress. We will not ever tell her where to go. And we've been really clear with China. We have said no policy changes at all. The one China policy stands. And the president just a week ago today spoke to President Xi. It was the 5th time that they spoke. They continue to have an open dialogue. And so that is, I just want to make that really clear, and just, you know, they're the ones escalating here.
Just the relationship moving forward, though, would he consider China a competitor or an opponent of the United States?
I mean, look, when you think about our economy, when you think about how we're competing around the world, around the globe, you think about the CHIPS Act, right, and the CHIPS and Science Act. One of the reasons we talked about making sure that got done in a bipartisan way, we saw that happen just a couple days ago, is we want to be able to compete, right? We want to be able to compete with China. And we want to be able to have those manufacturing jobs, investment in the United States, and also strengthen our supply chain, make sure we strengthen our national security. So, you know, as it relates to that in that realm, you know, yeah, we want to be competitive as a country.
Okay. Thanks, Brittany. When was the last time President Biden spoke with Senator Sinema?
Don't have a call to read out to you at this time.
Can you tell us how he views his role in getting the Inflation Reduction Act over the finish line? I know you've been asked some version of this question probably every day this week. Trying to take another stab at it, though. What does he think he needs to do? Is he going to be picking up the phone? Will he be inviting Senator Sinema here? How does he view his role?
Well, I can tell you how he views this anti-inflation piece of legislation. He's grateful for it. He thinks it should be passed. He thinks it's going to change the lives of middle-class Americans across the country. When you think about the prescription drugs, when you think about lowering utility costs, this is going to be critical. When you think even about the ACA provisions, lowering healthcare costs as we talk about premiums, and how important that is to many Americans. So that's how he sees his role in continuing to talk about it. We have been talking about these pieces, these components of this legislation for some time now. And so he's going to continue to have conversations. Our team is going to continue to have conversations with members of Congress. But he's been very clear. He wants to see this pass and to his desk so he can sign.
Given how important he believes it is, as you just laid out, he took a decidedly step back and let Senator Schumer and Manchin really be the two engaged in the negotiations to get the Inflation Reduction Act to this point. So I guess the question is, does he feel like he wants to have a more direct engagement in these final round of negotiations with Senator Sinema asking for changes?
So what we've been pretty clear about, I think for about a year, actually probably since the beginning of this year, is that we were not going to negotiate in public. We believed that the Senate, the House, they need to do their work. We let them speak to the pieces of legislation that they're putting forth and they're trying to move forward. We support this. We support the work that Senator Schumer and Senator Manchin are doing. Again, this is incredibly important to the American people. I think, though, what is important, I know there's always this focus on Democrats and on what's happening with Democratic members in the Senate. I think what's important here is when you look at this bill, when you look at this this anti-inflation piece of legislation, and you look at the support across the country, it is bipartisan. It is bipartisan support. There was the Politico Morning Consult poll that came out yesterday. More than 70% of support for many components of that bill. And it's Republicans in Congress who are opposing this. They're the only ones who are opposing this. And I think that's what matters. What matters to us is what Democrats are trying to do and how we're trying to change the lives of the middle class.
Just very quickly, Senator Sinema is not yet supporting it, and based on our reporting, she is opposed to closing the carried interest tax loophole. Would the president support a final piece of legislation that did not include that?
Look, and I can't speak for Senator Sinema, I'm not going to. She can speak for herself. I know that she's more than capable of doing that. What I can do is speak for this president and how he sees this piece of legislation that is so critical and important. And when you think about the corporate tax component, that 15%, you have corporations who are paying $0. And this is an opportunity to close that loophole. We've heard from many experts talk about how that 15% on corporate businesses is going to make a difference. It's going to be able to add that $300 billion so that we can bring down the deficit. It's going to be able to have Americans have lower costs. And so that's what we see and we think, and we have been very clear on that, how important it is to close that loophole and make sure that we're not increasing taxes on middle-class Americans that are making less than $400,000. And that does this. This act does that.
Great.
We've seen big oil companies report huge profits yet again in recent days. But since gas prices have started falling, we haven't seen the same level of criticism from this administration. Is profit taking in that industry and a lack of investment in production still a big issue for the Biden administration?
So can you say that one more time?
Sure. We've seen big oil companies make big profits in the recent days. We haven't heard the same level of criticism from this administration since gas prices started falling. And just wondering if that is still an issue for the Biden administration. Are you still looking to curb profit taking and increase production?
So we've been very clear about that piece, making sure that the oil companies, the profit that they're making actually goes to the American people. We say this all the time. The American people should not be the first one to pay the increased costs and the last ones to see the benefit. And we all continue to call on oil companies to make sure that they pass on that profit to Americans. I want to talk a little bit about, we had the Department of Energy had that meeting with oil companies, and it was very constructive, the conversation with oil companies, and we welcome the steps that they are taking to increase production. For example, just want to give you a couple of examples. After discussions with the Department of Energy, one company just last week announced that they are bringing back refining capacity at a New Jersey facility, so that is important. And in June, America produced on average 12 million barrels of oil a day, and that number continues to increase and is on track to reach record high. So all of these things are important as we're trying to bring prices down. Oil is down about $25 a barrel from June. Gas prices have gone down every day this summer and are now below $4 for most of the country. So that indeed matters. And so we're going to continue to do the work. We know that we have to give Americans, as you hear the president say, a little bit of breathing room, and we're going to continue to do that work to make sure that happens. Okay.
Thanks, Green. Does the president have any plans to intervene or fire the Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security, Joseph Kupari?
No.
We asked your predecessor, Jen Psaki, about this in April when the leadership of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senators Durbin and Grassley, expressed concerns about him. Obviously, this was before some of the concerns that have been raised in recent days about January 6th. And she said that she would follow up on that. I'm wondering, have there been any conversations in the White House about his leadership?
There's no personnel updates that I have for you at this time. Look, the president has been very clear, I think I answered some of this yesterday, that he believes in the independent role of the Inspector Generals and that they serve an important function in ensuring accountability for the American people. That still stands. He believes that. So, you know, again, we've seen the reports as you're laying out, and the comments from members of Congress, as you just told me, expressing concerns with his performance. But again, we believe in the independent role, and I don't have any news for.
Follow up on that, you said that the job of the Inspector General is, as you just outlined, does the president have confidence that, given what has unfolded in the past few days and weeks, does he still have confidence in his ability to do that important job you just outlined?
Well, it's important to do the job that the Inspector General is doing. We have confidence in that. Again, we're not going to comment any further than that, but we have seen the reports.
And just one more that I want to follow up on that I asked earlier this week about the president's own COVID protocols. As soon as he tests negative, is he fully free from isolation, or is there, I know other White House staffers have been required to test negative twice before returning to work? What are the protocols for the president?
Basically for isolation, you know, today is day 5 of the rebound, because this is a rebound, not the first, I don't want to say bout, because this is a continuation, it's just a rebound. And so he will remain isolated until he tests negative, as we previously stated. And so when we're doing that test to make sure that he's negative, that is above and beyond, as you kind of, I think, were alluding to. That's what the White House protocol is for us. And so we won't see him again until at least in person. You guys have seen him virtually, and he's been working from the White House residence these past couple of days until he has, at least in person, until he has that negative test.
So just one day, the first time he tests negative, he will be.
Well, the last time we shared, because of his unique role, right? He is the president, and we've tried to make sure that we protect all of you and we protect the staff. We did do two tests and make sure they were both negative.
Green, can I follow up on Tyler's question, please?
Thanks, Kareem. On the issue of the Chinese tariffs, the president has been waiting for some time whether or not to ease some of those tariffs. And just given the aggressive action we've seen out of China since Speaker Pelosi's visit, I'm wondering, will that factor into this decision on the tariffs at all, or does the White House see those as two separate issues?
I'm not going to go into any detail of the thinking of how we're moving forward with the China tariffs. I know it's been on the questions on the minds of all of you, a question that's been out there. The president is taking this decision very seriously, and once he makes his decision, we will share that with all of you.
Thanks, Green. Just to put a finer point on Tyler's question, will it be 2 negative tests this time or just 1?
Yes, we put out a pool note that said just that, I believe, on Saturday.
I don't think you guys said clearly whether it was 2 negative tests like he did the first time or if 1 will be sufficient.
Well, what we're going to do, there's 5 days of isolation. This is the 5th day. We will have a negative test. It is up to his doctor to decide, if there will be a second one. Well, what we did last time, what I can speak to, and we shared that, his personal physician shared this, that they did 2 negative tests because of the unique role that he has, and that is something that his doctor decided.
Okay. And then on monkeypox, we learned in the last 24 hours that the Department of Health and Human Services failed to ask that the bulk of the stocks of the vaccine that it already owned be bottled for distribution quickly enough. And does the president feel like his administration and the Department of Health and Human Services in particular has acted with enough urgency to confront this monkeypox?
So I want us to take a step back on this because this is really important, and I know that many folks have questions about this, and we are going to do everything that we can to end this outbreak. That is our commitment, and that's what we're going to make sure that we do that. So, as you all know, the monkeypox outbreak has evolved rapidly and uniquely from prior outbreaks. So we are in a different, it's a different dynamic than it was the last couple times because monkeypox has been here in this country before. And so we have aggressively responded at different stages of this outbreak. And so just wanted to give you a little bit of that context because it's spreading at different phases here. First, within 2 days of the first confirmed case of monkeypox in the U.S., we began deploying vaccine to states and jurisdictions and pre-positioning tens of thousands of additional doses in the strategic national stockpile. The initial science led us to believe, and this I think will answer your question a little bit, based on recent past monkeypox outbreaks, that those doses would be sufficient to meet the needs of the country, as what we knew at that time, because it's dynamic, it's changing. And so, but however, infectious diseases are dynamic, as I just said, and unpredictable, inherently unpredictable, which is why as soon as we saw that this outbreak was different and transmitting much more rapidly, we quickly moved to order tens of thousands of more doses. So just to give you a little bit of the numbers that we have made more than 1.1 million doses available and shipped more than 600,000 doses. Those are currently out there going into jurisdictions to states. And so, and with more being delivered each day, we also have ordered 5.5 million additional doses, which are helping us get more doses out sooner, knowing that more are on the way. So this is just part of the process and what we have been following the science and making sure that we are rapidly reacting to this, and that's what we've been doing this past couple days.
There is currently a mismatch between the number of doses that the government has in bulk, the number of doses that have been bottled and sent out to state and local authorities, and then the number of doses that are actually needed. Does the president feel like his administration has acted with enough urgency?
I mean, what we're saying to you is that I laid out how dynamic and how rapidly changing this virus has been, and also, you know, HHS just held a press conference and talked about this. That's why we kind of moved the briefing so you all can have a sense to hear directly from them. There was the 600,000 that they talked about. They went from testing capacity from 6,000 to 80,000 a week. That matters as we're trying to make sure we deal with monkeypox, and we're working hand in hand with local authorities to get the resources they need. And so, and as you also know, they took an additional step, which is to announce a public health emergency declaration of monkeypox. And that's important because what that's going to do is going to help accelerate the vaccine production and distribution. This includes new dosing strategies that have the potential to increase the number of available doses by 5-fold. So yes, the president has confidence in HHS, and let's not forget, we just brought on the monkeypox coordinators, the response team, which is going to also make a difference.
And on that front, it does seem like this week you've named a monkeypox coordinator, you've now declared this public health emergency. It seems like the administration is shifting into a higher gear as it relates to responding to this outbreak. And I'm wondering, was there any new information that led to these steps and that higher gear response? Because the WHO, it was nearly 2 weeks ago that they called this effectively a public health.
I think I answered that in the first question that you asked, which is the dynamic of this of the virus has changed. It's spreading a lot more rapidly than it had in previous times. And when the first two cases were known by the CDC back in May, we were meeting the moment at that time, and so now it's spreading much more rapidly. The dynamic of it has changed. That tends to happen inherently with viruses, and so this is what we're doing right now to make sure that we are responding to the needs of jurisdictions and states.
The way back.
I haven't called him back.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you go back to this event earlier today? Mary Barra of GM was there talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. One of the debates currently among Democrats is the electric vehicle subsidy provision. One of the senators from Michigan has been objecting to that. Can you say whether the president discussed the EV provisions in that at all with the participants in the call beyond the public media portion?
So I haven't gotten a download from that call, and we were busy doing many other things before coming out here, so I can't speak to that specifically.
On another bill, Senator Klobuchar has a big tech bill, the American Innovation and Choice Online Act, that looks like it's spilling to September. Senator Schumer looks like he's planning to bring it to the floor in September. Does White House have a view on that bill coming to the floor for a vote in September? The anti-big tech bill, or the big tech bill that would prevent those platforms from giving preference to their own products.
Well, I mean, we're trying to deal with all the pieces of legislation we have. There's a lot going on. We're trying to deal with what we have in front of us. I would have to. Yes, we are aware of that. I would need to just talk to the Office of Leg Affairs to get more specifics and details on where we are. On that, as you know, reform in the tech industry is something that's very important to the president. We've talked about that many times in the past 18 months, but I don't want to get ahead of our team.
Okay, and finally, going back to the monkeypox issue, do you have a sense of whether there will be a need for new funding from Congress for this?
Yeah, again, we have been asking for, as you know, new funding, additional, for the COVID response. Again, I would just have to get in touch with our team. At some point in the next couple of days or weeks, we will have the monkeypox coordinators here in front of you, and you all can get to know him and both of them and ask your questions.
Okay.
Afghanistan, please.
Afghanistan. Secret Service.
Thanks, Greg.
You want
to do this guy?
Yeah, I'll come after you.
Cool.
I just haven't. I don't see you very often. I see you all the time.
Just to follow up on the monkeypox updates, California, Illinois, New York have all declared states of emergency each. But due to the fact that most of them will be, how will declaring monkeypox as a public health emergency affect colleges and universities in those states particularly that have already declared a state of emergency?
How the states for themselves, you would have to talk to the states directly on that piece because that's their own state emergency, public emergency.
Is there any plan from the White House or any guidelines that would possibly come down looking forward to essentially explaining what the colleges and universities should do?
We don't have anything for you at this time, but I would go to the state specifically. You talked about California, you talked about New York, having their own state of emergency. I'm sure they have plans as schools are opening back up and dorms are opening back up. I'm sure they have specific guidelines to that I cannot speak to from here.
Afghanistan.
Yeah, there was a report yesterday that Kirsten Sinema, number one, she wants to nix the carried interest loophole, which is like a $14 billion revenue raiser, and also she wants $5 billion in drought resiliency funding. Does the administration think we need a few more $1 billion for drought resiliency? Would that be a good thing?
I'm not gonna speak to what the senator is calling for, asking for. That's negotiations that are happening in Congress. I'm just not going to speak to that from here.
Can I quickly get you to respond to the Peter Meyer situation? He's one of the 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Trump. He went down on Tuesday night, but the DCCC and other groups were going hard to boost his pro-Trump opponent.
Does the president have a view of playing ball in primaries like that in a way that helps Trumpists?
So because of the Hatch Act, I cannot speak to any political campaigns or elections, midterms including, and so I just can't speak to that at this time.
You talked about the old-fashioned days when you could, hang out with...
No, we don't do the old-fashioned days. We do it the right way. I'm just going to... Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Can you walk us through the president's involvement and engagement on the monkeypox outbreak? When was the first time he was briefed on this? How he's getting updates on case numbers, testing capacity, vaccine supply and distribution? How much is he getting updated on this?
The president is regularly briefed on monkeypox. This is something that is top of mind as well for him. And so I can assure you that he is regularly briefed by his senior teams, also by Secretary Becerra. I don't have a list of how many times he's been briefed, but he's very aware, clearly, of what's happening, and he actually is constantly asking, "What are we doing? How are we getting the vaccines out there?" and is clearly interested in the specifics and making sure we get this under control.
You talked about how this virus has been evolving. We heard today from the conference call about how this is spreading very quickly. One of the criticisms during the baby formula shortage was that the president acknowledged later that he didn't realize at the time how bad that was getting, and that he didn't know how quickly that had gotten bad. Can you say now that the president was informed in a timely manner about how quickly this was spreading and how fast?
What I can tell you is that this is an urgent matter, monkeypox, for this administration, for this president. That's why you have seen the announcements that we have made in the past several weeks, not even just today or yesterday or the day before. Last week we were announcing vaccines, 800,000, and now we're talking about how much have been shipped. Now we just announced the coordinators for that rapid response team. Again, this is a virus, as we know. Viruses inherently can be dynamic, and it is spreading rapidly, and we acknowledge that. When we first heard about the first couple of cases, we believe we met that moment, and now we are wrapping things up and making sure that we are meeting the moment across the country and what people need. That's why we have 80,000 capacity in testing. How important that is. We went from 6,000 to 80,000. That's why we now have 1.1 million vaccines. The other thing I do want to say is that as we're accelerated delivering of 150,000 JYNNEOS vaccine doses to the U.S., these doses, which had been slated to arrive in November, is now going to be in September. So again, we're taking this very seriously. We're accelerating and strengthening and our comprehensive response so that we can make sure that we end this outbreak, and that is the number one priority for the president. We'll be here tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. If you take a seat, I promise I will take your question. But you have to take a seat. Yep. Take everybody's question if they sit down.
Seats here.
Watch Live Now from Fox, everyone, as that wraps up White House briefing for the day. A lot on the monkeypox vaccines, as well as the economy and President Biden's health as well. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. And we do have President Biden from earlier on the Inflation Reduction Act.
American, the United Auto Workers, the AFL-CIO, they're all here because they believe that the Inflation Reduction Act meets the needs of working families now and what our economy needs now for stronger, sustained economic growth in the years ahead. Now, let me tell you a few things about what this bill does. First, it will lower health care costs for millions of Americans who buy coverage from the Affordable Care Act, locking in the health care premiums that save 13 million people an average of $800 a year. This comes on top of the news that we have the lowest percentage of Americans who are uninsured than ever before in our history. Thanks to the Affordable Care Act, as well as the American Rescue Plan that I signed into law last year, that saved families an average of $2,400 in premiums. $2,400 in premiums. The Inflation Reduction Act is also going to deliver on the promise Washington has made for years. Give Medicare the power to negotiate prescription drug prices. This bill will save the American people and Medicare hundreds of billions of dollars. It's going to cap the amount of money seniors pay for prescription drugs at $2,000 a year, period. Whether it's for cancer, for other diseases, and the treatments they need, maximum $2,000 a year. That's a godsend for so many families. Second, we're going to invest $369 billion to address the climate crisis and bring down family energy bills by an average of $500 a year. We're going to do this by providing working families rebates to buy new and efficient appliances, weatherize their homes, and tax credits for everything from heat pumps to rooftop solar to wind energy. It also provides tax credits to spur the construction of energy projects all across America, projects that will deliver new clean energy and strengthen our country's grid. They're also manufacturing tax credits as well in this bill to make products like solar panels, wind turbines, battery storage, make it right here in the United States of America. This is going to create thousands of good paying jobs, apprenticeship opportunities, and manufacturing jobs for clean energy construction projects, solar projects, wind projects, clean hydrogen projects, carbon capture projects, and so much more. And along with the CHIPS and Science Act that I'll be signing into law next week, the Inflation Reduction Act will mean we're making the largest investment ever in clean energy and American energy security, largest in our history. And it'll be the largest investment in American manufacturing as well. Joining me today are the CEOs of some of the most iconic American manufacturing companies and the union leaders who represent America's manufacturing workers. They see how already, because of our work over the last 18 months, American manufacturing is coming back stronger than ever. Where is it written that America can't lead in manufacturing in the world? 613,000 manufacturing jobs created just since I took office, the most created in 3 decades. And with the investment in this bill, we are going to supercharge that recovery, make sure that the manufacturing innovation and jobs that come from this bill are made in America. And third, this bill is going to reduce the deficit by another $300 billion. That's beyond the record $1.7 trillion we're on track to cut the deficit by just this year, this fiscal year. And we're going to help pay for those critical needs from working families in our economy by asking corporations earning more than $1 billion a year to pay a minimum tax of 15%. That's less than a school teacher and an auto worker pay. Let me be clear. Despite what some folks are saying, the Inflation Reduction Act makes sure that no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a penny more in federal taxes, notwithstanding all these ads you see on television. But don't take my word for it. Nearly 130 economists, 7 Nobel laureates in economics, former Treasury secretaries, the Federal Reserve Vice Chair, former director of the Congressional Budget Office, wrote that this bill will, quote, fight inflation and lower costs for American families while setting the stage for strong, stable, and broadly shared long-term economic growth, end of quote.